Okay. Hello, chat. How's it going? We're here. Hi, Candlejack, Sheepledot, Boiler, Background, Ola Vom, Sato, Amphoso, Soso, MF Soso, Jennifer, Rainbay, Mace Tamagus, Roman. Hi, Grim and Tony. Double temper bug still exists. Can you let the devs know? Double temper bug. TikTok link. Oh, guys. What do we have here? Interesting. I mean, the temper system is about to change. So this might just, it might just delete itself, you know, with the patch, right? So it's probably fine. 12 hours ago. Okay. I guess we'll wait and see what happens in the patch. How's everyone doing? So we have how long until? No, wait, it's actually not a campfire chat. Yeah, actually, I have it right. 11 a.m. PST. So this is in 3 hours, I guess. Yeah, okay, 3 hours. Yo, Koala-san, thanks for the 5 months, by the way, appreciate that. Yeah, I started my stream twice because we had a power out right when I turned on my stream, that was great. But it came back now. Drops. Later. Dev Talk is the same time as the Dwarven Realms launch. I guess so, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna stream like an hour or two of Dwarven Realms later, after this whole thing here. So we'll see. They have like a pretty big update coming actually. Hey, Dictate and J Rockets. We just like, I don't know, play the video game a little bit or something. I don't know what to do. Do I just like load up a fresh character? Maybe I'm gonna level something I haven't leveled in a while. But what would it be, guys? What build I'm doing on Dwarven Realms? No, I don't know. We'll see. Last time I tried this Necromancer, the R launches an hour before the dev stream. You already know what build I will do. Do. Maybe it's gonna load up a rogue. It's been a while since I made a rogue that was not just Dance on Ice leveling. How about that? TB rogue. Oh, we can go full old school. How was Hellclock yesterday? Pretty good. I did like a few runs. The update feels really nice actually. So they made it so it's like PoE 2 basically. You can like walk and attack with anything. Feels pretty good actually. Plus you have a lot more like options now with the constellations because they made all constellations available. So you have like double the amount or something now. There's actually a lot of stuff you can try, and a few like new relics and stuff. I wanted to try to make some Matadera build. Yes, Chibo. So I think I could do something like Barrage or, yeah, maybe TB. Maybe it's gonna do like TB, but I need like a aspect for it, I guess. Okay, some old school Puncture, TB. Dash, Shadow Step. We're falling a Poison Trap. Okay, we're playing Season 0 again now. Death Stream is in 3 hours. How do you get the extra skill points now with the next patch? I do have a list for that somewhere. Wait. I found it. Okay. So this is where you get all of the skill points. So you get one at level 1, and then this is like roughly when you would unlock them if you don't do campaign and if you're trying to get the skill points. So at level 15 you can enter Under City, you can do Andariel, you get a point. You also need to do one of the lesser evils, which happens for Andariel anyway. So then you have 3. Then level 20, it's like, you know, you open 3 Helltide chests to get 1. At level 30 you can do the first capstone. Like, I think they need to put more value into the capstones. Like right now, capstones is just like a skip until you're like super overgeared and then you just like blast through them. Because this one point is not worth it to like struggle your way through for like 20 minutes. I think this is definitely something they should like reconsider a little bit. But I guess for now, the pro is gonna go with this. D5 when? Yeah, come back in like 10 years. Yeah, Paragon is kind of interesting because on the PDR we actually had 32 extra Paragon points instead of 28. I haven't heard anyone talk about this, but I noticed it. But I think this is just because they probably forgot to remove the little statue points. I saw it, Jennifer, and I'm not sure if you heard me, but apparently not. I think this problem will solve itself when the patch goes live. This is a live server screenshot and not from the PTR. On the PTR I can only have 1 temper, so I think this is probably not an issue. It was in Season 9. It at least had a death because they won't fix it. Yeah, I'm saying that this is most likely fixed. You have to give me credit for still playing this game. Thanks. I really appreciate your credit, dude. Can I eat it? No, high-end Apina. Okay, I have some weird bug here on my screen. I need to fix that. It's driving me nuts. What's going on? Okay. Well, let's go. We have Helltide ending in 3 minutes. Beautiful. So in that case, you're gonna go with Jalal's Vigil. The last visual gives us the aspect for Twisting Blades. So let's just say I'm gonna do that. You made 14 rogues for the Spark. You actually counted? Holy. I made a lot of characters for Sparks as well. Not that I cared about the Sparks very much. I have 32 Sparks right now. Unused. Actually, I could do some YOLO Gamba with my Sparks. Why not? Gonna blow the dust off. Yeah, exactly. I mean, honestly, it's really good to like log in at least for like an evening or something before an actual season starts. Like I noticed this on like D3 when I was just doing like some practice there. Do you know anything about the dev stuff today? Would I get interviewed by streamers like last time? No, today is like a real, you know, campfire chat. They do the PTR thing, which is very casual, and then they do the real stream for the patch before the season launch. So now it's a real stream. I'm surprised that everything is getting one-tapped here. What the fuck? How do I have so much damage? I'm so used to like season 11, you know, like on hard difficulty, we're getting shredded. The power of TB, maybe it's that. I mean, okay, we have all the skill points and stuff, so that's obviously cheating a little bit, but I feel like I have a lot of damage. Holy. You know, Tangela had a good the last 2 seasons. Well, maybe you want to try out this one again. I'm gonna play it. But thank you for the sub. I think it's time for Shadow View actually. Right. Right. Someone not in the mood for RPGs. Okay, what are you playing then? Or what are you doing? Yo, another sub. Alte Keule. Thanks, man. Danke. When will D4 have set items like D3? Hopefully never, I think. You have enough gold? Yeah, that's right. 32 sparks. We can craft a lot of mythics. Okay, I'm gonna do it actually. Guys, big mythic crafting session. Shadow Envy is so satisfying. Yeah, it is for like 20 levels. Oh man, I hope they're gonna fix that at some point. Been like, you know, over a year of Shadow Imbue just being completely worthless. And longer. What's the release date for Season 11? Stay tuned to find out. Megan asks whether it combines with poison or cold imbue. I mean, there is like the icy alchemist and a toxic alchemist aspect, which gives you some cold and poison stuff. But it would be fun if they like reworked imbuements in general a little bit. Like I've been suggesting some stuff to them for a long time. Either they can make it duration based, or they can make it like charge based. And you know, like you kind of like toggle it on and off, and then whenever a charge is ready, it just automatically imbues. And maybe you can also combine them. Like, there could be like a lot of cool stuff, but yeah, imbuements are definitely a bit of an outdated concept that we have here right now. Man, Mariana is so OP actually as a merc. Holy man, he's clapping. Okay, got Shadow's visual done. Yeah, okay, Tangela, I can understand. Maybe just like outgrew it a little bit or something. Or maybe just have like different stuff going on. I mean, I also had times where I was just like not gaming basically at all and I was doing other stuff. And then I came back. Anyway. Okay guys, we have 32 resplendent sparks. And a lot of gold. And maybe even runes. I could even target craft something, but I think it's more fun if you just gamba, right? It's end of the season, who cares? I can do 16 mythic caches, and then I can start salvaging and can do even more. So what do you say? Are you gonna get that 4GA Shaco? Okay, let's do like all of them. Sanctify everything. Oh man, I wish. Okay. 800 million gold, man. That's actually a lot of gold. 4GA materials. What is like the worst case 4GA I can get on a rogue? So on the rogue, we skip a Havarion, Nesekim, Grandfather, and Shattered Vow. So those items I cannot get. Time for perfect melted heart. Too soon. Executus. Okay. Well. There's two 2GAs. And that's it. No 4GA. Okay, we got a helm and a chest. Oh. At least good items though, but... Oof. Okay, this is good. Oh shit. Okay. Well. Let's see if there's anything else here worthwhile. I mean, we can do more. I mean, I don't care about any like 1GAs or so. He's also Resource Shroud, DR, attack speed. I don't think I keep anything anyway, right? We have like so many copies of everything anyway. I have 5 starters sitting around here. There's GA attack speed, there's GA attack speed. Okay, whatever. He's a GA cooldown Shaco though, so that is huge actually. But I think I also have that. There's a life, there's a resource. It might be equipped somewhere. Okay, I'm gonna save the cooldown Shaco just because. Here's an all-stat shroud. So this would be something you would normally save. And I guess the starters would be something you normally save as well, but I already have so many in the stash, so... Okay, we go again. Wait. Oh. Okay, we got 13 sparks again. Let's try. 6 caches. Oh my god. Everything is 1. There's a crit here, this is good. Again, attack speed. Okay. We go again. 3 more. Nope. Another cooldown Shakuda. Oh man. Okay. Goodbye. 2 more. Armor, all stats. Okay, 1 more. This is the one. Oh. Life and resource. Oof. Chances of more than 1 GA. So yeah, so I got 3 times 2 GA. No 3 GA and no 4 GA. From how many crafts was it? Like 25 maybe or something? Okay. Anyway, that was our little Mythic Gamba session. It is what it is. Now Sanctify. That would have been fun, but they don't have it yet. Counter elixirs, yeah, apparently it's level 10, right? Okay, so I guess that's Helltide time. How did I get so many sparks? I played the video game. I mean, you can get a spark in roughly 45 minutes in Season 10. Just like, you know, farming for chaos items, basically. You get the sparks, like, for free. What's the most expected change on PTR? The most expected that is not already confirmed, I guess? I guess you're gonna see a lot of Barb and Sorc buffs and Druid buffs. But I mean, I don't really have like an exact prediction what that would be. I guess for Barbs they could do Paragons and Glyphs. For Druids they could like unnerf the damage reduction stuff a little bit. And for Sorcs, no, I don't know what they will do there, to be honest. They already have ridiculous Paragon boards and all that. So they can't be like lift up the entire class very easily anymore. So they go even crazier. Maybe some of the Sorc aspects could be tweaked a little bit. Plus 1% damage to all the Sorc aspects. Yeah, I mean, I could easily, like, you know, ramp some stuff that is, like, pretty generically useful for Sorcs, right? Like, what's that, Stormswell aspect or these kind of things. Shredding Blades aspect. Like, Sorc has these kind of universal, class-specific aspects, but they're relatively weak, I feel, compared to, like, what other classes get with some of their aspects. So this could probably be a solution to infuse a bit of power creep. If then close to 1500 boss kills with 0 mythic drops. Holy. I say, screen that didn't happen. I'm gonna get deleted by a Chaos Earth now. Let's find out. These guys are so tanky, man, in low levels, it's insane. Look how tanky they are. I can probably do this, but holy. Insane, these guys. Are they healing or something? I feel like the HP is just not going down. Yeah, I see them like half dead, but actually finishing them. Fuck this, okay. Let's get the potions. What time do we expect the season 11 patch notes? In roughly 4 hours. I need trigger attacks actually. I need days or stun. Yeah, definitely have to get that. In fact, it's probably worth more than this. It's actually one of the perks of playing TB. You can get trigger attacks very easily already. Have I done any softcore this season? Could actually do like a softcore fresh start, like with tempers and everything. Would also be fun. I don't think I've done any softcore. Such a bummer they didn't keep the Chaos Portal in Season 11. Yeah, I agree. I was actually expecting that to be just like a core feature right away. But I'll definitely lobby for bringing it back. I think that was like a huge miss. At the very least, you know, it would be fun if like, you know, sometimes you have like some chance to find them or something, or maybe sometimes there's like a Chaos Helltide and that has the portals and there's some other stuff going on instead of the typical Helltide or something like that. There could also be something like this. Or it's just like the 9 dungeon affix as well, right? It's just kind of fun. Like, yeah, Biz in period 2, where it could appear in any corner, would fit so well with D4. Yeah, they could definitely do stuff like that, I think. I'm still hoping that, you know, by now when they actually have a bunch of like season themes to choose from and so on, when they make like expansion 2, that, you know, they would actually do more stuff like this, right? Okay, there's like, you know, maybe some wards that come back, and maybe there's like the constructs that show up. And then it's like the Millennium elites that show up sometimes and whatever, right? So you could have a lot of cool and fun stuff there, and then you could, you know, allow you to like maybe target farm certain things from those guys here and from the other guys there. This would make too much sense, man. Where is Malphas? Yeah, exactly. I think Malphas was one of the coolest boss fights we had in this game so far. Yo, Darja, thanks for the sub. Could let it go in open water in season 3 with low chance. Yeah, that could also be something. It's nice to get Witch Doctor that knows which mods are RNT mods and shows no mythic drops on them. That would be hilarious, man. That would be such a Giga Chat move, actually. Wouldn't be super different from Destiny 2. What's different there with normal items? Ah, true. I think like if you trade like a dude item, it can disappear or something like that, right? Is that how it is? New season, and new season's next week. And I have to say, compared to just like, you know, using that so nice and just vibing, you have to work a lot more here with TB. That's so nice, you like do Shadow Imbuement, hold down the button and you're blasting. Got Tech Rune. Campfire 1 hour later compared to others. Maybe? Might also be just like time zone difference. You know, there's like winter time, summertime. Seems pretty typical for me. Someone's doing Blood Maiden. This guy's level 55. Oh, wait a minute, I completely forgot we have, wait, how do we get the season powers? Oh, we have them already. Don't I have to do a quest or something like that? Probably not. Wait, yeah, wait, I have the Chaos perks unlocked. But I didn't do the quest. But I guess that's just for the rep board then. This guy's like destroying here. First legendary, 2 energy per second. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, we can actually imprint now. We have a yellow ring. New season next week. So there we're gonna get the patch preview basically. I'm Vienna boy. Okay, we're almost there. 2 more here. Chaos Rift sealed, Harbingers. I wonder if I can do this. Let's see. At level 8 it was kinda tough, and I'm not sure if it's getting better now. These guys are so tanky. Screw this. Okay, after this we just need 2 more Harbingers. I think that's fine. Oh my god. This guy's clapping. Am I joining the Game Awards? And last time they said everyone who's a gamer should watch the Game Awards. So I think I might watch it. Either way, it's like a kind of fun show and stuff, right? I don't really like follow gaming news and like releases and stuff that much anyway. Outside of like RPGs. So it's also just kind of like interesting to watch for me, to see what's out there. Oh. One guy just got slain here in my chat. 07. By a Chaos Rift. Finally patched that today, yes. Yeah, I mean, I prepared like, I don't know, 10 different planners or something already. And then we'll see how much we have to update those. I don't expect too much. So I can start pumping out guides as well after today, I guess. Alright, let's open one more. How to adjust the leveling properly? Campaign leveling was too fast. Yeah, they didn't really say they would nerf the campaign. So I'm pretty sure that is gonna be the way. But it depends on like what they do with the maggot XP. So with the maggots, you can get some insane level ups. And you can actually go faster than even the campaign. So it depends if they nerf it and how much. But the problem is like this maggot leveling is also like very unintuitive, I guess. You know, like, you get like one of these spires, and then boom, you get like 15 level ups or some shit. And suddenly, like, you get absolutely shredded because you're like completely undergeared. So it's also kind of weird. Doesn't he have like a good journey or something? I'm actually gonna trigger the thing now. Unlucky, I didn't really want to do that. Now the question is, Hellborn there. I can TP over. Get a Hellborn. Before the thing runs out, let's see. But then I have to kill the Hellborn. I'm not sure if I want to do that. They said magnetic speed is unintended. Yeah, of course. It was definitely doing too much. But, I don't know. It depends how much you nerf it. But let's say you nerf it by half, it will still be very good. You can even nerf it by like 75% and it will still be pretty good. So... okay, let's see if I can do a Hellborn. Are we in the right zone? Yeah. It's a Barb Hellborn. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't think so, actually. We're like really underpowered right now. Screw that. First of all, let's get our Twisting Blades power. It's only 20 out of 21. "62 fawns while channeling for 3 seconds afterwards, man. Insane. So that should be another reason to go Dance on Ice. It's actually a pretty good number of fawns at this point. Expansion cinematic on the 12th or Riot. That would be cool. I think we can do innovation now and get some resources going. So now we do this here and we get a skill point. With the Maggot perk, you got to 60 in 1 hour 15. It should be removed. That's too fast. Oh, still slower than campaign though. 1 hour 15. Ah, okay, it's pretty close actually. I agree it's too fast, but apparently they don't want to nerf the campaign, so... I think it would be better to level fast outside of campaign than just campaign being by far the best option. What's the range on this affix actually? Under 220, okay, so it doesn't matter too much actually that it's high roll. Holy man, we're gaming with that extra cooldown reduction you get here from Undercity. I forgot about that part actually. Oh, we can actually press all the buttons. Suddenly this actually feels good. I think realistically, if we don't want to do Dance and Nice everything, we should probably unlock both Aerostorm's aspects. They're both in code extensions, I'm not sure which ones. But if you have double the Aerostorms, you usually just kind of breezing through the leveling. And I think it would probably make sense to just kind of go on hard or normal difficulty at level 1 and just like rush through those 2 dungeons. And in case something like Twisting Blades, you can also do like a 3rd dungeon for the actual Twisting Blades aspect. And then you're kind of chilling, I think. It's probably the way. So I forgot to do the season quest actually. Oops. I wonder if the quest monsters are harder or easier or the same as the typical Chaos Rifts when I go there in Cat Badu. Dude, just so I can make it as tanky. Still seeing a lot of first-time players this season. Yeah, season 10 was pretty popular. Hi, Sukaza. Haven't seen you in a while. How's it going? They had a game at a big discount of the DLC. Ah, yeah, okay. I guess that's also like when a lot of people will pick it up. Yeah, the inflammation. Oh shit, okay, I hope that's fine now. Yeah, I've been kind of like taking it easy this month since we didn't have any big stuff going on. But yeah, basically prepping for December now. Which season is next week? Oh my god, man, this guy is clapping as well. What is going on? Yo, Glimmer of Hope. Thanks, man. How you doing? Actually never fought this guy for that long. Just out of curiosity, I should imprint the Aerostone's aspect and see how it goes. I mean, I have like the maxed out aspect instead of lowest level, but it'll still be fun to see what's the difference. What the hell is this face? just gonna continue until the ads are gone, or like how does it work? Seems so. It's gonna be my plan for D4 and PO2 having such close launch dates. Yeah, the plan is basically go all in on D4 for now. And then we're gonna do PoE2 in mostly in January, I think. I just played a lot of PoE2, so I'm kind of okay. And I want to make sure that I can secure some rank 1s and so on right now in D4. You know, D4 is probably getting the bigger update, right? It's like a whole new game, basically. So I want to do that first. And PoE2, okay, I'm just going to do it a bit later. Also, like in PoE2, it matters less for me to be there at launch, because I play SSF anyway, so... So D4 update's actually good. Yeah, they're pretty good. Okay, so now we had the thing, right? So we have done this. So we would have like 4 points unlocked now. And the next stop would be Capstone if you want to do that. Asmodon, we can't do that now. I also have not actually taken anything from the season powers so far. And maybe I just won't. Maybe I'm just gonna play without the season powers. I mean, the next season theme doesn't really give us anything. And the game is getting harder, so I guess it makes sense to just like not use any season power right now. Yeah, this season 11 update is basically a mini expansion. This is a very big update here. I can actually do the Grim Favor. I mean, some of the reworks that they're doing are actually bigger than the reworks we had at Vessel of Fate at launch. So... okay, let's see these guys. Okay, they definitely seem easier than the typical Chaos Rift dudes. Look how fast they die. And it's such a struggle against the Chaos Rift guys earlier. Wonder if we should do Siphoning Strikes. We can still do a Malice, maybe. Want to give us new cool powers. No, they don't. But we get Sanctification, which is a lot more fun than just random powers, I think. Yo, that's huge. Ah, great. I guess I can like dash and get a big earthquake or some shit. Or dash shadow step. Alright. Get some nice movement speed. Okay, what about some pots? Actually, how much crit is this? 4 24 and 25. This might actually not be that bad. We have a relatively decent amount of crit chance. 20... Yeah, like 40% crit chance. Yeah. You're going completely blind next season. Well, you're gonna have a lot of fun, I think. Discovering everything. Oh shit, 2 minutes left. "28 seconds. I hope the season will keep it playing longer than 5 days. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to do this season. And then there's a... Okay, should I spoil you? I guess you'll get spoiled anyway if you watch today, so... But wait, there's more. What do we do now? Let's try like an Nightmare Dungeon.
Such poor equipment. Let me help. Ready for a massacre.
Okay, we have 2 hours to go, guys.
I belong to an order.
Listen to me. There is evil abroad in the land. All sanctuaries at risk.
Ironhold, favorite dungeon, for sure. It saddens you that we're still making core changes to season 11 seasons. You want the juicy stuff. I mean, the thing is that we still have, like, you know, multiple expansions ahead of us, right? So that alone will already bring about core changes to the game, no matter what, right? Just because expansions are supposed to do that and, you know, bring big stuff and so on. And new systems and whatever, and overhauls. So either way, we're gonna see such core changes over time. But yeah, I mean, like, expansion 2 is drawing close slowly, and they're still doing something like season 11 with like some giga update basically, which is kind of nice to see. So they're not afraid to just kind of, like, you know, do this earlier and outside of the expansion release windows, which is good to see, I think, if they feel like the game needs it. Okay, let's go inner sight here. I wonder how good this equipment delve thing is going to be actually at low levels. I have never really tried this on low level. And when the expansion early in the year, not after BlizzCon. Yeah, after BlizzCon would be surprising. My expectation is season 13, so I think you're going to have 2 seasons of what we get now, and then the expansions. So there should be June. June is also the 3-year anniversary, and Blizzard likes this kind of shit. You know, 6th of June, 2026. I would not be surprised if that's actually the launch date. But yeah, we'll see. And for now, I think it's gonna be pretty happy with how the game is gonna feel when Season 11 launches. And basically, no matter what Season 12 brings, and if Season 13 is not the expansion, you know, I can live with that as well. So it's gonna be fine. And then expansion 2 is gonna be pretty big. Morning Morphin, how's it going? Yes. Who's that? Killer Mike. Thanks for sub, man. And Bassett. Morning. Excited for later? We have 2 hours to go. I'm doing good, Muffin. This bit is slowly coming online, but it's still only on hard difficulty here. A quick meeting right as it's starting. Uh-oh. You better keep it short. Look forward to see what I'll be cooking up. I mean, I've already cooked a lot. But of course, you know, with the final patch notes, some stuff always changes. So I have to go for my existing builds and check if we have to do some updates and stuff and do some polishing, I guess, at least. Hi, Zero. What's the opinion on the next season mechanics? Some angel paths that did basically nothing. Yeah, the divine gifts don't really do much. But the big power creep feature is the sanctification, and that is actually really cool. You know, divine gifts, I mean, they're cool for the, you know, upgrading the content that you're doing. Not so much for upgrading your character. But yeah, the sanctification is for the character, and that's gonna be kind of cool. So let's see this thing here. Okay, got 4 yellows. That's it. Oh shit, I got a size and dice aspect. Okay. Looking good. We also got 2 skill points here. You could do second wind actually. Campfire in 2 hours. What's I say? Could not be bad, maybe. Maybe some better way to proc these guys. a tribute of growth, so maybe we can get some runes if we do another under city. You wanna try to get all the multipliers for grenade skills? And then? Dude, you're gonna do a grenade build or what? Wait, what happened to my... Oh. I think I had like a +1 to poison trap somewhere on my item. But I removed the point. A 5G item now would be so cool. Actually, yeah, technically that's possible, right? You can find 4GA and then a temper and then get a GA on the temper. But they're changing the masterworking again, they said, so it will probably not be a GA anymore. It's probably going to be some other like sort of buff that is not exactly like an extra star. So I guess 5GAs is not happening after all. Going to play D3 season? Yes. But only for like a day. Because, you know, we have D4 and PoE2 updates before that, so I can't really spend a lot of time on random games, basically. How long will I stay in D4 before moving on to PoE2? I'm estimating like 3-4 weeks. Because in January we're also expecting last Epoch at some point. And realistically, if I want to do like world first race and stuff like that, I definitely have to invest a few days to prep and stuff. And then the actual race itself, which is, you know, together like a week, I guess. And then I guess Torchlight is probably gonna launch as well. I might play that a bit. So yeah, I wanna try to get as much PoE2 time in as possible in January. So probably like entire December is D4 and then like 2/3 of January is like PoE. 3 weeks each or something. There's no new Pinnacle boss in it, there's no race. Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, there's still at the very least a race to like, you know, #1 on the ladder, right? Wudijo #1 streamer watched. Oh, glad you like it here, man. Yeah, a lot of people were posting their Twitch recap with some ridiculous numbers. Nobody raises the 100 in PoE1. I mean, some people do, right? I see, obviously, like, you know, the pretty early, like, the 100 pop-ups, like, day 1 even, or day 2. Some people will go for it. The point is, nobody cares. It's not about people caring. It's about being number 1. $1,450 watched. Oh my god, holy. Okay, boss damage is definitely way better with the inner sight active. Logged in D4 last night, cleared the stash, deleted characters. Nice. I should probably do that as well, actually. At least I deleted 32 sparks earlier. Got elements aspect. You get a rune? A yaks. Crazy. It's better than money though. We just put a shadow claw on maybe. Oh. Okay, here we go. Huge upgrade. And the Helltide ended again. Alright, we have the Infernal Hordes now. Wait, was that the Season 11 thing? With the Fleeting Hordes? No, this was a Season 10 thing, right? I don't have a single key though. But maybe here. Should I keep GG gear from last season? I mean, everything is gonna become legacy, so you can no longer like do anything with it besides equipping it. In some cases, that can be a better item than what you can achieve in the future. Like generally, tempers are stronger than regular stats, I guess, right? And old items have 3 stats and 2 tempers. And they have the old masterwork, and the new masterwork is much weaker than the new masterwork. So yeah, you have -1 temper, +1 normal stat, which is a downgrade. And you have worse masterworking, which is obviously a downgrade. So in general, the old items will be pretty OP on Eternal, I guess. Plus you have some Chaos items that are actually ridiculous that you can no longer get. You know, like a Fist of Fate on boots or something like that. Or an Ebon Piercer on your pants. Or something like this. Littlest Wall as well. Ah, here, Fleeting Horde. Can try it.
Father bless. What do you need?
10 minutes, should be fine. It's only 4 waves, right? Wait. This... It doesn't actually show on exactly on the entrance. Yo, Retrovisor on hardcore, log in, man. I wonder if we're gonna see like some surge of hardcore players next season. For people that actually wanna like compete. Season's gonna be rough in hardcore. Yeah, you gotta be careful. It's definitely a lot more dangerous than before. Like some of the elite affixes are insane. Like in general, like, you know, the damage their monsters do is higher and so on. You wanna play it carefully. I also wouldn't be surprised if I rip somewhere along the way. And Lilith statues are completely gone. There's no renown anymore. Did all the things, even those he didn't need to. Yeah, I've done the renown, I think 4 times in total. So on launch I did it on hardcore on my first character, then in season 1. I think the only thing that moved over in season 1 was the exploration, right? So we did a renown again then. And then in season 2 I think they made it so that it carried over from your old characters. But then my character that had it originally was dead. So I had to do it again in season 2. And then did it once on softcore as well. Traitor is hard to find in hardcore. And hardcore there's actually... I have traded on usually. And there's actually people trading. That's when I was talking. Yeah, I wonder if they're actually going to tell us what exactly they did with Sanctification. And for example, if they will tell us that certain aspects are not in the pool, or that all aspects are in the pool or something. Hi, Jenny. Well, maybe the wig comes back on my next Sauron. How's that sound? Because we're gonna do one with this season launch. But I haven't like fully decided on all the goals yet, but I'm gonna do this in the next few days. A cosplay on season 11 launch. Yeah, oof. I'm not even sure where to start even with cosplay. There should be decent XP here as all monsters. Wait, what? Did he like drain the HP of the other guy, or what the fuck? Get him. Okay. Nice, we got a whole 95. Okay, so it only costs 100 actually to open this. Which does make some sense, but I can't, so that's unfortunate. So there's XP instead, let's say. Nice, 2 bars. Unfortunate, actually. What's news on other side, Infernal Horde? I don't know, actually. But at least playing from the PTR, it seemed like Optus was not really a concern. I mean, they really lowered how much Optus you get and how much you spend, but you generally just don't spend all of Optus since you don't do like masterwork resetting all the time and these kind of things. I think it took me like 5 to 10 minutes per item to masterwork it up to maximum. So that was like nothing. Yeah, I think that bear dude in PvE2 will be garbage. Gonna be like maces. Hey, don't talk shit about my maces. But yeah, I mean, obviously you would expect something similar to Warrior, I guess, when it comes to bear druid. Would start having bets about D4 outcomes. Yeah, I love Warrior and Maces in PoE2, to be honest. I think it's super fun. Let's do gauntlets. Yes. Conceded. That's actually not terrible. %10% resource cost reduction and 10 maximum. It's actually kind of useful with inner sight, I think. Okay, Forgotten Wisdom Dungeon. Could be huge. The Rolling Slam and all is the worst shit ever. How's that good? Yeah, I just generally like the feel of playing Warrior. I like these, like, you know, big slams. I mean, I played a lot of, like, a Marauder and slams and these kind of things in PoE1 as well. But I think in PoE2 it's just, like, so much better done. Because you can really feel the impact of the abilities and so on. So it's just, like, spamming something, like, 4 times per second somewhere on the ground. I mean, like what I've done with, like, the attack speed scaling and these kind of things. And, you know, I think it's a lot more, like, weight to each attack. And, yeah, to me this just feels very fun. Like, if you compare this to, like, I don't know, Barb in D4 or something, I think Warrior in PoE2 is just a lot better designed. I mean, okay, the original design of Barb in D4 was really good too, but, you know, then seasons happened, and now we have, like, 1.5 Barb builds that are kind of decent, and everything else just, like, copy pasta, slam the ground 4 times per second. Or throw Q-tips at the ground, I guess. It's more savage, it's like Conan. Yeah, certainly, like we know Warrior and Barb are not exactly the same, right? So there's definitely a difference, but I feel like in terms of just the gameplay itself, like Barb just doesn't really feel like great these days, I think. Like early seasons Barb was like more fun. And I did have some fun with like Lunging Strike lately and stuff like that, but yeah. Overall it's a bit of a struggle. It's basically just like expansion 2 waiting mode for Barb, I think. Until something big happens and it makes the class really awesome again. Just need to stop buffing Earthquake and those shiz. I mean, Earthquake is not even the best build, right? But yeah, it's not that, you know, they just kind of like maneuvered themselves into some spot where, okay, like weapon mastery skills just lost all their identity because Third Blade exists. And, you know, Upheaval and Death Blow and Hoda are basically all the same skill with their corresponding uniques. And then, okay, I have a bit of Double Swing, which generally just sucks because it's small. And this game is about screen clearing really fast right now. And then what's left? Okay, there's Whirlwind, which is generally just kind of like some very weak skill that is more of a, you know, conductor of other effects. Yeah, it's not the same for the other classes necessarily. There's a lot of variety on other classes, I think. And this doesn't necessarily have to do with just like the skill tree being relatively small. I mean, obviously, expanding the skill tree of what they talked about is going to be like the big thing that will solve all of this. But it's not necessarily the main reason why we are in this situation. Insane amounts of legendaries here.
The magics await your return.
That's why I care with dungeons, see how it feels. Still waiting for a proper Necromancer in Diablo. What's wrong with the current Necromancer? Titan Quest 2 is supposed to add charms and relics today. Yeah, I read about that. Looks like a pretty cool system. I like that they actually made this stuff like, okay, in certain zones you find this, and from certain monsters you find that. We were supposed to have this in D4, but that never really manifested. I hope they're gonna bring that back as well, maybe an expansion or something. That they can actually like target farm specific items, like especially when they introduce crafting and such things. I think it would maybe make sense that, okay, go farm certain monster types to then get like their fucking organs or some shit. And, you know, like a specific one gives you like a specific crafting outcome that has a bit of like a flavor and so on. I say WSD is superior in D4 in every build. I almost never use WSD in D4. I only use it for like inventory management and skill tree management and so on. But in combat, I think usually scroll to move is the winner. Like this game works a bit different than PoE 2. You can't move and attack on almost any build. But there are some builds, like especially certain range builds, where this would make sense, where you have to like maybe, you know, shoot in a general direction of the enemy while stutter stepping to the side or something. You can sometimes use WSD for that. It depends on the build though. Holy. That is some crazy damage these guys do. Okay, we have the buff now, so we can maybe do this here. I just die here somewhere along the way, we'll see. If so, 07. Yep. Fucking chaos are so insane, man. I was just going to say, I'll get ready to out of G, man. Well, in that case, another thing we can do though is the campaign run. And let's see how fast we can do that. So I'm not gonna do hardcore on this. I was actually like 100% by the way. And I think I even had barrier. I just got fucking one tap from. I'm not sure what exactly hit me there, but these chaos guys are insane. Wait, does this campaign skipped? This thing was a hard no for hardcore. I mean, it's mostly a problem about leveling.
Now the world I knew ended. By three they come. By it was horror. The demon
After leveling, they were not that dangerous anymore.
and now my family is gone. I thought traveling.
Okay, what do we do this time? Pen. Pen is usually the way for the start.
Over here. Let's talk where it's safe. I am called Sue. I belong to an
All of you, listen to me. There is evil abroad in the land.
Only accelerating chaos. Okay, so where's our campaign quest now? We have to go cure shot. Okay. So it's 7:18 now. So I think you can do like most of the campaign in like around an hour. The start is to go at least to Uriva, which gives you like around level 50.
He offered himself up and those damn knights burned him.
Leave her be. I'll not have the faithful of Inarius shedding tears for a sinner. I won't say it twice. Where's your decency? Clear off! And you, your Prava's abandoned lapdog. Is that right? What a dismal fate.
I think they're gonna announce that Chaos Armor is gonna remain in the game, but it might limit them somehow. That would be relatively surprising. Just like that, no PTR and stuff. I could imagine that the idea of Chaos Armor lives on in some way, but probably not immediately.
Madness. wish you'd arrived a moment sooner.
This PTR, did the season drop? No and no.
No. Wanderer. So many corpses. Always leading.
You're gonna take the extra speed here on the Dark Shroud.
Who is this? I am here to see you.
Destroy all the obelisks, do not go to the bridge, log out and do the same, it gives you too much XP. After you meet over here outside of gear, cool. Wait, can I like, repeat the quest or like what is going on?
Smithing fit for an iron wolf. Axes, armor, pots and pans.
I think real season 11 is bigger than PTR.
Lucky day for
What do you mean?
Faye, we have a guest.
I mean, usually the PTR is really shit and the season launch is really good. And the PTR was already pretty decent. So I expect very much from this season.
Judgement, how many?
More than usual. The gate won't hold.
Yeah, I saw the tweet from Adam. Kind of sad to see that he went to, I don't know, like I've never even heard of Scopely. And they just make mobile games, it seems. But I guess they pay a lot. So there's that.
You're as scrappy as Laura said. Wretched things. Poor sludge and bone. We don't.
Okay, let's see. We are almost level 6 now.
Flesh, gear,
We're gonna try it.
even the grass isn't spared.
XTD chatting. Oh god. I mean, mobile games are, you know, pretty big and stuff these days. But yeah, I mean, I just like look back at, for example, Bex going from GG to Riot. Okay, now she's not there anymore. I'm not sure why she left again or something, but that seemed like a genuine, like, big upgrade, right? I was thinking like we would see something similar from Adam.
Clear it out. Stop it stressing.
So it's 0 out of 3. Okay. Yeah, the Mortal has better events than D4. Yeah, by far, for sure. So now I log out or what? And then what? Got like 1 level here. Until I reach the bridge. Okay, let's see.
Only 2 gods? Where are the rest?
They won't stop. Each kill brings 2 more. We're the only ones left.
Calm yourself. We're going to finish this fight, and then drinks are on me. You hear?
Speedrun tech. Someone said now I need to log out, but I'm not sure exactly when. Because now this event starts. And I mean, this whole quest gave me a bit more than level, which is not exactly great.
More on their way. Eyes up, backs together.
Panda. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just checked. Like from walking out of Cool, I was like almost level 6, and I arrived at the bridge at level 7.5. So this was 1.5 levels, and it took me at least 2 minutes. That is not exactly great, I think. If you do campaign leveling in season 11, you maintain roughly 1 minute per level, all the way to like level 40 plus. I'm now playing season 11. I haven't decided yet.
Damn things. Hold on, Godsman.
Narelle was traveling by boat. The old bridge should have a good vantage of the river.
Don't know. This is not good. Then let's search the river. Bound to be some sign of your friend. Someone up ahead.
Yeah, kind of legendary already in here. What the fuck?
Yes, I knew it. Those bats couldn't kill you.
Friend of yours?
Need a bit more single target damage here. I think it's time for Pen RF, guys. Back to the roots.
You're being hunted by the Cathedral of Light?
Me and Narelle, both.
You there was the reason I liked you.
Down there, in the gorge. Of course they locked it down.
Yeah, it's 1.5 hours, guys.
Old friend.
Okay, we are at 10 minutes now, and we are level 10. PDR or early access? Wrong and wrong. I think you're playing Golem Necro. Golem Necro is pretty good, actually. I will have a guide for the Golem Necro as well. I played it on the PDR. I think the minion enjoyers will like that. They want to skip as much as possible, actually. Don't actually want to fight anything. Need to remember that. Don't kill anything. This is not a game about killing monsters. This is a pacifist game.
I thought you said you're a healer.
Do you suggest doing the campaign to double? Well, if you want to have an easy time and basically a no-brainer, you know, sub 2 hour max level, then yes.
Only when there's something worth protecting.
Unless they announce today that they're actually nerfing campaign leveling.
I think we'll get along.
Can we revert Pen back to OG state? What's the OG state that you're looking for?
was here than I remember it.
I took shelter from a monsoon here once.
Me too. More than once.
So wait a minute, do we have the mercenaries unlocked now?
For what I'm planning.
Wait, I don't, right? Because I'm
Years ago,
on softcore.
mercenary company out of this place.
No, wait, you don't have to do the quests for the mercenaries. So I think I should have them.
Now, the fight's been brought to
I'm not 100% sure.
and I think I'd be more used to you as a mercenary, a shield for hire, if you will, than a smith. Though there's a
It's in 90 minutes.
both out of me. And my name still carries weight. The other mercenaries will be more likely to return if I am here. And you will need their help, my friend. You will never regret hiring one of the Pale Hand into your service.
What do I recommend for the 3-season star? Leveling as 2 or 3 man? I mean, more people is always better in Diablo.
Honor to help, friend. We could use some help.
You fight well, Rainier.
Can I leave dungeon? No. I wonder if I just change the controls here. To this. Comp points where we use the puncture, death trap, poison trap, and kaboom. Yeah, stuff like that would be cool. I'm not really sure what they're gonna do about it though. I feel like combo points is just like that archetype at this point in this game. I mean, they made it so that with Condemnation you only have to do one attack and get full combo points, which is very, very good. But even then we don't really use it. I think until they like nerf Second Wind and maybe rework preparation a little bit, I don't really see something like combo points ever becoming good again. Yo, timed out. Thanks for the sub.
I'm fine.
You said she kept a prisoner. Of what nature? The docks are northwest of...
And I wonder when comes the time when I actually do this again on like a real endgame build, you know? Pen RF. Can you get that? Better make sweep up go.
Someone must have seen me there. I should ask around.
Yo, 10 gifted, holy shit. Thanks. Chronos here. Appreciate that. Wow. Are you hyped for later? Are you starting the hype train? I've only been playing the last druid. Yeah, a little bit. But most of it will be in January for me. Because we have the full blasting to do. And rank 1s to earn. Mary Chrysler, exactly.
See what you can find. Travencall.
Yo, thanks, Krona. What are you excited about for tonight?
A drag infestation. Help me uproot it.
Yeah, why do all these guys have these giga barriers here?
Thank you. Now, could you clean up their mess? This place is meant to be. Penny, you should consider. Join me, will you? Swells about make things worse. The whole city is walking. I'll need to. Wehacho akarat. Haeo.
Wonder if they forward top last Epoch's roadmap. I mean, last Epoch's roadmap was not really a roadmap, right? It was just, hey, we're making a season 4, a season 5, and an expansion. I mean, we knew all of that already. So, I mean, we know most of the stuff they're gonna tell us today as well, but we don't know all the details and stuff, right? It's like a lot more in depth today than whatever roadmap.
So long as you stay close. So, stay close.
It was a sticky note. Nah, season's not live yet, it's just next week, Sunday.
Wehacho akarat. Haeo pa. Lakusa ipakun kehegan.
I think the XP is actually less than it will be on the PTR, right? Like we are at 22 minutes now, I think. We're level 13, so we're definitely like way lower level than it would otherwise be, I think. To compare to PTR leveling. I think I would be better off just like running Barrage here. Having... Maybe the Shadow Clone. Let's see how this feels. Season 11, Season 12, expansion, big money, D4 bad, Season 14, bless the cycle. I don't know. I wonder how much default band we're gonna keep hearing. I mean, I already hear it like much less than like, you know, a year ago or something. So I think expansion 2 will be like another big upgrade.
Let's be honest.
When is season 12? We expect it in March.
Mephisto's prison once. Now, something else. I'd hope to never go here.
After season 11 for sure. Could be, could be. It's speculation though. Season 11 is next week. God, why is this guy so tanky?
We must trust him.
Who else?
She couldn't be much older than Faye. Whatever it takes, friend. We'll free her.
What the fuck is that transmog? It's actually a special like campaign transmog. I've never seen this. Hatred seed. Interesting. We get more of this? Ah, here, Hatred's Grasp. I never realized there's a transmog for this.
Hey, you! Yes, you. Eru sent me.
Oh no. I don't have the combo points unlocked here. Uh-oh. Let's do that real quick. Softcore. Are we starting with for season 11, Spiritborn? Spiritborn is definitely a really good choice. Looks like the best class overall right now. Many builds that are pretty good. Okay, gotta get a little ring there. I'll take that.
not.
Could a Withering Fist will won't be something to take into T4s? No. I mean, Withering Fist doesn't need that much. But at the very minimum, they need to give it like a better pattern with Sabersontek. Right now, you can't really overlap the explosions. So it's just like a straight line, and maybe on a big target you can get 2 explosions, and that's it. I mean, okay, in T4 you can do a lot of stuff and do like some meme builds, so you can probably play a Withering Fist build in T4 if you want. That's certainly not gonna be a good build compared to other stuff. Yeah, too much density here. Shouldn't be what might help. The changes on PTR are good. Yeah, very good.
Messed up my head. Digging in the coin.
Where is it, sister?
No.
No! It's mine! Take it from me!
I tried to kill myself. Stop this fight from ever happening.
You were a fighter to the last.
You taught me well.
What a waste. You and me.
Hey, comp points. So I got this thing done. I wonder which other class quests I'm missing. If I didn't even have to broke on softcore. I have no idea if I've done any of them actually. I thought I did them at some point, but apparently not. Well, not all of them at least. Cutthroat augments. Flurry. Arrow storms. Arrow storms will help a lot actually. Let's see. It's like double the item power. This one-handed sword is almost the same as my bow.
Akarat insisted we find Abulan, and that's what I intend to do.
Oh? Eru speaks with the great Akarat? How novel.
I'm being serious, Ormus.
And who are you?
Looking a little pale? What's wrong? Tata takes the spirit's hand. Spirit and spirit-born. Leave the
Only Wednesday, SMH. I know, I feel like for me it was like a very kind of like slow month. And I was doing a lot of like IRL stuff. And I don't know, I was working on a lot of things behind the scenes basically as well that I never really took time for this year. That was actually kind of nice. But yeah, now it's like, oh shit, we have only like a week and then we're blasting like non-stop. And I'll be sitting here for like, you know, a month in this chair. Oof. This is not season 11, this is season 10 right now.
Days of plumbing muck-lined tunnels were over. Oh, you're keeping me young.
So we are roughly like halfway through now, I think. Should probably do this actually, after minus 3 seconds. Go faster. How many builds do we have up on Maxwell season 11? I guess it's gonna be something like 80 endgame builds or so. And I don't know, 20 leveling builds. Yeah, we have around about like 100 builds or something, I think.
It's in better shape than I feared.
DJ Monthing.
We hope you.
Ah. Yes, I didn't get the runes. I got a hectic. Okay, Sam, Zan. I guess we do this. There's a Lum, which is not bad. Nah, sure. Evade, get some resource. Seems okay. I can do that. Hey Ma, how's it going? Yeah, Neko died on World Boss because he couldn't generate barrier. Yeah, it's wild that they still haven't fixed that shit. If like a hit's not working on World Bosses, you gotta be careful on some builds for sure. Like worst case, you can always just go down a difficulty or something if you have like a build that just doesn't work on the World Boss. Or maybe do, I don't know, some random swap like included Temerity or some shit. In this case, for example. How's my day been so far? Good, I went to the gym. And then I turned on my stream. And then the power went out. And then I turned on my stream again. That's my day.
I need to keep looking.
You want speed potion for your pony. Try equipping a Shaco. Do you go to the gym often? We go at least once a week. But we want to maybe go twice or 3 times now.
Never gets old. Look, my hands are shaking.
Hi, Plomo.
Let's hope Albulan feels the same way about seeing you again.
You will begin.
Attach weights to your arms or build sick forearms while you game. Is that real?
Abulan?
You work out at home. Yeah, that's pretty good too, I guess.
Something's not right.
No and no, Joshua.
Hollows have
What's this now?
I'll handle this.
Why did I have to be the one to choose? Did I even choose right?
She cannot hear.
Get out of her head, demon!
I can no more do that. When could my daughter pull herself from your blood?
Man, Wonkas.
Where do I end? Where do you begin? No, no, not again.
You play D4 on a stationary bike with a controller. Interesting.
They're my closest friend. They killed my mother. No, Lilith killed my mother. Because of me. I wasn't smart enough, fast enough. It's my fault she's dead.
Every day is leg day when you're running from your problems. I like that. They are treasure goblins. They have a lot of legendaries. Let's go.
You're sure they are the one Akarat called for? Other shrines. There, up ahead, on that cliff face. Slender of veins. He looks like a guardian here. Perhaps he protected folks from lost spirits.
Just like the mosaic beneath Kuras.
Over there. Another one. Empowering people. Maybe that's how he could help Nerel.
Look, in the background.
Yeah, I'm doing campaign. liked the campaign so much, I feel like I really want to play it again now. It's the perfect way to get back into the game. These patch notes are early.
Consider a cold to be like dysentery. You're better off not asking.
Oh shit, what?
Get it over with.
It's real. They're just posted the fucking patch notes. Okay. Let's check it out. I'm gonna get a drink though. One sec. Let's check it out. So it seems like a lot of stuff is blue here. In fact, every fucking thing is blue up until here. And then there's still a few little things. Alright. Updates on PTR. Yeah, someone just think that. Wait, what are you folks? Here you go. Let me make a command. Edit. Okay. Gonna put it into the YouTube description as well. Alright. Sanctification. Upgrading affix to greater can now also occur on non-ancestral items. Interesting. Affix on ancestral, unique, or mythics can no longer be replaced. Even uniques. Okay, so you cannot break uniques or mythics. That's crazy, actually. Indestructible affix replaced by adding 5 to 25 quality ranks. That's kind of funny. That might actually be a very good outcome on weapons and stuff. That's actually like a very strong outcome on weapons. To sanctify an item, it only needs to have an item power of 750 or higher and torment difficulty, so item being ancestral. Affix ranges have been adjusted across the board. In general, affix values have been increased and ranges have been narrowed. And some affixes now have a higher maximum. Additional legendary powers have been added. Now I hope they're going to talk about what they did there. So on the PTR, basically all of the offensive powers did not exist. So I wonder if they now enable all of them or only some of them. That's going to be kind of important. December 11. Ah. I did not actually see this, yeah. Val orbs have no bite. Yeah, there is no downside to Valing, really. But, I mean, it's alright, I think. But I do hope that we're gonna get some real gamba on items, right? We wanna see items go poof at some point. That will be more fun. But they did talk about potentially, you know, bringing this back and stuff. Same day as Game Awards. Yeah, this does not seem like a coincidence. I know the China launch is on December 12th. Like, there was this weird, like, okay, is China just gonna randomly launch 3 days later as the rest of the world, and why, you know? So... Trailer. Oh, let's watch it. Season of Divine Intervention, unlisted. Wait, where did you get this? This is unlisted. Yeah, the season is not on the 9th, it's on the 11th, it says. Don't ask us where you get things. It has 150 views 7 minutes ago, but it's unlisted. Hackermans. If you don't tell me where I got it, I'm not gonna play it. I mean, we're gonna see it later anyway in an hour, so it's fine. Alright, let's look at the patch notes. It was added to a playlist. True, if it's in a playlist, then you can find it, even if it's unlisted. Updated today. Test. Upcoming. Uh-huh. One waiting. That's me. You've been asking about Friday season start? Yeah, I wonder if there's gonna be always like, you know, Friday start. I mean, is it Friday? It says 11. That means Thursday. At least Thursday, wait, when is the Game Awards? It's Thursday night, right? So I guess... The trailer's in the official blog, okay.
The night is always darkest before the dawn, Wanderer. And I, Hadriel, will guide you to the light. For perhaps the first time, Asmodan speaks the truth. Heaven has abandoned you. But I have not.
Some cool animations, actually.
I will give you the tools and the holy spark to ignite the crucible of justice. Darkness gathers, But fear not, Wanderer. A new day is coming. And you will be the dawn.
Yeah, this was actually a sick trailer, I think. Like, this is the kind of trailers I want to see, right? I think this was pretty cool. I like this one. Like, most of the time they're kind of lame, but I think this was pretty badass. Very cool editing and stuff. You have a new trailer guy, yeah. D4 login. Nice trailer for sure. He's a trailer for one. They haven't had a good one since Lilith, yeah, basically. The gameplay is gonna be the same. I'm not sure if you have seen anything about a PDR, but press X to doubt. Okay, let's check the patch notes a little bit here. Alright, so we were here. Let's start writing some stuff down, I guess. Okay, so this is kind of like the main thing here. Most people will choose PvE2 over D4. We'll see. I mean, there's definitely some overlap in the player bases, but also not much, right? Is one day enough for Season Journey before PvE2? I mean, if you're good, you can do it. Okay, Duriel, bonus XP, adjusted. I mean, that's already expected, I guess. Glyph upgrades. Glyph upgrades now get a scaling chance to get an extra upgrade attempt based on Divine Gift rank. 100% at rank 5. Oh, the extra upgrades are back, okay. Purify gives now grant 2 levels instead of 1. Oh, you can actually giga level your glyphs. You get, is that 6 upgrades per run actually? Or is that 5? I think you get 3 and then 5. Why the season starts on a Thursday, not on Tuesday? I think the answer is Game Awards. Okay, Lesser Evil Invasion. Andari no longer regenerates health. Face Solution is not much quicker. Yeah, I remember the Andari fight was super long. Belial's death now takes less time to finish. Holy. Azrael has been granted resilience and bringing more in line with other world bosses. Uh-oh. Seasonal. Uh-oh. That was kind of worth mentioning, I guess. Maggot XP nerfed. We don't know how much though. Lesser evil events in the overworld now reward unique items from rare boss reward pools. Which events are there? Lesser evil events in the overworld. I mean, there's Asmodan you can summon, and then what? Did they move the season release date? Yeah, it's 11th of December, guys. Season start 11th Tuesday, not Tuesday. I'm gonna tweet this actually real quick. Alright. Mythic unique items. Havarion. Lucky hit gain resource reduced on 66 to 22. Ah, they nerfed a Havarion, guys. That was very important. Wasn't it? Oh shit, that's actually funny. Okay, Minotaur Acidic, now it gets interesting. Primary resource generation reduced to 50%. Previous PDR, H point, okay, blah blah blah. Now damage is dealt to your primary resource before life, and damage taken this way is drastically reduced. Your primary resource is doubled, but maximum life is reduced by 75%. What does that mean? Damage taken is drastically reduced. To reduce the number of required caps in the game, we adjusted this effect. This now grants less primary resource, but should give roughly as much durability as before. Okay. Each point in primary stat increases your primary resource by 3%, but you have 75% reduced life. Any damage you would take is dealt to your primary resource before your life. So now, let's say the typical build has, let's say, I don't know, 2000 primary resource, so it's 6000% extra resource. And now you have 200, so you have roughly 3% of the previous resource. So if they want to make this roughly similar damage taken, you would have to get something like 95% damage reduction or something like that, or 97% damage reduction. Like a lot of damage reduction for this to make it work, to make sense, I guess. Okay, let's try to do this another way. So a typical build has 100 resources. For a build that tries to get a bit of resources, depends on the class, but maybe we have like 150 to 200 resources. Then we double it to like 300-400. Let's say optimistically 500 resources with the neck equipped. Unless you're playing Barb, you can get a bit more. So if that is basically your entire life pool, because your normal life is reduced by 75%, in order to survive anything, you need to have something like at least 90% damage reduction, or 95. Yeah, so I think it's going to be something like 95% damage reduction or more. It has to be something like that, else you don't live. Okay. We can put it here, I guess. Say like... Barbarian. Wow. Dude, I really hate that they're changing the fucking like main stat values of every class, man. Why can't it just be like a very nice and smooth, you know, 10 stat is 1%, you know what you got. Now we always have to do these like weird fucking calculations. Okay, kick. Width of the hitbox has been doubled. That was actually pretty good. Power kick, reverted fury cap, leap, adjusted attack speed scaling. I hope they lowered it, because it was just way too fast. I guess that's probably what they did. They need to make leap something like, I don't know, maybe it gets like 30% of your attack speed or something like that, not 100%. Else it just feels bad. Enhanced Hammer of the Ancients. Now increases maximum fury up to 100. Wait, what? How does that thing work exactly? Gain 3% more fury for 5 seconds. So now you get maximum fury. That seems actually very nice. But it might also break some other combos where you kind of care about that resource generation. Anger management. My buff 50 fury deal 30% increased damage and gain berserking. Aha. That is a pretty neat buff actually. A lot of builds actually like this thing. Especially if they don't do Wrath of the Berserker. I think that's worth mentioning actually. Where's my... Shorter cooldown for the last warrior skill you use before renaming all of them now scales based on attack speed. This is the new unique. Okay, I guess that was probably some weird gap, but I didn't actually really try it. So I guess it's gonna be smoother. Fields of Crimson. Blood Pool bonus damage no longer only applies to the casting player. Now that is actually something. Holy shit, wait a minute. Support Barb login. That's a lot of damage actually. I think it's 70%. Yeah, it's 70%. That's actually insane. Okay, Paragon. Yeah, here they're actually doing exactly what I expected. They're buffing out all the Paragon nodes. There were so many shitty Paragon nodes. Yeah, so this plus this depends on the build, I guess. But we're already talking about like 50% for like every build or something. Undaunted Glyph as well. Tempering affix remove damage while Warcry is active. Interesting. Arsenal Finesse no longer available. This one is Arsenal Finesse. Damage of two-handed bludgeoning, etc. Yeah, okay, I mean, this is kind of trash. So they're slowly cutting the tempers a little bit, which is good. I think we have way too many temper recipes. They're all the same shit anyway. And this as well, okay. What is Resilience? It's a debuff that makes... It effectively adds like a cap to your DPS. So it's so that the world bosses live for a while and don't just fall over. Basically, the more people are present, the faster the boss dies, and not how much damage you deal matters. And it also breaks a bunch of blockade effects, which is very fun. Still one temper, yeah. Okay, Grizzy Rage. Cooldown 35, duration 12, damage reduction. Cooldown reduced by 10. Oh, okay, so the cooldown is actually only 25. Okay, that's actually kind of big, yeah. So if you have like Flicker Step, or if you use Calm Before the Storm, you can actually get it back really fast. Do it. Grizzy Rage. Off cooldown. I guess the armor versus the R kind of like checks out. +2 is sick. Duration. Okay, passives. Earth and Might. Items, Rampaging Webbeast. Critical strikes via Inquisitor increase the damage by 3% for 60 seconds up to 120. That is nice. So it now lasts outside of Grizzy Rage. Aspect of the Rabid Beast. Now deal 80% more poison damage while Shapeshifter direct damage is converted into poison damage. Okay. Pretty big. Rabid Beast, big buff. That's the nerf. Yeah, you no longer have the passive rabies spread. So you have to get that somehow. But there are ways to get poison. For example, there's also the boon, right? Overload, but it's only for storm skills. So storm skills have it pretty easy. The bear build, I mean, Wolf has its poison. And then Wolf, yeah, it will depend a little bit. But you usually have the Toxic Claws for that, no? Is that still a thing? That's not a thing anymore. So yeah, for Wolf builds especially, you have to like think about it a little bit. And then for the stuff like Boulder, I guess you might also have to try. But I generally like the redesign of these two aspects. I think these are good redesigns. This is cool. I want a lot more stuff like this, actually. And I like that this now also works like Grizzy Rage. But it is also a nerf, right? It's 120. Wait, did this actually go to 200? I thought it was 100. This is a 200 aspect here, I guess. Yeah. No, wait. This usually doesn't go up. It's the timer that goes up. And the timer also does no longer exist. Okay. Primordial Binding got absolutely nuked. Okay, we'll see. I'm going from top to bottom here, guys. Consume Stepwalkers. Okay, power. Damaging hard enemies. Current max movement speed unhindered for 8 seconds. Enemies you run through are immobilized for 1 second. Okay, that is definitely an upgrade. I wouldn't really call it good, but it is an upgrade. I mean, the main thing is still, like, it has cooldown, so it makes Cataclysm much more chill to set up, right? It's like Cataclysm Druid is gonna be, like, very nice to progress with now, I think. And Boulder as well, I guess. So that's maybe the main reason why you want to use these boots. Movement speed replaced with 1 to 2 ranks to Endless Tempest. Okay. There's also for like Hurricane duration and Cataclysm duration. Yeah, I think it's basically just like an item to make the early game easier on Cataclysm and Boulder, basically. Maybe we'll even run them later. Paragon, Earth and Devastation. Earth skills deal 70% increased crit damage. Oh, you don't have to like stack the crowd control anymore. Constricting Tendrils. Deal 40% increased damage to poisoned. 40% chance to poison 1000 damage. I mean, okay, this is kind of minor. 70% though. Number go up. Of all things, why did they buff the Earth skills? I feel like they were already by far the best on the Druid. Weird. They removed Digitigrade Gate from Druid Motion. Wait, does Druid Motion only have 2 options now? Yes. It's the only temper manual now that has 2 options. There's only movement speed and trample now. That's funny. What the fuck? That's very weird. You choose our temper? Clear, it doesn't matter anymore. But it is funny, I think. Because movement speed already exists on the regular one, right? Move fast on 2 feet or move fast on 4 feet. Yo, Excalpius. Thanks for the prime, by the way. Hey, Heatsmark, by the way. It's like a big question. I find it hard to get going in endgame, T90 plus and so on. I mean, you should read our guides. We have like multiple progression steps in all of our endgame guides and so on. And then you can kind of see, okay, what do you need to then move on to the next step and so on. Okay, well, I did not actually do what I expected them to do. I mean, I really like what I did with Grizzly Rage. I think the Grizzly Rage stuff seems like it's going in the right direction, with Ravaging Werebeast now actually being an aspect that works, no matter what. And Rabid Beast is also a kind of nice aspect, I think. And Grizzly Rage is like kind of this burst cooldown. This is like kind of like how I imagine this could work. So it seems nice, actually. It does have a much shorter duration now. It has 25 seconds cooldown. And then 12 seconds uptime. And I guess there's some cooldown reduction. I mean, do you usually have cooldown reduction? I guess you can temper 1 or 2 cooldown reduction tempers. So you have like maybe like a 15-second cooldown or 18-second cooldown or so before Calm Before the Storm. So I guess realistically, you're gonna have like a Grizzly Rage uptime of something like 50 to 80%, depending on if you go like all in on cooldown or flicker step or something. Okay. How much does Grizzly Rage actually add in terms of damage? 60% bonus damage, that's quite a lot. And Petrify is 30 or 50. Grizzly Rage is still pretty good, I think. You never tempering cooldown and flickers exist. Yeah, but then you have to wear flicker step, I guess. But it's probably fine. Basically, you can skip like 1 or 2 cooldown tempers and just do like 1 more evade on the boss or something. And outside of boss fights, yeah, it's probably not even an extra evade. It's just like 2 evades and you're done. Right? Okay. Interesting. Okay, Necro, let's see. Iron Golem attack speed increased by 25%. I think that does not matter, right? Bones burned, reverted essence cap. Okay, the question is there any essence cap still, or like any resource cap still in the game? So we have to check that later if like all of them were removed or if something stayed. But for now, it's gonna assume all of them are removed. Oh, Hellbent Commander, remove the requirement for controlling 7 or more minions. That is actually a gigantic buff to golems. Rathma's Vigor. Time for overpower reduced. I don't think this is really doing enough. Aspect of Shielding Storm. Be reduced from 1.8 to 1.3. Sanguivore. Consuming Corpse now contributes 3 souls to Empiric Curse up from 1. Damage bonus increased. Yeah, that seems like it's not gonna do anything at all, right? This item is so shit. Where is it? Chance for Army of the Dead to deal double damage. Okay, log out. Kuros Embrace. That's a little bit at least. But I don't think this is enough. The main reason you usually do this is because of this here. And then you have the passive, which is nice. You have the Bloodthirst ranks, which is nice. Like, this effect is like jack shit. So... Mutilator Blade, okay. Yeah, blood bills are still really dead, I think. I mean, you can ask Macro, he probably has the exact calculations for this stuff. But I mean, we're talking about like, you know, +1 tier. Maybe if you combine it with this, maybe 2 tiers or some shit. And like the same, like here, not even, honestly, so. And whatever this is. Ring of Mandeln. Bone Golem's combo attack of 2 swings now counts as a single attack for the purpose of Ring of Mandeln rather than 2 separate attacks. So they specifically nerfed Bone Golem because reasons. Mandeln is a pretty noticeable buff though, so I guess like all of the like scaly builds will probably run this. It's like plus 22%. Okay, tempering, weapon attunement, remove this, okay. Yeah, this is all I got here. I mean, big for golem build. That is definitely something. And then like in general, this is like a minion season. Like this entire Necromancer is going to be minion stuff, I guess. Maybe Bone Spirit is still a thing. Blood, pretty dead, I think. Rogue. Damage scaling for 10 points of dexterity. They increased it. So wait a minute, they made a rogue from like 9 slots to 8 slots class, basically. With this main stat scaling. Interesting. How much does this really do? So... on the bar, this was the same thing. So let's say we have 2000 decks. Divided by 10. So you have 200 this. It's like 10%, roughly. A bit less. So like half a pit, yeah. On a barb it will be a bit more, I guess, because barbs usually have a lot of strength. They usually end up with like 2.5 VK or something. Especially if they go like Battle Trance. It's time for a seasonal blade dance above. Destiny is in 20 minutes, guys. Improved flurry, healing reduced. Okay, that's fine. Siphoning strikes, healing reduced. Okay. Trick shot. That is, yeah, whatever. There is actually Blade Dancer buff. Okay, a bunch of small buffs basically. Reverted energy cap from PTR. Chance to deal triple damage. 100%. Holy Wind Force login. Scoundrel's Kiss. Death Mask, 130%. Okay. Remove ranks with Stutter Step. Rogue Persistence. Wait, which one is that? Is that the extra maximum life thing? Yeah, that's the maximum life. Potion grants max res and second way. Oh shit! Oh shit! Uh-oh. That is actually the same fucking recipe. Oh 07 actually. That is a pretty big nerf. But there is hope for combo points and stuff now, I guess. Second wind, temper, gone. Yeah, that is a pretty huge thing. I mean, you still have either 3 or 4 ranks, so it's like 45 or 60% barrier. But you will feel it for sure. Usually always go for 1 second wind temper to get to 100% barrier. Rogue is the class of true hardcore gamers. Yeah. I mean, you still have Dark Shroud, I guess. Cope. Zork, I'd say. We heard the feedback from PTR loud and clear and decided to revisit the suite of teleport changes for the start of the season. We decided to keep the overall changes to teleport enchantment, but we wanted to give more of the cooldown reduction power lost there and put it back into itemization. Should have a clearer choice to invest using item slots or temporarily get a fully reset teleport, while also maintaining a middle ground level of investment that gives you a low cooldown option. Okay, let's see it. Adjust the description to specify that it invokes teleport and doesn't cast it. Okay. Skills. Shimmering teleport. You gain 25% all rest of 3 seconds after teleporting. That's kind of neat. Is that the upgrade that currently says cooldown, damage reduction? Yeah, this used to be the damage reduction one, so now it gives you a shitty version of that, basically. Cool. Potent warding. Casting skill grants all res and res to that element. Okay, energy focus. Nerfed. Protection. Oh my god. Oof. Warmth. Oof. Okay. I think that's like a general thing that we see here. Reverted the mana cap. Teleport's cooldown reduction increased from 2.5 to 4.5 seconds. Okay. Teleport nerfs slightly undone. Mounting conduit. It's 4.5 sec CD. Aspect of biting cold. Raw skills deal first increased damage and a 40% chance to apply vulnerable for 4 seconds. Is that actually an offensive aspect? Biting cold? I think so, right? Yeah, that was like fucking outdated as fuck. Okay, so at least I did something there. I mean, that is not terrible, but you already have vulnerable on all of these cold skills now. I mean, Frozen Orb has it. Guaranteed, actually. Unless you do this. Yeah, I generally go Greater Ice Shards and don't go this, I guess. Okay, it might not be a bad aspect, actually. If you can't really get the roll on your gear. Honestly, I think it might not be such a bad idea to remove the chance to make enemies vulnerable. Or maybe put it as like a pretty high opportunity cost in some slots. Like if they actually make like some more interesting like weapon affixes and you can only put it on the weapons or maybe on an amulet or something. I think for an amulet slot this is okay. But you know, putting it on a random ring where you don't really have anything else to put anyway. Wudijo Protocol is your top song 2025 on Spotify. Nice. Which class is still playable? Last time I checked, there's 6 of them. You want a fast Sumi build that's easy to gear in Season 11. Evade. Crackle Sork, maybe? Okay, biting cold aspect. Not bad. Unique items, Oculus. Okay, if their solution to teleport is fucking Oculus again. Each enemy hit by teleport increases damage by 15% and reduces the cooldown by 0.5 seconds on the next cast. Becoming injured with teleport to a random location. So wait a minute, they actually nerfed the damage of teleport. right? Because previously I had like this stack of galvanization, and I think I went to like 10 stacks or some shit. So now this thing is actually not gonna do any damage at all. Not that it was doing anything before. But it's like more consistent, but you have to hit enemies with the teleport. Like that is just kind of clunky. Okay, Raiment of the Infinite. Ranks the elemental attunement replace with all resistance. Ranks for shocking impact replace with 40% teleport CDR. Okay, now we're talking actually. Teleport pulls close enemies to you and grants 30% damage reduction. Okay. 40% teleport CDR is pretty legit. Diablo 4 Blizzard upcoming. What is this? Starts December 11th, 8:30 p.m. PT. There we have it, guys. 8 days, 9 hours, 40 minutes. So in 40 minutes it's 9:30. And then 9 hours, sorry, 8 hours after that. 9 hours after that. It's gonna be 6:30 a.m. on Friday the 12th of December. For me. Anyone logging in? 30 minutes after the Game Awards ends. Very sus. It's funny, people say skipping D4, skipping PoE. Upgrade Battle Pass, guys. This page actually looks... This really reminds me of like the PoE page, right? Where you have like this league overview. I think they took some inspiration there, which is good. Eden is going to be playing both at the same time. Yeah. The wonders of modern technology. Yes, woo. Early birds log in. Thanks, Armos. Will the expansion be announced next week? I mean, it is certainly looking like that, if you ask me. This definitely looks like a Game Awards announcement angle here. I mean, that's really the only reason why they would do this, right? Imagine you think China stars will carry them. I mean, China, it's gonna be a huge launch in China for sure, right? They've been like prepping for this for like months and stuff. And the date was known as like the 12th of December. And I think it's even gonna be like at noon Beijing time or so. It's like 12, 12, 12 or something, someone told me. So, you know, they like doing that shit. 6/6/26 release date. Yeah, I think that's also what I'm gonna see. We're gonna see expansion 2, 6th of June 2026. 100%. 5:30 a.m. is wild for a season start. Yeah, I think this is probably like a special case. I think realistically, in the future, we might go back to the Tuesday releases, or they will just do like normal times again, basically, right? Why are we overlapping with PoE? Are we bold now? I mean, to be fair, this was already locked in for months, right? So, this, you know, they've probably been prepping for this shit for like half a year or something. Yeah, I think it's more like PoE 2 decided to, hey, we wanted to start early December, but what if we go 1 week later? And they did. Typical PoE move, I guess. No one will play this in the morning. I mean, usually it starts for US in the morning, and now it starts for EU in the morning. It is what it is, I guess. Right, there's always going to be some part of the world that is fucked with this because they don't have D3 style launches where we have different regions. Like the other option is, okay, do like D3 and you have separate servers and you can't play with your friends on the other continent. Or trade even. It doesn't start at 5 AM. Yeah, 5 AM is kind of early for sure. Abolish time zones. I agree, man. Just give everyone the same time zone. And then everyone can start at the same time. 2 game competes, meanwhile LA going full palm Christmas holidays. Oof. You can only play after like 10 hours. Yeah, but I mean, come on. It is what it is, right? But at least it's closer to the weekend. I think that should probably be better for most people because it's closer to the weekend. Because then you can, okay, you miss like maybe day 1 or something and then you log in the evening. And then next day, actually for EU, same day, the weekend starts. Right? And then you blast the weekend. Instead of, okay, it's like Tuesday and you have like 3 more days to go. You got an exam at that time. I come home from the exam and blast. Job is already happening. Oh, nice. None of the classes other than Barb look good. What? Is that the conclusion? Okay. Raymond Giga buff. So let's continue with this, yeah. We have 3 minutes left. I guess we're gonna do the rest later. Frost finesse added frost crit chance. All right. Is Necronaut kind of insane? I mean, I haven't seen the patch notes for Spiritborn yet. We can check real quick because it's right here. Reverted Vigor Cap. Okay. Okay. Gain life on hit while you have at least 4 stacks of Ferocity. Okay. Potent. interesting. Okay, there's no significant nerfs for Spiritborn. In fact, that is a buff here. And this could also be called a buff. So Spiritborn is the best class right now. By a noticeable margin. But there was also no nerf for Crackling Energy the way it seems right now. So I think Crackling Energy is the best build and Spiritborn is the best class. And Necro is like the second best class. That's what it looks like right now. But I mean, there might be some stuff with Selig. So we'll see, I guess. Okay. Does Spiritborn have a good trash gear build to combine with E-Sock for 4-man? Balazan, I guess? Balazan is usually the build that has like gigantic AoE and 0 single target. So you could potentially look at a combo like that for 4-man. How strong will Druid be? I mean, Druid is looking a bit better than a PTR, but realistically it's just the bear builds that are kind of okay. And I think the Wolf builds are just fucking dead. By dodge chance, change the dexterity, I mean plus 100% dexterity so that it's now playable. Rogue disparage. I mean, with the we're gonna see about the masterwork changes. I have not seen anything about masterwork changes yet. You're gonna see that now. That might make Death Trap really good again. It's gonna be Joe Shaley's big return. Let's go, maybe. Okay. Here we go.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our
And that's a lot of people.
developer update stream, where we'll be diving into everything coming with Season of Divine Intervention,
Sound okay?
which is arriving on December 11th,
Gonna up
rolling
it.
out around 8:30 p.m. We've got a big show for you today. I'm joined by some very familiar faces, some new ones, but some familiar ones, to take you through everyone here. First off, we've got Miss Aislinn Hall. Welcome back to the stream.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm Aislinn. I typically work on seasons. I'm on the final design team as a
Yeah,
systems
did plus
designer.
12 decibel.
And hi, my name is Owen Leach. I am the lead encounter designer, and I'm also the seasons lead for Season of Divine Intervention.
Hey, I'm Art Peshkov. I'm the lead systems designer.
Hi, I'm Charles Dunn. I'm a class designer working on the final design team.
Hello, I'm Zaban Hartunian. I'm an associate game director on Diablo 4.
And a PSA for everyone at home. We have cut the AC in here, and there's a lot of us, so it is going to get steamy. I think Owen and I will be regretting our holiday sweater choices pretty soon. But yeah, for all of you watching at home, we do have a Twitch drop for this stream.
Thanks, Viddy.
Be sure to link your account and watch any eligible channel, and you'll get the Unhilted Striker one-handed sword cosmetic. So you can watch for 30 minutes. It should be live by now. So yeah, check it out in any eligible channel. So we've got a ton to cover for this stream for Season of Divine Intervention. We had the PTR back in October, which feels like ages ago, but we got a ton of feedback. Thank you all for jumping in. Right now, we're just about to wrap up Season of Infernal Chaos. If you haven't gotten Pandora from the season journey, be sure to complete those objectives. Throughout the stream, we're going to get into PTR learnings. We're going to look at the changes coming with masterworking and itemization. And then towards the end of the stream, we are going to jump into Q&A. So get your questions ready. We will have members of the community team grabbing those throughout the stream. And then right at the end, we will jump into Q&A. But before we do that, we do have an excellent asset prep for you guys we can check out that goes through everything coming with Season of Divine Intervention. So we'll take a look.
Welcome, everyone, to our Season of Divine Intervention Developer Update. I'm Art Peshkov, and today I'm excited to share some updates coming to Diablo 4. Let's dive right in, starting with itemization. Tempering and masterworking are getting a big overhaul. We've refocused these systems on what matters most: customization and prestige. From now on, there will be no more random rolls. You will now be able to select the specific temper you want. While these tempered affixes have various ranges on them, there is now a chance for the applied affix to be a greater affix. While items can now only have one tempered affix, as opposed to two, we're increasing the number of base affixes found on non-unique items from 3 to 4. Lastly, tempering charges can be restored indefinitely. Masterworking now improves the overall quality of your item, giving a direct bonus to its affixes as well as base damage, armor, or resistance. You can masterwork your items up to a maximum quality threshold of 25. And here's the best part. Once you hit that max quality, you get one final roll for a capstone bonus. This capstone bonus masterworks an affix, which boosts its value by 50%. This boost stacks with the greater affix bonus and the effects of quality. You'll be able to re-roll that masterworked affix without losing your hard-earned masterworking quality. These changes are designed to give you more control, more excitement, and more opportunities to build your perfect character. In an effort to better equalize effective health across classes and builds, we're making several changes to the way effective health interacts with damage reduction and how those individual stats are calculated. Our goal is to streamline player defenses while properly testing them as you climb through difficulty tiers, putting more emphasis on gearing your builds towards survivability. Potions are now more impactful and tactical than ever. First up, your base potion capacity is now set to 4, no matter your previous renown progress. Everyone starts with 4 potions. And here's the real game changer. Potion healing is now instant and percentage based. Whenever you use a potion, you'll heal for 35% of your total health immediately. But that's not all. In addition to the potions you pick up, you'll slowly regenerate a potion every 30 seconds. So even in the heat of battle, you'll have a steady supply coming your way. To balance things out, we're bringing back life on hit as a potential affix. We've also boosted the values for life regeneration, life on kill, and healing percent. These stats are now easier to find and more powerful than before. And finally, healing potion upgrades are gone. Since potions now heal a portion of your overall health, upgrades just aren't needed. These changes are designed to make every potion use count, giving you more ways to stay alive and thrive in Sanctuary. To work in tandem with the updates to healing and potions, Fortify is shifting from a type of damage reduction to something much more dynamic. An additional reservoir of life that's drained to heal you over time. Here's how it works. Whenever you gain Fortify, it will now stack up to your maximum life. And when you're below your maximum life, you'll heal for a percentage of your maximum life per second, in exchange for an equal amount of Fortify. This redesign is all about giving you more ways to survive the tough battles and strategize your defenses as you climb through the difficulty tiers.
Get ready to fight tougher, smarter elites as you fight your way through Sanctuary. Monsters will now react and adapt to combat, driven by their expressed desire to end your life. Each monster has its own clear role and identity when fighting, so you'll notice their behavior is no longer predictable. They'll be more dynamic in how they respond to you in battle. Expect your defenses to be tested. These intelligent packs will deal damage more regularly, and you'll need to stay sharp. Monster affixes are now more powerful, making them a priority to deal with before moving on to other enemies. Monster packs will also group up less, making them harder to take out in one fell swoop. Their tactics have improved, and so yours should too. And for those seeking a challenge, Champion enemy rarity has been reworked to form champion packs. Get ready to face a whole new level of challenge in Sanctuary. First up, we've added over 20 new monster affixes for you to learn and conquer. That means every elite encounter will feel fresh and challenging. But that's not all. Elites now spawn with minions that inherit some of their affixes, making each battle even more dynamic and unpredictable. We've also taken a close look at enemy affixes overall, making them more engaging, reducing overlap in their design, and improving visual clarity so you can better strategize in the heat of combat. In the seasonal realm, hellish activities are now under siege by the baleful lesser evils, each bringing their own brand of malice. Duriel dominates Helltide. Belial rules the Pit. And Dariel commands the Kurast Undercity. Meanwhile, Azmodan stalks across Sanctuary, appearing as the first new world boss in multiple locations. But that's not all. Just south of Zarbinzet, you'll find 3 summoning altars where Azmodan can be called forth at will. Each altar invokes Azmodan with powers borrowed from one of the other 3 lesser evils. And as you battle these enemies, defeating them with their respective purified or corrupted gifts will grant you divine favor. This divine favor levels up your divine gifts and helps you progress through the seasonal reputation board. This season, the angel Hadriel has returned to Sanctuary, bringing rare boons to aid you in the fight against the newly returned lesser evils. Hadriel shares a fraction of the power of the high heavens, and these blessings manifest as divine gifts, offering you both great rewards and exciting opportunities. Each divine gift has 3 components: a reward, a corrupted gift, and a purified gift. Within your inventory's divine gifts panel, you can slot these gifts in 2 ways. Place them in the interior slot to activate the purified gift. Place them in the exterior slot to activate the corrupted gift. When slotted, your divine gift will trigger its reward bonus, increasing the benefits for that specific gift. Corrupted gifts make related activities more challenging, but still grant the reward bonus. Purified gifts, on the other hand, remove the negative effect, add a positive effect, and double the reward gained. Corrupted gift slots are unlocked automatically. To unlock purified gift slots, progress through the seasonal reputation board.
Sanctification is your chance to channel the power of the angels and infuse it directly into your items. When you sanctify an item, here's what can happen. Your item gains
didn't show the
bonus
legendary
quality.
affix.
Replace an existing affix with a random sanctified affix. An existing affix could be upgraded into a powerful greater affix. Add a bonus affix from a special pool of sanctified affixes. Gain a bonus legendary power. Once you sanctify an item, it becomes unmodifiable. That's the final step in your item's journey, so make it count.
We're introducing Season Rank as an update to our previous player progression system, Season Journey. This update introduces a change to how players progress through seasons, with a slew of new challenges ahead. Let's talk first about tiers. Each tier now requires you to complete a challenge, usually a capstone dungeon, before you can move up to the next rank. If you're up for it, you don't have to wait for the recommended level or difficulty. This means you can now enter Torment before max level, if you can beat max level challenges early. So, if you're feeling brave, you can take on these capstone dungeons early and push your limits. Some of the notable rewards, alongside skill points and Paragon points, will be gaining access to Pit and Tower after beating Capstone 2, gaining access to seasonal laurels at rank 3, receiving the seasonal pet after Capstone 5, access to gilded laurels at rank 7. Let's talk about Capstone Dungeons, because they're back and ready to test your progress as you climb through the difficulty tiers. These dungeons are designed to challenge you at every step of your journey. And here's something important to remember. Even though each Capstone Dungeon lists a suggested level, their difficulty doesn't scale with your current level. So plan your approach carefully. Here's a look into the journey ahead. Within the seasonal realm, you can earn additional benefits tied to your player progress through the new Season Rank system. completing various challenges within each rank will unlock specific benefits. And when you finish an entire rank, you'll earn powerful bonuses. Season rank rewards additional skill points at ranks 1 through 3, and Paragon points at ranks 3 through 6. With these changes, your renown will only stand permanently in the Eternal Realm. And don't forget, the potion capacity changes also affect the Eternal Realm. And for those exploring Sanctuary, Altars of Lilith and Tenets of Akarat will continue to grant some experience and minor rewards, but not permanent stats or power.
And now for our class updates. A fan-favorite Chaos perk for Sorceress from the Season of Infernal Chaos, Mana Shield, has inspired a redesign to the mythic unique Melted Heart of Selig. Now, all classes will be able to access a massively increased resource pool that also functions as your life total. Sorceress's new unique weapon, Orsavane, grants you great power, but only if you build your character like a glass cannon and avoid using defensive skills. For each defensive skill you are not using, you gain increased damage and access to its associated enchantment effect. What is better than one golem? How about 3 slightly smaller golems instead? Necromancer's new unique mace, Gravebloom, grows your golem army. And should one golem fall, it comes back even faster. Whether using Gravebloom or not, casting your golem's active skill will now command your other minions to focus their attacks on your new target. This season, rogues are doing a Dance of Death, or rather, a Dance of Knives with Death's Pavane. These unique pants cause your Dance of Knives to drop knives from enemies hit,
I expected
and
a big
picking
buff
them
for this
up
thing.
further empowers your Dance of Knives. Additionally, Shadow Clone's targeting logic has been updated, and will now target the same enemy that you initially targeted with your skill. This dramatically improves Shadow Clone's consistency when using skills that require precise aiming, like Penetrating Shot and Rapid Fire. Druid's new unique boots, Kamsin Stepwalkers, is one of the most potent mobility items in the game. Build up charge with your nature magic skills, and at max stacks, you gain the maximum possible movement speed and unhindered, and you immobilize enemies you pass through. With the rework to the Bad Omen passive, you will also be constantly zapping all the enemies along the way.
There's no buffing kind of for this thing.
Barbarians love a good brawl, but Chain Scourged Mail changes everything you know about brawling. Casting a brawling skill will disable it afterwards, and once you have cast every brawling skill on your bar, they are all re-enabled with their cooldowns refreshed. The more skills you chain together in your brawling combo, the bigger the damage boost. Spiritborn are always on the move, and with Path of the Emissary, the more you move, the more you attack. These unique boots constantly unleash core skills from your primary Spirit Hall as you traverse the battlefield. Want to do even more damage while moving? Rushing Claw has received a massive buff as well. Combine these to absolutely shred the monsters of Sanctuary.
A new challenge is coming to Sanctuary, one designed to test the mettle of the most battle-hardened warriors. Introducing the Tower. This is a multi-stage, timed dungeon built for the elite. While the pit pushes you to your limits in the depths, the Tower rises to match you against others who think themselves worthy. We're launching the Tower as a brand new game mode, and this is just the beginning. We plan to update the Tower through multiple seasons, and your feedback will help shape its future. The Tower was built with our new monster combat changes in mind. You'll need to master the latest enemy tactics to gain the upper hand and climb to the top. You'll unlock the tower through the obelisk in Karagar. Here's how it works. Fight through multiple floors, each with randomized layouts and monster families. Progress by defeating monsters and collecting orbs. The tougher the monster, the higher their value. During your run, pylons appear as you make progress. You're guaranteed to see 4 pylons in every tower run. The first 3 will appear in a random order, but you'll always get each option at least once. The 4th pylon will be a random repeat of one of the previous 3. Orbs drop from elites, champions, and goblins, so keep an eye out for those high-value targets. With the arrival of the tower, leaderboards are making their triumphant return to Diablo 4. This is where the best of the best will compete for the top spot. After your tower run, you'll see the tower tier you completed and your final time. There will be separate leaderboards for hardcore and normal modes, so everyone has a chance to shine. We have big plans for leaderboards. For now, we're focused on introducing the core functionality, collecting feedback, and planning ahead for future updates. Tower and leaderboards will be enabled later in the season, so stay tuned for updates through our upcoming blogs and notes.
Shit.
These are just a few of the exciting updates coming in the season of Divine Intervention. See you all in Sanctuary.
Whew, okay, that was a lot. There's a ton coming this season. I didn't mention it earlier, but the patch notes for the upcoming season and the blog are now live. So for anything we chat about across the stream, you can go and check those out. Following the stream, we'll have a ton of additional information in there. But if you have any other questions, also don't forget, drop those in Twitch chat because we will be collecting them throughout the stream. But yeah, we got to talk about, we had our PTR back in October. We had a ton of feedback. We're all really excited to get into it. So Owen, the Lesser Evils are back. Hadriel's back. Yeah. Asmodan's here. He's back with all his piercings and whatnot. So
all the piercings.
All the piercings are back.
Two very specific piercings. But no, yeah, we're super excited. The season of Divine Intervention, heaven and hell battling it out. It's really going to be great. So I want to talk a bit about sort of our PTR learnings and sort of what we've changed from PTR to what we're going to release. So there's a lot of little things that we changed, and I encourage you to read those patch notes. So I'll focus mainly on the things that people maybe want to hear the most or that they dislike the most. So going through the different Lesser Evil Invasion activities, we'll start with the pit. So with Belial, some of you folks may have noticed that he likes to monologue, like Syndrome, if y'all, incredible reference, sorry. And he'd have to give his whole death speech before you actually won the pit run. We fixed that. You kill Belial, you'll win the pit run immediately. We did some improvements on the eyeballs that you had to click in the pit. It's very difficult in the pit to click something specifically, especially on controller. So now if you just walk up to one of those eyeballs, it'll pop and you won't have to actually pixel hunt for that thing. We also got feedback on
which means they cannot avoid fighting Belial
He'll
anymore.
pop up and do an attack.
You always get Belial now.
And see some stuff. But that did a knockback and was happening fairly often. We got some pretty strong feedback that maybe that was annoying. So we got rid of the feedback. We had him pop up less. But the pit is fresh. It's awesome. We really encourage you to check it out. We also did a ton of updates to the Undercity. But again, just to focus on the high-level ones of some specific pain points. We reduced the time-stealing effects in the Undercity a lot. Indariel would show up and she would steal a lot of different time. Time with her different attacks. We reduced that a lot. Her Nightmare Dungeon affixes that we sort of imposed upon the Undercity, we reduced those as well, just to make it a little more engaging and less punishing we don't want to make it 10 times more difficult, but it's still really fresh, and Aislin's going to talk about all the awesome changes we made to things like loot for the Undercity and stuff like that. We fixed the bug where we weren't even dropping Undercity tributes, so those will show up and you can use those. I totally encourage you to check it out. And then there's this stupid quirk with the Andariel boss fight that we fixed in PTR where she would be stuck in a phase transition until she played her whole animation. So we fixed that. If you bring her down past the life threshold, you can just nuke her. You're not going to have to sit there and watch her.
She's just dramatic.
Yeah, I was going to say, she's very dramatic. The anguish for our player, right? We updated Helltide. Everybody loved that screen vignette effect. No, I'm just kidding. We took the screen vignette effect off. That was causing some motion sickness stuff. So if that was bothering you, that's gone now. You may have also noticed that the XP globes that maggots were dropping were a little overtuned in the fact that you could gain 40 levels in 2 minutes. So obviously we reduced that to make it more in line with the intended pace of the game. We added new Helltide commanders, a bunch of new enemies, so it'll feel even fresher than it was in PTR. And then lastly, we gave Duriel some more attacks. So if you don't pay attention, he will eat you and he will kill you. So have fun with that.
Nice.
And then the last event, that's Asmodan. So we got such great feedback on Asmodan, and people love seeing him back, and it's the first time that all 4 Lesser Evils are together in a Diablo game, super exciting. And we didn't change too much about that. The only thing we changed was in the How Is Our Overland event. Well, first and foremost, you're not going to gain 40 levels anymore from killing a world boss. Obviously, yeah, it was missed a 0 or something at some point, but all world bosses will reward appropriate level of EXP. So, yeah, sorry for your speed living strats guides that have already been written. We also added resilience to that Hawazar event to prevent just one tapping when he would show up. So you'll get to experience the full world boss fight, as you do with every other world boss event. And then we also updated the lesser evil influences. So if you're not familiar with the Hawazar event, you could interact with shrines from Andariel or Duriel and Belial, and that would affect the Azmodan boss fight. We updated those to be a lot clearer and a lot more obvious as to like what is happening from those and a lot more deadly. So it will matter which one you pick. So really excited to see sort of how you react to the new added twists on the Azmodan world boss. So the other part I want to talk about is Evolved Monster Combat. So we were just sort of blown away by the reception of Evolved Monster Combat. Folks really enjoyed the added challenge, the 20 plus new affixes that we added. But again, there were some pain points, so we wanted to focus on 2 specific areas for improvement, and that is the spikiness as well as the visual clarity. So I'll talk about spikiness first. Spikiness in 2 ways. One, the damage. We looked across the board at all the different new affixes and identified any outliers that were dealing just too much damage or weren't obvious enough in terms of where they're going to hit, things like that, and just standardize that damage so you don't run into a tower run and you're like, well, that guy's got crackling soul, F this, I'm out, right? Like, no, so nothing will be exponentially more punishing than anything else. And we also looked at the spikiness of CC. We heard you loud and clear that maybe there was too much CC, or you didn't, it was happening too often, or you didn't see it coming. So we took a good hard look at all CC that was being applied by our elite affixes. We created some rules that bound how often it can show up or how long it will last, and created standardization across the board. We also just reduced generally how often they appear. And we also focused a lot on the lower level player experience to make sure that from the get-go you're not getting smoked by all these new combat changes. And I'm sure some of the other folks will talk a little bit more.
That was actually a problem.
And then the last part is our visual clarity. There was a lot of feedback that maybe
like
some of the things were
10
harder
to 20 or so, you were absolutely getting
or they were
blasted
killed
even
from things they never
non-difficulty.
saw. So we did a lot. We did a visual pass on all of our affixes. We even updated the visuals on elites and
visual
champions,
was also
so they had a little
problem.
bit of an aura, but now they're going to have like a blue and yellow shimmer to them, so they'll stand out amongst the pack. So we even removed the overhead icons to try to reduce that visual noise. So now when an elite with 5 minions show up, you're not going to have what's 4 times whatever I just said, 6, right? Yeah, 24 different little icons across the board. You'll still see it when you hover your mouse over it, so you'll know what affixes they have, but it'll just feel clearer and crisper, and it'll feel much better. So we're really excited. We appreciate all the feedback from PTR, and we think that combat is in the best spot it's ever been since D4's launch.
I actually remember the first time
chill?
I got to go in and test Evolved Monster Combat. I didn't realize we were actually like making them have like the blue icons and like blue and yellow. And I remember seeing it and I was just like, this is awesome. So I'm super excited for you guys to try it out. If you didn't try it on the PTR, it's gonna be great.
Yeah, and I think too, like with Season of Divine Intervention, there's so many times you're gonna be fighting Belial and Dariel. So like, I know there's a lot of feedback around speeding up those phases, so having those changes in so that now you can skip a few of those phases and just get those fights kind of done more quickly, especially because you're going to be running them so often. It's really nice to see. But yeah, for people, if you haven't played in a few seasons, jumping into this Evolved Monster Combat, it's going to feel really different. I know I heard a designer like a few days ago saying like, hey, we expect players to die. So keep your feedback coming because it should be challenging. But hopefully, yeah, we can strike that right balance. And speaking of players, if you haven't been around for a while, we've got some very exciting changes coming to itemization with this next season. Turns out tempering will no longer be random. You'll be able to select the temper that you want on your item. So Art, I mean, we got a lot of feedback from the PTR. We got changes to masterworking. We've got sanctification coming this season. It's a really exciting time for items.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you all for the feedback. It was really invaluable. We took some pretty big swings with the things that we tried to do in the Season of Divine Intervention. And coming up like on the changes to tempering, really, we were really happy with the kind of how we reframe tempering. Now it's a deterministic way to kind of customize your item. What we noticed is that there was a lack of like excitement and emphasis. So one of the changes that we made in the PTR is that when you temper a ancestral item, you now have a chance for the tempered affix to crit and upgrade into a GA version of that affix, which is something that couldn't happen before, which is really, really cool. kind of going down the line, for masterworking, we have 2 key changes that we wanted to make to the system. The first one is that quality wasn't quite doing a good enough job of kind of being the generally make your item better system. So now, in addition to increasing the base damage, armor, or resistance of your item, quality is also going to increase the affix values of your item. So it generally, your numbers just go up when you quality an item. And we've also increased the threshold of quality to 25.
There's actually a lot of
so
power that brought back with this masterworking now.
The base stat and the affixes on your item just by taking it through the quality phase of masterworking.
So at this point, quality more or less affects almost everything on an item.
Yeah, everything except for like the legendary power or unique power on the item.
Right.
And then the second big change that we wanted to make to masterworking is with the masterworked affix. We call it the capstone. We tried to streamline the system, but we kind of went too far, and there was a little bit too. We took out too much of the optimization and kind of like build expression from the system. So the masterworked affix, the capstone, it can once again stack with greater affixes. It's not mutually exclusive anymore. So you can like really target the specific affix that you want to boost and kind of hyper optimize that. For sanctification, thank you for we were blown away by the feedback. The thing that we noticed pretty consistently is that we just kind of undertuned it, right? Like it's a seasonal itemization feature. The amount of power that it needs to bring it has to be pretty high, and we were just a bit too conservative with where we landed. So we made a couple of changes to sanctification. The first one is that the indestructible outcome is just gone. It's been entirely replaced by a new outcome, and this new outcome adds bonus quality. So if this outcome happens, your item will get 5 to 25 quality added to it as a bonus. This stacks with the quality for masterworking. So there's that. Next up, change affix.
Actually pretty massive.
This was one that we heard a lot of feedback on. So what we've done here is we've made it so that the change affix outcome
So you can have
no
GA,
longer occur on ancestral
Masterwork,
uniques or mythic unique
quality,
items. So don't worry,
sanctification.
your hypothetical Shaco with GA CDR that you are going to hit change affix on, and that can't happen anymore. So, and then lastly,
50 CDR
we
Shaco.
added some more stuff to the legendary pools in sanctification. First off, there were some things just missing, like there were a bunch of offensive legendaries that were just missing. And second off, I don't want to spoil it, but I added some kind of crazy shit in there, so you guys can find it. And that's it. There's a couple other changes we made to base items to kind of go along with the revised item journey. We realized that players are going to be like going through the crafting flows and sanctifying and going through a lot more items. So we wanted to make it a little bit easier for you to get multi-GA items. So what we've done is we've increased the chance for you to get 2, 3, and 4 GA items when an ancestral item drops. Right? And then lastly, on the itemization space, we wanted to make it a little bit easier for people to hit like critical breakpoints with things like CDR. So we've added some of these affixes onto item slots that they weren't previously available before. That's it for the itemization stuff. One other important thing, kind of topic that I want to hit is toughness. We got a lot of great feedback on toughness, and kind of the thing that we want to make better with toughness is for you to understand like where you need to be at and what is actually happening with your defenses. So we made a couple of changes to really just provide you with more information. First and foremost is we added in toughness to the item comparison. So like when you're comparing 2 pieces of armor, it'll actually tell you like how much your toughness is going to change by a percentage amount. We added a bunch more information to the detailed stats pane for toughness. It'll tell you your effective DR per damage type and stuff like that now. And finally, in the difficulty selection screen, we added some minimum recommended toughness settings per torment tier. So you have like something to shoot for, an idea of where to shoot for, as you enter a new torment tier.
Hell yeah. Yeah, so a lot coming with itemization this season. I'm really excited for sanctification. I feel like a lot of the feedback I was seeing was, even though it hasn't launched yet, is please don't take it out of the game. So not much we can do there, but definitely enjoy it for Season of Divine Intervention, that's for sure. But yeah, really exciting changes, and I'm pumped for the differences to tempering. That's going to be really, really, really nice heading into this next season. Yeah, I love it. Awesome. Okay. So next up, we do have some big changes coming to how we're going to move through the no longer season journey, now season rank, Exile.
Yeah.
How are things changing next season?
Yeah, well, we have 3 broad topics in my section here that I'm going to be talking through. The first is actually just general economy and leveling changes. I want to touch on a few things, so please clap. There's going to be, you're going to be able to teleport directly to the training grounds now, so that's great. Pretty awesome. And that's in addition to adding vendors to the training grounds that we did in PTR, so it's just a lot nicer quality of life. The second is that you're going to unlock all waypoints as long as you pick the appropriate campaign skip. So no more running around, you'll just be able to grab them immediately and, you know, zap wherever you want. And then the other economy and leveling thing we have is we took a big holistic look at Undercity rewards in general. So we found that they didn't feel like super focused when you went into the Undercity, and they also didn't feel like they were giving you appropriate loot at various points in the player journey. So we kind of just buffed the hell out of it. Like in general, like it's a lot better now. If you're low level and you go into the one that gives you experience, it will give you quite a bit more experience. Not, you know, 40 levels Maggot or Asmodan worth, but a good amount. And so I highly recommend you actually run your tributes. Like, they're super worth it now. They give you lots of great stuff. So go in there and try out the Undercity. It's going to be great. And, you know, Dario's going to be in there too.
Yeah, I would encourage really anybody who hasn't played Undercity or gave it a shot one time when Vessel of Hatred launched and haven't played it since. We've changed so much. I mean, talk about all those tributes. We even added new tributes for Dario specifically, and it's going to be way more rewarding. And just mechanically, it's been updated across the board. So if you haven't, and if you don't even know what it is, it's this really awesome time-based mode. I promise it's fun as hell. So definitely check it out.
Do it. But yeah, moving on to season ranks, the new feature we added in the PTR. So we straight up just added 12 more Paragon points to the game that you get from that. So yeah, that's a thing now. They're going to be distributed in large and small clusters throughout the season rank system. It's also available on Eternal Renown as well. And then we also found that we were getting a lot of feedback about, like, oh, hey, the capstone rewards from actually beating a capstone dungeon don't actually feel significant enough for, like, how it feels like it should be. And so we increased the number of skill points you get from capstone dungeons from 1 to 2.
That's good.
So that's a bigger burst now. And the caches you get from them that give you loot are just like way better as well. So highly encourage you to go try out the capstones pretty much as soon as you're capable of doing it, because it's going to be a huge burst of power for your character.
Yeah, you really, really feel it in your progression if you do a capstone early.
Yes, it's a big burst. And then finally, we added all the cosmetic goodies to season ranks that were omitted from PTR. So there's going to be a lot of cool stuff in there, including laurels, which is a new thing in the season rank system. Nifty little laurel wreath that goes on your character's nameplate, so you can show off how good at the game you are. And there's also a golden laurel you can get from beating the last season rank, which is going to be pretty hard this season. It's going to take a lot to beat the last season rank. So for all those people that have been saying, like, oh, I wish there was like more, the game was asking me to do more things because I want to play more Diablo, there are objectives that are asking you to do quite a few things now in the final rank. So there's a lot of content there. Yeah.
That's very exciting.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like with Season of Witchcraft, like seeing everyone flying around with Dorian, like seeing that extra kind of peacock, because now the pet of the year in the season will be rank 5. You beat rank 5.
Yes.
So now I feel like the laurel will be the new chase item to see. Once you're in town, see people walking around with their golden laurels. It'll be pretty cool.
Yeah, it's gonna be great.
And I know like there was a lot of feedback in the PTR regarding how long it takes to defeat a capstone boss. Like I know you can go in, you can challenge the boss at any point. You feel powerful enough, but it's nice to hear that we have like kind of sped up that boss experience to make them a bit faster. Still very challenging, but you can complete them a bit more quickly. Very similar to like Dario and Belial.
Yep. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. You're totally right, Marcus. We wanted to make sure that when you're going through capstones, it's fairly snappy, because it's going to be something that you're going to be doing, you know, season over season. So we don't want you to feel like you're stuck in a capstone dungeon. So they're going to hit you harder, and, you know, really test your build and make sure that you're actually capable of beating them. But you're not going to be stuck in the fights and stuck in the dungeon for too long. We also kind of realized that optional objectives didn't exactly vibe with the concept of capstone dungeons too well. So now it's just, you know, it's just get to the end, do the thing, you're done, you get all your great stuff, and you're out of there. And we also did a pretty neat thematic pass on all the capstone dungeons. There's like new, well, not new tile sets, but like different tile sets in the capstones, and they really evoke the grim, like the grim atmosphere of the Diablo franchise now. So pretty excited for you guys to check it all out. It's going to be great.
Yeah, with the return of capstones, it's something that we had previously in the game, and a lot of them were really iconic and exciting, things like the Cathedral of Light and stuff like that. So getting these to kind of be leveled up and be that same kind of
actually listening to all at once and it changes.
Thematically is really
I mean, all the stuff they
I'm
just
super
said in the
excited
last
for
10
people to
minutes
see it.
was actually exactly
And
stuff
I love the
I
feeling like when you go to
gave
challenge a
feedback on.
capstone dungeon, you're like, okay, I'm shooting the moon here. Like, we're gonna see if this works. Like, I might die. That's fine. But being able to do that at kind of any point and be like, okay, I'm gonna roll the dice. We're gonna gamble here and see how it works out. It's a fun feeling. I liked doing that and dying far too much. So I'm pumped that they're coming back. It's great.
Me too. I love trying to see like how low level, like try to go in as low level as possible. So season over season, I will definitely be like, well, maybe I could do the first one at level 20, and I'll probably be wrong, but we'll see.
Just calling out from Twitch chat, Sare says, I want that sheep sweater. So we've got fans of the sweater in chat. Speaking of the sweaters, Owen, sweat levels, you starting to cut?
It's a little misty.
Yeah, it's starting to brew. No, nothing too bad, but yeah, we're
makeup people in here.
We all came in and we were like, oh, we're all wearing cute sweaters, and then we were like, oh my god, it's gonna get so hot in here.
It's getting good. Yeah, there may or may not be some side bets in the production room as to when we start sweating. So
We're getting 3-on-3 right now.
so we're gonna have to cook on that. Unreal. Thank you for that, Aislinn.
Yeah, of course.
Now, Sir Charles, you're going to turn around a little bit here.
Yeah.
I feel like every season you've always got a ton of feedback to sift through. This PTR was no different. There was a lot of feedback around the Sork teleport changes that people seem to be extremely passionate about, amongst changes to a bunch of other classes. So yeah, curious what's changed from the PTR.
Definitely, yeah. I'll talk about that. The Sork teleport changes was probably one of the biggest points of feedback on class balance and class tuning that we got. Basically, we made some changes testing on PTR that made it a little harder for Sorks to really embrace that full teleport fantasy. And so we've looked at rechanging those around so that you can use the Oculus unique to really unlock this teleport build now. So made some adjustments. We still want you to be able to build into it and build into this like repeated chain teleporting kind of build, but it's going to really be empowered by the Oculus unique. Also on the topic of sorcerers, in the previous season, in Season of Infernal Chaos, we had Chaos perks. And one of the most popular and kind of fan favorite ones there was the Mana Shield Chaos perk, which converted your mana pool as a Sork into your health total. And so we said, hey, this has been really popular, really successful. Let's put it onto a mythic unique, the Melted Heart of Selig, which was already trying to do something similar. But now that we had this alternative version of it that we know was really successful, we decided to move it in there. On the PTR, we tested that out, and of course, there's some wrinkles with that. It goes from being a sorcerer-specific power on Season of Infernal Chaos to now everybody can get it with this mythic unique. And that caused a few problems, to put it lightly. Basically, there's a lot of effects in the game that say, do something for every point of resource you have, or some modification there. And essentially, this would give you thousands and thousands of your resource, whether it be mana or fury or whatever per class. And that was problematic. So on a lot of the cases, we had to implement caps on them. Say, okay, this bonus only affects up to a certain amount of resource. And we have, players did not like that. You guys did not like those caps. They were kind of shoehorned in a lot of different places, really just to make this one unique work. And also we missed a few of them on the PTR. Oops. So some things were a little bit overpowered there. So instead, post PTR, we looked at the Melted Heart of Selig and retuned it a little bit. We still wanted to keep that fantasy of my resource goes up and my resource is my life total now. But we didn't want you to have literally tens of thousands of resource. So instead, it's going to simply double your resource pool. Still a lot of bonus. And then the damage that you're taking is going to be converted at a ratio down to your resource. So it's not going to be a straight 1-to-1 like it was previously, because that's why we needed to give you tens of thousands to kind of make it equivalent to your health pool. Now it'll convert at a ratio. You'll still be very tanky. It'll still convert the damage to your resource as your life total, but it won't be breaking so many other aspects of the game. And of course, we've then removed all of those caps that we had implemented on the PTR across various legendaries and effects across every other class.
As a Sork main, I'm super excited, Oculus, to have teleport.
Yeah.
But also for everyone else who doesn't play Sork, they get to experience some of the cool stuff that we had in last season with the Melted Heart. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Yeah, I feel like you're telling me that if Melted Heart of Selig drops, I should be excited.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot more powerful than it was, in previous seasons. It's still going to be a very tanky item, and you can still unlock some interesting synergies and interactions with that double-sized mana pool because all those effects are uncapped. They were on PTR, they were capped, so now they're all uncapped. So it's still going to be a very powerful unique.
Oh yeah, dude.
Sort of speaking about the Chaos perks and Chaos armor from the previous season, we've definitely heard the feedback, and I felt it myself. Some builds definitely felt like they were kind of lacking because they really relied on some of those perks or armor in the past. I played a whole lot of Spiritborn last season, and I loved having both Rod of Kapaleke and Sepizantek, something you can't really do. Won't be able to do moving forward. I love breaking the game that way. And I think everyone here on the team has heard that feedback, and we really like the way that those systems interacted to kind of allow you to play new and interesting builds. We're going to be taking that feedback and looking for ways to reintegrate these types of effects and these design learnings around the Chaos perks and Chaos armor into future updates. And so, one example was that Melted Heart of Selig update, and we're going to continue to do that moving forward.
I think that's one of the fun reminders of why seasons can be so fun is that we can do these we can do some crazy shit and see what sticks and see what's fun. So it is really cool that Chaos armor did resound so well with players and that it made a ton of fun different build combinations. So and neat that we're looking at it into the future and it's a really cool spot.
Real quick, I also want to chime in of some other learnings from season 12. Season of Infernal Chaos. There we go. It was 10 anyway.
Season 10.
Right, yeah.
Numbers.
What do they mean? Yeah. One of the great things about the Season of Infernal Chaos was there were all these uniques that Charles was talking about. There was multiple avenues to collect those different uniques, and that's something that we wanted to carry through. We found that players didn't always enjoy just sitting in the boss layer, the layer boss game mode and just slaughtering Duriel on loop for 4 hours straight. So we carried that feedback into the Season of Divine Intervention, and we have a lot of different routes to collect these awesome mythics and uniques. And for example, if maybe I really want a unique that only Andariel on the lair boss drops, well, you can go into Undercity and kill Andariel, and she might drop it. And then if she doesn't, she'll drop a Corrupted Essence that you could then pick up and take to the Hawazar Overland event. And if you defeat Azmodan there, you can get another shot by cashing that in. So we want to allow players to sort of choose their own path to the loot that they're looking for. So we're not sort of locking you in any specific activity. And you want those cool uniques, go run the pit and get a bunch of Corrupted Essences from Belial, and Belial's loot pool is everything from the layer bosses, so you can get it that way, right? And it's really up to you to play the game the way you want to play.
Yeah, it's so nice having that variety too, because we've all been there where you start hitting the same boss over and over and over, and then you just start getting burnt out because you're like, God damn it, Duriel, come on. I know, you know what I want. You got to drop it. So having a few different avenues that just kind of keep it fresh and have some different ways to get those uniques is nice. Variety is the spice of life after all.
Indeed.
What else? Oh, please drop the questions in Twitch chat. I'm just going to keep reminding people throughout the stream. We are collecting your questions. Do drop those. And I know, for Charles too, he did touch on definitely the highlights of the class balance changes that we got from PTR. But please do scan through the patch notes. They are 11,000 words, so they won't be hitting in all localizations immediately. We'll have them eventually, but the blog is out in all languages. So for any other nitty-gritty details, you can definitely go check those out there. Another thing we did take a big look at in the PTR this past season was the tower and leaderboards. It was really, really cool to see the arrival of leaderboards in Diablo 4. The tower was a really great experience where players could jump in. We had the chance to get a lot of feedback, do a lot of testing. Zavin, I know you're very busy with all the feedback you had for the players, and tell us a little bit about that.
So yeah, just 11,000 words. That's just for all this other stuff. It's thank you to everyone who's been playing the PTR. For people who didn't check it out, the tower and the leaderboard kind of feature is in the game in the beta format. It's something we haven't really done in the past, but the intention is this is a feature that we want to build with the community. We really want your feedback. It's something that we're committing to developing over a long period of time to put in the effort, to put in the work, but also make sure that it's being done in a very responsible way that is actually doing its job, highlighting the most masterful players of Diablo that we have. It's actually one of our pillars is total Diablo 4 mastery. That is what this mode should be highlighting. So it's not just, you know, kind of the tank and spank kind of stuff that we've seen in the pit historically. We want to add as much depth to the player's decision making here as possible. And some of it is going to be a bit nuanced, and we anticipate it's going to be coming up more and more over time. But it kind of starts with this very stable starting point that we're trying to build with the tower. So again, thank you everyone for checking it out on the PTR. It will not be launching with the Season of Divine Intervention, however. The tower will remain locked. It will be coming back in the new year with patch 252. This is actually kind of just to make sure that we have some stability with the season launch, and then when the tower shows up, it's online and people are kind of ready to tackle it. But I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about some of the learnings that we've got.
Yeah.
You know, this is still a beta, and we haven't really developed a feature like this openly with the community with as much transparency as we're intending to have, I think, ever. So this is going to be a little bit of a different way that we're going to be talking about this, and we're going to be having a lot more kind of information dropping and discussions with the community over time. So look forward to that. But I kind of wanted to also take a little bit of time and just say, we know that the version that we have is kind of rough. That was the intention. We wanted to get eyes on it right away. We wanted to make sure that the version that we're committing to is the one that's right for the game, it's right for the community. So there's a couple big ticket kind of topics that we've seen, and I want to address a few of them. So one is fishing. If anyone ever played Greater Rifts in Diablo 3, yeah, it's a concept that kind of took over that mode a little bit, and it was really hard for us to battle. And I'll be honest, it's very easy for us to kind of, you know, turn off the capability to fish entirely. It's, you know, we just put a lever penalty or something on it, and we don't want to do that. We don't want to get ourselves into a position or get the tower into a position where you are having to play and finish a bad run, right? You messed up, you hit the wrong button, you know, something hit you when you didn't want it to. Whatever it is, we don't want you to feel compelled or required to have to finish the run. So we want to do everything we can to preserve your ability to say, you know what, no, that run's not going well for me. I don't want to finish this. So instead, the kind of idea is we want to remove as much of the severe outliers from the tower as possible. Owen talked a little bit, I think, right, about some of the stuff we were doing on the elite affixes side, but this is something we're looking at for everything. So, you know, there's a couple bosses that were, you know, misbehaving that we're looking at. They'll be taken away and spoken to. And someday they'll come back when they're doing better. But it's also kind of on the environmental side, right? Like the game has a ton of environments, a bunch of tile sets as we call them. And some of them are more conducive to kind of the blaster play and the kind of competitive mode play than others. So we tried a bunch of them out kind of intentionally. And, you know, one of them that we tried out was our cave, just the old reliable standard cave. Yeah, caves suck. They're terrible for this. So they're out. They're out. They're not coming back until we actually solve the underlying issues with how do you make this, because they look beautiful. The art is amazing. Our art teams did a fantastic job, but they're not the right thing for this. So we want to aim at consistency and make sure that the mode is fun and exciting and competitive over just cramming visual variety in it just for its own sake. So some of that stuff we're anticipating is going to help solve the fishing problem. But it's not going to be something we're going to solve in a day. We know it's going to take time, and we're committed to doing the work necessary to get it to that healthy place. So one of the other things is, you know, when we say like total Diablo 4 mastery, it's not just your preparation, you know, getting your gear, your build in order, getting your tempers and stuff like that. It's not just that. It's also kind of the as you play. And a big part of Diablo 4 is you don't actually know exactly what's going to happen at all times. There's a huge degree of randomness and RNG that the best players can just deal with, no matter what. No matter what the game throws at them, they can deal with it. So we want to preserve that as much as possible. And there's other things like navigation in the environment and things like that that are other facets of skill expression for the player. So all this comes down to something as simple as progress orbs. So as you're playing through the tower and you kill elites, or if you're lucky enough to find a goblin, they'll drop orbs as you murder them. And those orbs will drop on the floor, and you need to go and pick them up. And a big part of this is when it drops, your ability to navigate to that space, not get hit by whatever thing the elites are throwing at you or whatever, is again another facet of skill expression in the game. But we do recognize that in some cases, you know, you kill a guy and he drops the orb 7 miles the other direction going backwards, and it just sucks. So there are things that we're trying to do to have them drop a little smarter, to have them drop kind of towards the flow of play and towards the player who did the killing blow. So they still have to pick it up. They still have to deal with kind of the navigation of the world and, you know, all the hazards and stuff that are in play from the elites and stuff like that. But it's not like, oh, I have to backtrack in this dungeon to pick up the orb. This is something we can fine tune. We intend to fine tune as time goes on. But again, it's little things like that that we want to make sure we're listening to you guys, that we are building this mode in service to you guys to have that awesome competitive environment. Which is kind of the last big topic, I guess, is a lot of people noticed, hey, this thing's really similar to the pit. And it's like, yeah, it totally is. And so one of the other kind of pillars that we've got is you know, what we've called only in Diablo 4. So both modes share a lot of DNA with rifts and greater rifts from Diablo 3. And so they're very similar right now. But one of the reasons for that is the pit has been kind of a surrogate competitive mode because we haven't had something like the tower. So going forward, what we're actually looking to do is not just differentiate the pit, from the tower from where the pit is at, but also the pit as well. Both modes, we feel, need to kind of move away from where they are to be the best versions of themselves. Players deserve to have a really awesome endgame grinding mode like the pit, and they deserve to have a really awesome, stable, competitive mode like the tower. And there should be no compromise over which one wins if we're making one mode, right? So fuck it, let's make two. And we'll make one for the people who want to do leaderboard climbing, and we'll make one for the people that want to be grinding the endgame. And both modes could be the best version of themselves, but that's going to take time, right? And so tower is going to start very similar because it's starting at the same foundation. And over time, it'll kind of change, it'll morph, it'll be its own thing, and the pit will suddenly have all this space that's freed up to occupy. It doesn't have to be kind of this pseudo-competitive mode anymore. It can just be whatever it needs to be. It can be as crazy as we want. So exciting, I'm excited. Look forward to more information on that again in the new year, and you know, I hope to see everyone on the leaderboards with 252.
Hell yeah. And other thing to note for the people at home, you will not see patch notes for the tower, although we did make a huge suite of changes following feedback from the PTR, so expect that for patch 252, where we'll give you more updates related to, you know, some feedback we got around like pylons and things of that nature. Boss health, yeah. So no, Zavin, that's fantastic. Like, I know, yeah, we got so much feedback related to how much the pit and the tower do feel very similar. But for the people at home too, check out the blog because we do have a bit of an outline of how we are going to develop this. It's going to be in different stages, so your feedback will be critical as we develop this in tandem with you, just like Zavin said. So please keep giving us your feedback because this will help shape the mode to make something that's competitive and challenging and exciting, and something that you'll enjoy for a long, long time, which is awesome. So yeah, so I hope you've been dropping your questions in chat because we will be heading over to Q&A. So I know we do have, there's a few burning questions that I feel like are on the top of everyone's mind, and we are going to kick it off with one question that we've definitely seen throughout, and that is, will Chaos Armor be coming back?
Yeah, I can start this off, and everyone else can feel free to join in as well. Right? I mean, Season of Infernal Chaos was like definitely one of our most successful seasons in terms of seasonal theme. Chaos Armor, people loved Chaos Armor. Everyone did. Players, devs, everyone loved Chaos Armor. And the Chaos perks as well. They really enabled a lot of interesting builds kind of taken together. And we're definitely committed to like taking those learnings and applying them as we make future updates. I mean, I was talking earlier about the Melted Heart of Selig and how that was inspired by the Mana Shield Chaos perk. And I think everyone on the team here is really passionate about saying, hey, Chaos Armor was a resounding success. Let's take those learnings and apply them to our future updates, right? We have seasonal itemization, you know, with Sanctification, as Art discussed here. And that's our itemization system for the season here of Season of Divine Intervention. And it's definitely, you know, we're looking at the lessons learned from Chaos Armor and thinking about where's the best way to bring back that build crafting, that variety, that chase? How do we best bring that back? Because just saying, oh, Chaos Armor just is now permanently part of the game comes with its own set of problems. And we want to make sure that we take the time to take the best parts of it and incorporate it in the game the right way.
Yeah. Chaos Armor was definitely designed as a seasonal mechanic, the first, right? Like, it was very powerful, and intentionally so, because we knew that it was going to be going away after the season was over. So totally agree, Charles, in the sense that, like, if we just were like, oh, actually it's staying, there would be big problems. And I think we'd all find, oh wait, this isn't just sunshine and rainbows. So there are definitely a lot of really amazing things about it. And, you know, Charles, like you were saying, we all really love it here. So I think you'll see its DNA in the future.
Yeah, Chaos Armor was chaos for sure, and yeah, it definitely meant to be a flash in the pan and not something you'd have to, you know, tune around for seasons and seasons to come. So
yeah, I think Class Team would hate us if we did that.
Yeah, sorry, Merry Christmas. Awesome. Okay, so jumping into some questions from Twitch chat. First up, we've got Mippy. The patch notes say that base monster health is being increased. Does this also mean pit bosses?
Yeah, I can take that. No. Pit boss health is going to remain the same. They operate on different scalars, so it's referring to monsters, just regular monsters, not even elites or champions. They operate on their own thing. So, no, pit boss health will be the same as it always been.
Regular monsters, as in just like, you know, like non-elites, non-bosses, just the little babies.
The trash that y'all mow down.
Yeah.
The trash packs. Awesome. Cool. Never Justice. Cool stuff. Love the new mode. Does it yield any loot though, or just leaderboard focus mode? I believe this is in reference to the tower.
Yeah. So sorry, what was the name?
The name was Never Justice.
Never Justice. All right. Thank you, Never Justice. When it launches with 252, there's not going to be a reward layer or anything like that. Part of this is making sure that if we're going to attach cool stuff to this mode, it better be stable. The community needs to accept it. They need to look at it and say, like, that is a competitive mode that has integrity, that has competitive integrity. And we just want to be really mindful that, again, this is something new that we're doing. We're launching this with a beta tag, that we're not going to be putting ourselves and putting the player in this position where they feel like, oh, I have to cheese this thing, or I found an exploit or whatever. We really are being really careful to make sure we don't endanger all the other cool stuff that we've got in the Season of Divine Intervention with this. That being said, the plan is eventually 2 tracks of rewards. One for people that want to kind of compete against themselves. What is the best I've done in the tower? And then another one for people who are really focused on the leaderboard, right? How far have I risen above others in the leaderboard? And then making sure that both these kinds of groups of players are rewarded for their effort. Functional rewards like items and gear and things like that, currencies, but also cosmetics. And we'll have more detail on this kind of in the coming year, but look forward to it. And again, we really want your feedback on this stuff.
Absolutely. And one other tidbit of info I do want to include is that your access to the tower will be through the season rank system. So I believe it's rank 3 that you need to complete that gives you access to the tower.
I think it's ranked 2.
Rank 2. Okay. So complete rank 2 before early next year, which I'm sure you'll do. But that is another key piece of info. So
one quick thing to add, besides the reward track, just to answer the question at a fundamental level, the monsters inside the tower don't drop loot.
But they do give XP. You're always paid for your time.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited about the personal reward track. I'm looking forward to it because I don't think I'm going to be a Giga gamer and getting to the top ranks, but at least I can get something for climbing. That'll be good.
As a filthy casual myself, it's nice to have stuff for the rest of us. That's for
sweaty.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sweating right now.
See the rest of you on the hardcore board.
The hard
fighting words out of it.
Yeah, seriously.
Durka Utka at Diablo. Is Azmodan in the game forever, or is he just for this season?
Yeah, I can take that one. Azmodan and his 2 nipple rings are here to stay. So
bam, bam.
Both of them?
So, believe it or not, new cosmetic coming soon. No, just kidding. So to be specific about it, Azmodan as the world boss will stay in the rotation moving forward. So all lesser evils will be in the game, and you can kill them all. for all the seasons to come. Specifically, the How Is Our event, where you like interact with the shrines and you trade in the corrupted essences and that sort of stuff. That's seasonal only. But as in world boss will be in Eternal and around forever.
Asmodee and Stan, baby. I love it.
Nice.
Oh, there he is.
Yes.
Oh
He's
my
there.
God. What a cute face.
Yeah.
Oh.
Scroll down. Oh, sorry.
I just want to squish those cheeks.
Iggy_101. As an odd question, there's no odd questions. What happens to new players who play the seasonal realm now? Do they get these skill paragon points through the seasonal rank? But then if they go to Eternal, do they have to do the renown over on Eternal? Okay, interesting.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So they're actually linked. So if you go onto the seasonal realm and you earn your progression in the seasonal realm, you will actually also earn it in the Eternal realm. So like if you get those skill points, if you get those paragon points, it will unlock in the Eternal realm as well. It will not carry over if you get them in the Eternal realm and go to the seasonal realm though. So you still have to re-earn the seasonal stuff.
Hell yeah. Why So Blue Panda Bear? Do the new cosmetic titles, like the final Golden Laurel, one you just mentioned, do they last just during the season, or is it permanent? And is that a character-wide unlock, or is it only for the one that you completed that season rank on?
Yeah, so the Golden Laurels, the Gilded Laurels, those will be seasonal only. So you can show everyone in the world how amazing your seasonal characters are for that season, but you will have to go into a new season and earn the new Gilded Laurels in the new seasons that come. So you're gonna have to grind all over again, be a sweaty nerd. You know, we love that stuff over here. And I believe that it is account-wide. So if you get it on one character, you know, basically your account for that season is gilded, you know, Gilded Laurels at that point. Yeah.
Unreal. All right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna have as F by the time that they introduce the leaderboard
at Diablo,
rewards.
how long after launch will the tower and leaderboards release? For many people, that's the main feature we're interested in. As we mentioned, that'll be hitting early 2026, so we'll have a nice holiday vacation, we'll have a break, and then we'll reset. I know personally, across games I've worked on where things have launched prior to Christmas, it can be good, it can be bad. And I know that leaderboards and the tower is definitely something that will be much better to chew on post-holidays. So, yeah, early January.
Oh man, that kind of sucks, man.
Okay.
I want to blast, you know,
Cody 4
get rank
PM.
1 and then...
Can we reduce teleport enchant cooldown with CDR or evade cooldown reduction?
I don't recall that off the top of my head.
That is a very specific question.
Very specific question. Definitely take a look at the patch notes. This is one of those caught in the 11,000 words of the patch notes. Definitely go and check that out. It'll have all the details in there.
Unreal.
Dope.
Dirk, we already got a question from Dirk. I'm sorry, Dirk. We did answer one of your questions already. Farid, what is meant with the damage drastically reduced in the new Melted Heart of Selig tooltip?
Yeah, so I kind of alluded to it a little bit there. Previous version of Mana Shield, the Chaos perk from the previous season, converted damage at a 1-to-1 ratio. If you used to take 100 damage, that your life would go down by 100. Instead, your mana would go down by 100. Now that's been there's now a conversion ratio where if you would take 100 damage, it doesn't do 100 mana damage. It does a much smaller amount. It does, I don't know the exact number of the conversion off the top of my head as well, but basically it'll do less than that amount. So it functionally provides a damage reduction in a way. And so the goal here is that it is still a very good tanky item. Even though it's only doubling your mana pool, it's not giving you tens of thousands, it'll feel approximately as tanky as you would have been if you had had that much and it was the 1-to-1 conversion.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mythic item, so like the conversion is going to be very powerful for your defense.
Okay. We've been getting a lot of questions in chat, but this one specifically from Anchor Ruin. Why the 2-day delay? Is every next season going to start Thursday instead of the standard Tuesday? We'll let you know when the next season comes out, but for this season, we're just starting on a Thursday. And it's going to be 8:30 p.m. when it starts to roll out. So stay tuned for that. I know it'll be different for us. We'll be up a little bit later, but the nice thing is across the world, it'll be hitting at different times, so maybe it's a nicer time for someone in a different part of the world. So there you go.
I'm going to be up way too late.
Yeah, it's gonna be a late one. It's gonna be a late one. But hey, everything will be smooth and it'll be like night by
I expect it's gonna be like 95 to 97% damage reduction from what I thought. It should be something like that.
This is gonna be
to make
another
it
in the weeds
reasonable.
#1. So this will be a challenge
Thanks
to
for
answer
that,
on
by
the
the way.
fly. Exile, how much resistance and armor rating is needed to be on par with Cap in Season 10? I have no idea how to plan my character with the changes to defense.
I'll take that one. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, we added recommended toughness values to the difficulty selection screen. So like when you're choosing Torment 1, Torment 2, Torment 3, Torment 4, in that tooltip, we'll say, we'll give you a recommended toughness value to shoot for. And that should be a level of defensive mitigation that should make you feel comfortable enough to start playing in that Torment tier. You can think of this as analogous to hitting cap in the previous system, but even if you really remember, like even if you capped armor and resistance in the old system, you could still get one tapped. So I think the new recommended toughness values are actually a little bit more reliable of a way to tell you you must be this tall to be in this difficulty tier than the old capped system.
Yeah.
You must be this tough to jump on this roller coaster. Yeah, I love it. Question from Oh My God, Get Good. Question, great name. Great. Question for devs: how are you going to ensure the leaderboards are fair?
Yeah. So I think when it comes to fairness, we have sort of limited tools with what we have in the game today. I think to get what people are really hoping for. Which is a way to measure players of their own effort against other people. So it's not going to happen in a Season of Divine Intervention, and we don't actually have a specific date to talk about right now, but we have talked about looking at what does a mode like Solo Self-Found look like in Diablo 4. And we're going to have to figure that out. It's not a one-to-one conversion between any other game that's ever done this. In Diablo 4, we have our shared open world as just like a big difference, right? So we have to kind of sort a lot more complex situations, but it is something we're committed to doing. So that will eventually be coming online. And when it does, we think that should go a long way to kind of ensuring that there's a lot of integrity and fairness in the leaderboards. The other part of this is balance, right? Making sure that the various classes, they at least have some degree of parity, and that the results from the tower have some parity, right? There's not just a trash tier run that is possible because you got the worst environments, the worst monsters, the worst pylons, and the worst boss, and things like that. So that's something that's going to be massaged kind of over time. Monsters, we've got our combat up to snuff now, I think, with the latest work done by our wonderful Encounters team. And then classes is kind of this ongoing thing, right? We always have new class powers and things like that we're talking about, and that'll be a moving target. But with everything else, we're hoping that we get a lot of stability, and that should ensure a huge degree of fairness to the leaderboards over time.
Oh yeah. And like we said, it's going to be an iterative mode. We're going to keep tweaking it season over season, so that feedback is critical. And like you said, Davin, those bosses that we had temporarily are going to be in the old cave dungeon, tucked away for a little bit.
Yeah, they get to go together.
Yeah, I think you should hang out over there.
Straight to jail. Yeah. Straight to jail. Straight to cave dungeon. Awesome. Make America Skate Again. Question. From the new season rank feature, will you be able to gather all the skill points, not Paragon, just all the skill points, by the time you're level 60?
Yes, you should be able to. It kind of depends on how quickly you choose to pursue the objectives, but it is theoretically possible. You may, depending on your pace of what objectives you're focusing on, you might get 1 or 2 skill points after you're level 60, but if you're specifically gunning for them, yeah, absolutely.
Unreal. Okay, well, thank you, everyone. That brings us to the end of Q&A. Those are some fantastic questions. Thank you to everyone for being here. Thankfully, I don't know, Owen, it hasn't gotten too hot. It's been okay. It's been okay. Haven't gotten too sweaty. So thank you all for tuning in and watching. For Season of Divine Intervention, we will have a reliquary that will be coming out, which you can go and check out. For everyone who's interested in the new season, our blog and patch notes are live. The patch notes are 1,000 words. The blog is quite long as well, so you've got a lot to read. and catch up on over the next little bit.
Frankly, the patch notes scare me. There's a lot.
They're big. They're big. Control
There's
F
a lot.
won't save you this time. They're substantial. They're very substantial. But yeah, we've got tons hitting with the new season. Like I mentioned, we've got those reliquary rewards that are going to be hitting, and then we've got our new seasonal pet. You can reach rank 5 to earn this lovely, beautiful bird, who I believe his name is Electa. As you can go and grab that from rank 5. We also, for the next season, just a brief overview, we have Sanctification that's going to be specific to Season of Divine Intervention. Hadriel's back with the Divine Gifts. And then we will have those new seasonal ranks and capstone dungeons for you to go out and conquer to get those seasonal rewards. To sum all of that up, we've got this excellent infographic that has all the information you might need. This will live on the blog as well, and we'll have this in all languages. But yeah, take a gander. There's lots to feast on in this upcoming season. It's going to be very exciting going in and playing all the lesser evils. So we're really excited for that. And the day after the season goes live, we will have Twitch drops for you. So watch any eligible channel for 2 hours, and you'll get the Barbute Hacker one-handed cosmetic. Pretty gnarly stuff.
Yeah.
But to reiterate, Season of Divine Intervention goes live on December 11th, and the season's going to start rolling out at 8:30 p.m. So that's when you can go to the season, and that's when it's going out. Don't go anywhere, because after the stream, we will be raiding wudijo. So go shower him with some love, and go have a great time there. And a very important reminder, on December 11th, tune into the Game Awards. Now I'm going to repeat that.
Good reading, guys.
December 11th, tune into the Game Awards. All right? Thank you all for being here. Thanks everyone for tuning in, and we'll see you in Sanctuary for Season of Divine Intervention.
Let's go.
Thanks, y'all.
Yeah. See you guys.
I am a bit sad about the missing Power Man. Like, I was really, like, ready to, lock in. Get rank 1. Man, it would have been really cool. But okay, that's what it is, I guess. Uh-oh. Well, what do you think, chat? Season 11 launches 30 minutes after the Game Awards. Yeah. I think it's very obvious that there is something going on with Game Awards, right? It's literally 30 minutes after. Oh, look, that's me. Oh. Let's close this. Hello, everyone who just joined. We were just watching the Campfire chat along with everyone else. I have a bit of a summary here that I was working on while we were going through the patch notes and were listening. So my plan is to kind of finish going through the patch notes and then have like a little live recording on the TLDR. But yeah, welcome everyone. I'm wudijo, if you don't know me. I usually play a lot of ARPGs, including this one. Yeah, tower delay is a bit sad. Also, thank you to Blizzard, by the way, for the raid. I appreciate that. I think, have they raided me before? I'm not sure. I think this might be the first time, actually. Yeah, we were just discussing the Campfire chat. Where is it? Speak German? Oh god, we have a Speak German redeemed from Chronix. Meine Güte, in dem Moment muss das sein, huh? Okay, keep it easy, guys. You have a lot of new people here. A bit sad. Yeah, man, I wanted to like blast, go, hardcore, try to get rank 1. And now it comes like in January. I mean, okay, I'll log in January and get rank 1, I hope. But, like the season start, okay. We can see it this way, right? This is like the only time that the season will start again where we won't have a leaderboard day 1. So maybe I can live with that. But it is a bit sad, right? Like this was kind of like one of the things to look forward to. But okay. Im Hardkern-Modus, yeah. Anyway, I do have to say though, if the Blizzard folks are still watching, I really liked the trailer for the season. I think that was really well done. I also like this page here with the kind of like season overview. This definitely looks like an upgrade compared to what we have seen in the past. Der Turm verspätet sich. Now the question is, what will we see at the Game Awards, guys? I can look forward to it in January. Yes. I mean, usually I play each Diablo 4 season for, a few weeks at least. But I mean, we're starting 11th, and then it's gonna be like 3 weeks until the end of the month. And then another week until they actually get back to office, and then who knows when exactly the patch will be, right? Let's say like mid-January or so. So we're talking about at least a month. So we'll see how we'll time it. Diablo Immortal 2 at the Game Awards. Oh boy. 100% expansion. Yeah, I have a suspicion we're gonna see expansion. And then it's gonna be the 6th of June, 2026. 3 years anniversary. How hard will hardcore be next season? I mean, on the PTR, I died a lot. I can tell you that. So they did talk about changing some of the lead affixes and making it a bit less spiky and a bit better visual clarity. So I hope that this is gonna pull out a lot of weight. But it was tough. If you played something like Spiritborn especially or so, it was tough on most builds. Easy core is just bad. Okay. Maybe it's that. Maybe I'm just like a washed up gamer now. D4 expansion with Tyrius, Return, and Paladin to restore hype and talk about the game. You know what? I take it. My plans for Diablo and PoE launch. Yeah, my plan is we go hard on D4 for now. I was hoping that I could also use that to do leaderboards at the same time. And then, do PoE later or something. But, either way, we're gonna do like the season start, yeah, and get it ready basically. And we're gonna do a big subathon, so we're planning to do a 24/7 subathon. So stay tuned for that. I'm gonna share the details soon. Is this the biggest ARPG season ever? Not expansion, but season? It is definitely, like, in terms of like game update and game reworks, this is like Vessel of Hatred, but not as an expansion, right? Okay, there's no new campaign, there's no new class, but aside from that, like, let's say the expansion like feature, right? Let's say, if you didn't play Spiritborn, if you don't care about Spiritborn, and there's plenty of people that probably have never touched a class, or maybe did a little bit, then this is basically like a Vessel of Hatred update, right? Subathon coming later in the season. Oof, yeah. Now we're gonna do this with season launch, of course. How much do I know that I cannot yet share? A lot. There is more that I know that I cannot share than what they have shown. Let's say that, maybe. I drink and I know things. Will our Eternal Gear go bad when the... Yeah, I'm not sure what happens with the Eternal Gear. I don't think I've tried it on PTR, and who knows what happens exactly. Oh, it's about to hit like a nice number here, by the way. Look at that. Rogue's back. Yeah, I'm still trying to like understand like what are the class changes. So based on the PTR, Spiritborn was the best class, followed by Necro. But the best overall build was Crackling Energy Sorg. And the other three classes were kind of like relatively down bad, let's say. So Barb, Rogue, Druid all didn't really have much going for them. Now, Barbs have gotten quite some upgrades. but no like fundamental fixes to, you know, like all the core skills just kind of being shit. But they are better. Boom. And yeah, rogues, relatively same story. And then druids, also, like, I expected they would unnerf druid a little bit more. I think druid, all the wolf stuff is going to be down bad. The earth and the bear stuff is going to be okay. And that's probably about it. Pulve is probably still like kind of the build on druid. With a bit of cataclysm there and something like that. And boulder maybe. Yeah, rogue is just kind of like mid, I think. Barb is going to be okay, especially lunge. Maybe the brawling stuff. I mean, they did buff kick a lot. So this brawling stuff, there could be some build there. I don't expect too much on the core skills. Yeah, Sorg basically has one build, and that's it. But I didn't check all the patch notes yet, so I still have to go through some patch notes. We didn't really go all the way down here yet. So there might be more stuff that I have not seen here. There's like a bunch of blue little text and maybe bug fixes. There might also be bug fixes that might be relatively impactful. So I have to still check that out. Thanks for the subs, by the way. Appreciate that. Lucky, Loggy, Goosemaster, JFlow, Agent Cyber, Cabraxas. How long until Maxwell Planner will be updated? The Maxwell Planner is with data mine, so we have to first download the patch and then we can update the planner. But at least the masterworking stuff, we know exactly how it works now, and the tempering stuff, so we can do that already. And that's kind of the main thing, I guess, that we would have to update right now. We have the PTR data, so we can make builds with the new items and whatever. I mean, obviously, I just gave like a very rough estimate of where the classes will land. You know, I would have to like sit down and like, look through all of the planners and like, you know, we're gonna have our Maxwell meeting and I'm gonna learn more from the guys. But yeah, my impression right now is like Spiritborn is gonna be very strong. Necro, all the minion stuff is gonna be very good, I think. There is some Bloodbath, but don't count on that. Maybe Bone Spirit is a thing. But yeah. Bawa. Boiler and Shims. Yeah, Boiler can always cook something up, I think, for Druid, but Druid is not going to have like a lot of diversity, I think. Did they kill Death Tribe Rogue, please? I don't think so. Death Tribe Rogue was pretty down bad with the Masterwork changes, but now Masterworking has improved a lot again. So we see it here actually right now. So first of all, we go to 25 quality now, and on the PTR, Masterworking did not improve the affixes, and now it does. So this is basically like the old blacksmithing, what is that called? Blacksmith upgrades that we had, like, you know, way back at launch, where you had like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and each step was it the same actually? Was it 5% or was it 10% per step? I don't remember. Either way, so now you get 25% to everything. Current Masterworking gives you 45% to everything. PTR Masterworking gives you 0. So it's kind of like a middle ground compared to PTR and Life. Then we have the GA Tempers, which is relatively large, because Tempers are pretty impactful normally. Especially like Ring Tempers with cooldown and stuff like that. Or certain offensive tempers can be really big, or even like the weapon tempers with the extra chance to deal double damage and whatever. That stuff being a GA now, and then you can masterwork it for another 50% is kind of massive. So there will be plenty of builds that will just like straight up hit 100% chance to cast twice from like a GA temper plus a masterwork on it or something. Can confirm if Ava DT will be just fine. Yeah, DT will be fine. DT was mostly dead because masterworking was, you know, not helping it, but now it does, so. Yeah, it's gonna be kind of exciting with the GA tempers. I mean, it will basically mean that every time you get an item that you intend to keep, you will just like temper until it hits the GA. And if the chance is like not abysmal, I guess you can somewhat reliably get it, but you have to farm the scrolls. So that's kind of the thing. And you have a bit of like an exciting progression, right? Where okay, at the start you get a temper, you get the magic recipe, you get the rare recipe, the legendary recipe, and then you can also get the GAs. So I think it's gonna feel good to just sometimes hit like a GA, boom, on temper. Death Trap is so much fun. I hope it's not trash this season. Yeah, Death Trap is usually pretty good. I expect Death Trap to be probably the best rogue build again. And also much easier to build this time compared to the Season 10 Chaos Armor stuff. Yeah, you can GA Temper, and then you can Masterwork Capstone bonus it as well. So the bonuses you will have is 25% from Masterwork itself, GA 50%, so you have 75. And then you have the Capstone Masterwork bonus, which is another 50. So you can have 125% bonus. And then you can Sanctify for another 25 quality bonus, but I guess most of the time this is not the optimal outcome. So usually you probably want like an offensive aspect or something, but it is an option to get even more quality. But yeah, you can get 125% bonus, where currently you can Masterwork 45%. So just going to like a 12 out of 12, right? Live server. You get 45%. And then you have 3 times Masterwork crit. And this is it. So for a temper, you have a maximum bonus of 120. In the future, 125. So it's a little bit more. And for regular stats, it's plus 50. So you can have a GA as well. So regular stats will have a lower ceiling. Tempers will be a slightly higher ceiling. That's basically what happens. So TLDR, if you look at a planner, and you put like any temper now, right, to do like, I don't know, cooldown. Let's say like Inferno cooldown or something. Yeah, shit, we actually can't do this right now, right? We have to do, is this actually? No, I think this is already like reworked, right? We don't have the old planner anymore. Oh no, here, live, okay. There it is. Let me check. 12 out of 12, okay, here, we still have it. Yeah, so look at this right now. You can get 50% Inferno cooldown, and on the PTR, this was not possible at all. So you could not increase this at all, basically. Basically, the maximum you could hit on a PTR was. We don't even have this actually. This would be like. This would be like 6 and this. So this was the maximum possible on the PTR if you G8 the temper. And now you can do something like this, even a little bit more, like 50 something. It's a pretty huge difference on some affixes. And this is also like exactly why, for example, stuff like Death Trap will work again. Because that was a big problem. You didn't get enough cooldown reduction, you didn't get enough resource generation and so on. But now it's possible again. Do you think Rogues getting a higher base for the decks will make them higher contenders? It's like a little bonus, but ultimately not very impactful. Like most endgame builds will be like 10% stronger or something like that. And that is not very much. If you look at, I don't know, top Rogue build clears like a 90, let's say, or whatever on the PTR. And then top Spiritborn build clears 110. That gap is not really gonna shrink from that, This dexterity upgrade that Rogues got, or the Barbs also got the strength upgrade, that's like half a pit tier, maybe, or something like that, on the high end. So it is like a little bit, it goes slightly in the right direction, but you have to combine this with like all the other changes. The season's gonna feel bad and boring after having so much fun with Chaos Armor. I don't think so. I'm actually very excited for it. Like, the thing is that, we have like stuff like, okay, monsters have been updated or something, right? And that is not something super flashy where you think like, hey, we just made the game way harder, enjoy, right? So this is basically what it boils down to. But in the end, the game is a lot better because of something like this, but people don't really get excited for it, I think. But I have played through this, and it did feel a lot better, and the whole gameplay and the combat did feel a lot better. And once people actually play it, I think they will also like it, generally. So it's just kind of hard to advertise this, I guess. But personally, I really had a lot of fun with like just how the flow felt in general, how the combat felt and so on. I pressed buttons before, I will press buttons again. Okay. They removed the only satisfaction and thrill from sanctification, which is changing the ethics. That's a pretty hot take, I guess. I mean, I personally love the idea that you can break your items, but maybe the world is not ready for it. But they did mention that this would be a feature that, you know, they would probably keep sticking around or something, and, you know, as like a permanent feature, a bit more evolved and whatever, then I think it would probably make sense that there is like a chance to break your item and so on. Like the Gamba part is really fun in the item journey, I think. And a chance to destroy the item is just part of it. I think that's okay. But maybe as a seasonal feature, you can say, hey, this is just like pure upside and this is what it is. I think that's fair. It's crystal clear because, yeah, I'm listening, Mr. Igali. Crystal clear. I mean, people are expecting an expansion announcement. They might save breaking for a future diabolic cursing item. Yeah, either way, I think if they bring back sanctification, then it should have the option to break the item. And I mean, you know, by the time that, for example, expansion 2 comes around, and let's say they bring back the feature in expansion 2, the whole like item journey is going to look very different there, most likely. So depending on, you know, how this goes, and, you know, what we're going to do with our items, and there's going to be more crafting. They talked about crafting and so on, and then also having the option to like, basically what we need is like more layers on our items, right? Like, okay, we have like, you know, the item drops, you have 4 affixes, you do a temper, you do a masterwork, and then we need like more stuff that is layered on top. We don't need like just more affixes on each item, but, you know, after this comes that, and after this comes that, and now I can, you know, put even more on top, right? And this is what sanctification does. And if part of that has a chance to destroy the item, I think that's okay. You know, this is like the typical ARPG crafting experience, I think. That at some point the item might just not just get better. Your Barb can't have 30k fury anymore. How's this fair? Yeah, calm down, man. That's what they said. Calm down, Barbs. You have to make do with like 1000 fury. Crafting should be at E level, not PoE level. Yeah, man. Imagine we had like legendary potential. Holy shit. In this game. That would be fun. This season we have the latest player count yet. Trust. I doubt that. Even with the PoE overlap, I think this is going to be a pretty successful season. I should pick you a different class to try. I mean, Spirit Bond is maybe close enough to Druid. There should be one corruption level. Both Chaos Armor and Sanctification together would be a disaster. Yeah, I mean, it depends on what they want to do, right? Like, I was thinking about, for example, Chaos Armors. Like, what could they do, right? And we could maybe make some sort of like one like kind of like Chaos slot. Let's say Amulet. And maybe there's like some super late game crafting, you know, like Resplendent Spark type rarity item that allows you to take any unique and convert it into a Chaos Amulet version of it, or something like that. So that could be cool, I think. So, you know, Amulet is like usually a very competitive slot. You have the 50% extra power on the affix, you have the passives, you know, very powerful slot, right? And it kind of goes to the theme of the amulets that are versatile and can have everything. So this is like how I would implement Chaos Armors as like a permanent feature, for example. You know, you can put even like a unique weapon on your neck or something like that. Could be fun. D4 doesn't have crafting, it has slot machines. Yes. Yeah, you want real crafting at some point, I guess. And they did talk about this in the interview, I think, of Rax. That, you know, like a 0 to hero item journey is something they want to do. So... take a look at the new Chinese WoW servers, 700k players already. Yeah, I think the China launch is going to be huge in Diablo. And this game already has a pretty established Chinese community. You like the look of the Chinese WoW version, so much is different there. I know that usually they change like skeletons to look different, but what else did they change there? They did very well with tempering and masterworking. I'm happy about that. I agree. I think some of the most positive and probably like what I expect to be the most positive received later on is the tempering and the masterworking changes. I think they did a pretty good job there. Is anyone unhappy with those? Rip my sleep schedule to change in season start time. I mean, typically on a season launch, I go live like in the afternoon and then I do like a 30-hour stream until the next evening. And I think I might just slightly delay my start and then we're gonna watch the whole Game Awards thing and then we blast or something, right? So I don't think it's gonna be much different from normal. Let's continue the patch notes. Yeah, we should probably like keep going here. That's right. There's like a bunch of stuff we have to check out. Where were we actually? We were still at the classes. Okay, we finished Sorg earlier and we had Spiritborn. I just briefly checked this earlier to see if there was any big nerfs, which does not seem to be the case. Okay, let's pick the notes here. Alright, where were we? I rearranged this a little bit, because I also want to post this later. Spiritborn. Last year, Game Awards was pretty good, but he'd rather be blasting D4. Yeah. I think Bloodlands will be decent. No chance, I think. I mean, the blood builds are so down bad. I mean, if you really want to play them, I guess you can. But I don't expect them to be like very competitive. Alright, let's check the Spiritborn stuff real quick. So basically nothing really changed. So Fueled is now live on hit. And then Potent. Great for Cleave bosses. Chakra only. That is actually a pretty nice buff though. 18% direct damage to the 3 of the closest enemies to you. Okay, interesting. So it's mostly for bosses, I guess. Okay, what do you have here? Forest Power Nerf, that's okay. Peacemonger, Omega Lol. That's it. Okay, so it's actually not really any changes. So yeah, Spiritborn is going to be very strong. And potentially, we might even do like Rod of Kapeleka plus Melted Heart of Sedek. There's a good chance that Payback will do that. Because Payback has triple resource scaling. So you have Kapeleka, you have Payback itself, and you have the adaptability aspect. So kind of funny. Yeah, Spirit Bomb will be giga busted. Although I wonder if they fixed the evade bugs. Evade was like 10 tiers stronger than it should be, roughly. So we'll see. Okay, so Masterworking, we've seen that. Actually, let me copy paste this real quick. Alright. Thanks for sub, Demon's Bane. Okay, so we've seen all this here. But let's just like skim through this real quick if there's any other details. Masterworking cost has been adjusted, scales exponentially with item quality. Okay, 10, 25, 66, 100. That's not too much, I think. On the PTR it was very easy to masterwork an item to 20 plus capstone. That was like a matter of like 5 to 10 minutes of grinding on T4 basically. The boosted affix will be colored differently to highlight it. Okay. There's now a chance the tempered affix gets applied as a greater affix. Resource gain tempering affix have been added for helm and rings. Resource per second tempering affix added for pants. Oh. Wait. Resource gain. Do they mean resource generated? But this already existed on rings, and also the lucky hit chance to gain resources existed on rings. So I'm not sure what this exactly is. But helm and pants. I mean, helm. There's no build that has a normal helm, right? Late game, so it's always a mythic basically, and maybe sometimes a unique. Resource per second tempering for pants. Interesting. Yeah, like I wonder what sort of like is this like utility? I guess it must be utility category, which is kind of strange though. Some class-wide affixes have been adjusted. They removed 1 on the minimum of movement speed for natural motion. Very important. They buffed the world endurance 450 life. It's kind of funny when you think about it. Your base life at level 60 is 400. So just the temper more than doubles your life from base. It's actually very good for twinking now. If you do an alt and you just like put life, they're gonna be giga tank. Thorns as well, 281. That is actually not bad. Let me where's tempering? Yeah. Resource tempers on helms. Max life, thorns buffed. World disability added casting ultimate skills restores primary resource. Was that deleted on a PTR? Okay, toughness when comparing items, we saw that. Toughness now displayed in the character sheet stats window. Breaks down damage resistance per damage type. That's kind of nice. Trauma difficulty is now displayed or recommended toughness. Okay. Fortify and barrier generation are now part of the general defensive pool of affixes that can appear on items. Oof. Once the overworld no longer scale 1 to 1 if your level, it is now offset so the player scales better than monsters. Interesting. Fortify and barrier. Generation affixes. Lifetimes have been completely OP for Twinks. I mean, I think it's fine that, you know, if you make an alt, you're gonna be OP with it or something. But it is what it is. I mean, most of the time people just get boosted or something anyway. I mean, who actually levels an alt these days? Let's be real, right? Like, even as an SSF player, I just like open caches most of the time, and then I do a bunch of strongholds, and I'm done. I wouldn't mind if I would have to level the classes a bit. And, you know, it's fine if you're like a bit OP, right? You go to Penitent and blast everything, and okay. What the hell? You can now access core skills level 3 and the next class level 4, and they didn't mention that. Yeah, I guess I probably like retuned that a little bit because of the renown changes. I haven't seen that yet, actually. More items now drop from level 1 to 15. Chance of items with multiple good affix has been increased. It says base health for boss monsters has been increased. So this was actually the question that Mippy asked in the Q&A, and then they specifically said, this is not for bosses, this is only for normal monsters? I'm a bit confused. When in a capstone dungeon, the closest affiliated difficulty is now displayed. Good reaction can now naturally appear on rings, gloves, and shields. Shields, very important. Various tuning to capstone dungeon encounters, monster pack spawning adjustments, minor updates and tweaks of signification and seasonal activities. Okay, bug fixes. Now it gets interesting. Vaccination where Doria maggots spawned in Helltide spawn experience modes at inappropriate times. Vaccination where 2 bosses from the unseen awaiting capstone could drop inappropriately leveled items. Okay, I'm not gonna like read out everything here. Let's just see if there's anything interesting. I noticed that actually, that was very annoying. Like you walk into the pit against Belial and then you just stand there with like stealth and the shroud and Belial will just not appear and you have to like press buttons. That was very annoying. Fix an issue where some monsters could deal more damage than expected. Okay. Fix an issue where some nightmare dungeon affixes could remain active outside of the dungeon. Okay. Maybe fix a bunch of guys with 5,000 boss mods. Yeah, duping has been fixed in Season 10 actually. What elite affix was it that made elites invincible? This was the Soul Eater kind of thing. I think it also was called Soul something. I think I posted this on X. Let me find it. It wasn't too long ago. Soul Drinker. Yeah, here. Look at that fucking snake, man. It's the entire fucking screen. Yeah, so it gets big and at some point invincible when you kill enemies in the circle. So if you kite this thing for the entire map, it just looks like this at the end. And you can't kill it anymore. It just becomes invincible. Very funny. You got a Giga Soulbringer mob screenshot somewhere? Okay, show us, Spoiler. Yeah, I guess the snake is not necessarily the best here. Okay, skills and equipment, let's see. Fixed an issue where items salvaged for far more materials than intended. Must it maybe like the PDR stuff because they reduce the opposite costs, but not the salvage? What's the dimension of making it not invincible? Yeah, I think that's intended. So I think like every kill adds size and damage reduction to them with the Soulbringer affix. And I guess at some point it just becomes fucking invincible, so you gotta be careful. C4 good now? It's gonna be a very good season. Anything to be excited about with the leaderboard? Better or worse than E3? Well, the leaderboard is actually in January. But I think it's gonna be exciting. And then they said that they're gonna like keep working on it over the next seasons. And basically develop it into like a fucking pork game mode. So that's the idea. Is the high resolution pack needed to download D4? No, you can turn it off. How's bar for season 11? Yeah, Lunging Strike will be very good. And then maybe a little bit of Earthquakes. And the rest is gonna be mid, I think. But maybe this new brawling stuff has some potential. And Support Barb got a massive upgrade. So Support Barb is gonna be a thing once the leaderboards are out. I wonder if Support Barb can now beat Support Druid. In Informant teams, you're probably gonna go both. But Support Barb is real, actually. Fixed an issue where Monotony was active when the active skill wasn't using the weapon. Isn't that Giga nerf to hold a barb? Wait, that is actually a bug fix. They specifically changed our Monotony to work in all situations, and now they've undone it. What? I mean, that is a nerf to like every barb build almost. Is Spiritborn still a main DPS? I mean, it's gonna be kind of tight between like the best Spiritborn builds and something like Crackling Sork. Crackling has a gigantic single target, so for team play, I could definitely see teams like support Druid, support Barb, Crackle Sork for the boss, and then like, I don't know, a Balazan Spiritborn or something like that. Or a Payback Spiritborn maybe, yeah, or so. I posted a screenshot of Snake as Soul Drinker on the orange map in the 4 channel. Let me check it. What the fuck is this? So I guess it can still grow after becoming invincible, huh? I guess there's like a cap to the damage reduction once it's invincible, but it seems like it can still grow. Not Rake this season? Nah, not Rake. Ding! Yo, Condas. Thanks, man. That's like the thing from Dune. You guys like snakes? Nice snake. How's it going, Condas? Oh, Boiler. Okay, post it. Boiler also has a nice screenshot, apparently. Will the Rake Spiritborn OP build work next season? No. But we were just talking about Balazan, and Balazan is a build that is played with Rake as well. But that looks very different than the current build, both in how it does damage, how it plays, and how it feels. Are we yay or nay on this chat? I am yay, but I'm sad about the leaderboard play. Any link on our build? Dude, the patch notes have been out for like 2 hours. Calm down. But actually there is a link, yeah? Check the rake guide on Maxor. That is the Balazan build. Okay, let's see it. So here's a very pixeled screenshot. Okay, hard to see, but is this also a snake? It was always a snakes, huh? Send build now, yeah. Okay. Wait, it's a fallen. Okay, I can't even tell. Okay, how did you make this guy so big? Okay. How is the screenshot so blurry? Yeah, Border needs to hide his secrets, that's why. He's specifically recording all of his footage with like 300 kbs. And then he uploads it to helllights.com. You think it's a good time to release the 4th season of PvE in one day? Ah, well, I mean, they were banking on, you know, the Game Awards, I guess. So, you know, they can't move that date. It is what it is. So, the only one who can move the date is PvE, and they decided to move it to that date. What's the best Spiritborn setup? Good question. Yeah, we'll know on Sunday, I guess. I guess Payback has the most potential right now. And for groups, Balazan, maybe. Do games still share audience? Yeah, D4 and PoE2 have a pretty good overlap. I think out of all of the RPGs, those two probably have the most overlap, I would guess. So it is kind of sad, but it is what it is. It's Jeff Keighley's fault, exactly. Not Rake. Balazan is a Rake build. Where's that image? Primal Directive. December is going to be an unreal amount of hype, especially after the expansion announcement. Yeah, I think so too. He saw it on D4 Reddit. I don't see it. Can you DM me a link or something, Primal Directive? It's too bad both games go away after 1 week and you can't play both of them. Yeah, man, it really sucks, right? Like, you have to be there on day 1 or else, right? And what are you gonna do the next 3 months after that? I don't know, man. Hope they will not keep the start time for coming seasons. What a downer. Yeah, this is certainly like a one-time weird season start, I think. Touch grass. It's a bit cold for that. Yeah, game start times because of Game Awards 100%. You guys have a link, Pro Style? Where people already copium? Yeah, what is going on there? I'm getting a Game Awards crossover, a Geoff Keighley pet. That'll be hilarious. You're not sure why extra Paragon points? You play 95% solo and haven't managed to hit 300 yet, despite blasting entire season? Yeah, this has not much to do with playing solo, although playing a group does help a little bit with the Paragon grind. The main problem is that you're not doing enough pits if you want to get Paragons. That's the only way to farm Paragons, right now at least. But that is also changing in Season 11. So it seems like they are taking some of the XP out from the pit and putting it everywhere else. So if you just like play the game, you eventually hit 300 after playing enough, I guess. But the extra Paragon points are not more Paragon levels. They are free points you get at any level. So everyone is going to have more Paragon points, basically. Can you DM me that link, Pro Style, on Discord or something? Because there's, again, YouTube chat, there's no links. You can't link anything on YouTube. Do you have a date in mind for Hardcore Zeph event? Oof. This looks like a no event angle, to be honest. Or maybe we do it like in December. Like very early, maybe. We'll see. Because realistically, if they drop the leaderboards in January, then people are gonna blast the fucking leaderboards, right? And that is already really late in the season to the point where, yeah, okay, should we really do an event? So I don't know yet. We'll see what you're gonna do about event. Okay, so this is what people were talking about, yeah. It's on Reddit. Mount trophy. A candle. A dangly sword. Okay, let's call it dangly sword, I guess. Death Knight confirmed. Anyway, we still wanted to go for the rest of the patch notes. It's getting late, I need to make my video. But thanks for link. Big announcement at the Game Awards that Mother's Embrace will start on 25th December. Mother's Embrace, I mean like Mother's, what is it called? Mother's Embrace is the item. Mother's Gift or something? Mother's Blessing, yeah, exactly. Okay, let's see the rest of the things here. We're almost done. Okay, fix an issue where Costa enchanting item and the cultist was not consistent. Okay, we had that. Fix an issue where Sober and Unique did not give the correct amount of barrier. Oof. I wonder if to fix Temerity, actually. Temerity is going to be a pretty big item this season, and it has a pretty massive bug. Fix an issue where Pharaoh will reset its cooldown and swapping weapons. Holy. Temerity on every build. Yeah, I mean, many builds will run Temerity. But, you know, it only works like 98% of the time. And the other 2% of the time, it does the opposite. Fix an issue where attack speed could appear as an affix on 200 weapon through enchantment. Wait a minute. We're not supposed to have attack speed on 200 weapons? Okay. We had it for a whole week. Okay. Fix an issue where Melani's Magnum Opus was active even when the actor skill wasn't using the weapon. I can't believe it, man. That is actually wild. So, Season 10, PTR, there was no Melani's Chaos Armor. Then everyone said, hey, what about you give Bob some love? And then they made this thing, right? And then, hey, this doesn't work. Okay, yeah, let's make Ramanatni's Chaos Armor work, no matter where it is. Now, Season 11. Fixed an issue. What the fuck, man? Ugh. It's glorious. This is amazing. Okay. Fix nature by preserving earthen bulwarkers grant the incorrect amount of fortify. Ah, I remember there were like some fortify effects that gave you like a lot of fortify when you press them, right? Bob, dead on the... Yeah, Bob is fucking dead, actually. I mean, Lunging Strike is gonna be really good. But besides that, I don't know, man. Fix an issue where Incisive Fortitude didn't increase non-physical resistance. Okay, Necromancer. Yeah, I was surprised about that actually. The golems seemed very large, so now they're smaller. We saw this in the preview actually. Fix an issue where Rapid Ossification passive was not granting cooldown reduction for more than 100 essence at a time. That is actually pretty big for Bone Spirit. Rapid Ossification bug fixed. Fix the issue by tempering affix so dense nicely double damage could stack to the incredibly high values. Okay, this was like a PTR bug, right? That was already fixed. Fix the issue where the teleport enchantment tool was showing the wrong cooldown. Okay. Fix an issue where the anti-venom passive was not functioning. Fix an issue where the Jaguar main hall would not benefit from aspect on dealing hits. Ah, beautiful. What about, I think Centipede also didn't work, right? But Centipede is not really a build right now. Fix an issue where Ravager would dash the targets uncontrollably. when non-caster core skills were invoked. Ah. Yeah, this is like with the new boots, they're gonna go into like all the Kappa builds. And they will like randomly jump around all the time, which was very annoying. But now I can actually still do that. That's good. Good to know. Hope they fix the whisper chat. Didn't they even patch the Maratni tooltip late in Season 10 to reflect a new behavior? Good question. What does the Maratni say exactly? PTR. Skills using this weapon. No, it still has an old tooltip actually. Maybe they realized at some point, hey, duo wield is completely dead with how Maratnis works. Also, the tooltip is wrong. So I think it's good that they've fixed that, but it's very strange that, you know, they specifically changed it in Season 10 and now they're changing it back. Like, holy fuck. Okay. Weird, let's say. Fixed an issue where the Eagle primary spirit horse damage was being increased far more than intended. Okay. So they fixed the evade bug, yeah. I actually found this. This was literally like the last half hour of the PTR or something. I found this bug. I was like, holy fuck. Like, evade was actually doing like, I don't know, 10 times more damage than it should have. Or way more than that even. It was ridiculous. Like, it was so it was so powerful. I'm sure max data is up to date. I'm sure it is not up to date because that's impossible. These are patch notes and not data. Data happen in 8 days. But I guess we might update the tempo and masterworking stuff before that because that's actually coding. What's new in D4? Everything. And the Maratni tooltip. I mean, that's literally data mined. Maratni. Fix an issue where Mystic Circle will be found by skills that were not cast, such as some path of the emissary. Interesting. I think there would have actually been a kind of interesting interaction here. Fix an issue protector did not smash immediately on landing. Okay. Fix an issue tempering an item would prevent selecting other items that could also apply the affix being slotted. Fix an issue woodland would not be viewed while inside a capstone dungeon. Fix an issue where the visual indicator for Fortify could be higher than the actual Fortify amount. Yeah, there was like some really weird visual bugs at Fortify. Fix an issue where undercity tubers weren't dropping as expected. It's not also something I noticed. They were just like not dropping, like at all. Fix an issue where some bosses granted more experience than intended. Okay. Yeah, so the TLDR is like this whole like boss leeching and Asmodan and stuff like that is gonna be completely gone, I think. He has resilience now, he get less XP. Yeah. Maxwell is up to date, has all the current info. I guess that's technically correct. But now we have new info. And now people are gonna ask, hey, patch notes said something else. Whereas miscellaneous fixes to new features and systems introduced in this season. Okay. Okay, here's like the old updates. You've seen all of that. Wait a minute. So this is still blue. They did not actually remove this because this change was changed again to something else. So what else? Okay, this was not in the PDR, I believe. Mariana's nerfed a little bit. It's still very strong. I think I'm still gonna put Mariana in like most of my builds, I think. Ember's gift resource gain changed from 33 of max to 33 resource per second. Interesting that they changed this now, even though they changed Silic. Okay, here we go. Significantly increased tribute of Pride's legendary item rewards. Significantly increased tribute of Mystique's magic rune rewards. Okay. Increase the quality from magic to rare and reduce the drop chance of tribute of Pride. Oh. So this means that you can no longer get them before level 60, I think. Because all tributes that are rare and higher are only like at the max level, I think. But here it says tribute of growth. Ah, Pride, Mystique. Okay. Significantly increased tribute of refinement outside rewards. Significantly increased tribute of variance and ancestral legendary rewards. So they just giga buffed everything. Buffed item rewards from any other city run. Increase the potency of experience orbs that spawn for any other city run before level 60. Experience orbs? Ah, I think this is when you finish the run at the end, right? Chance to find pre-torment tributes has been reduced. Significantly is +2 runes. I mean, I don't know how many runes you get for a tribute of Mystic. Like 4, maybe? I don't know. If you get 2 more, I mean, that's a pretty noticeable upgrade. Do I prefer D4 over PoE2? Tough choice. I mean, I just played a lot of PoE2 the last few weeks. So I'm okay with waiting a few weeks to jump into 0.4. And I mean, this is a huge season update for D4, right? It's like basically the biggest season update we've ever had, I think. If you discount the expansion launch itself. So I'm quite excited for it. Yeah, who knows what significantly means here. But it definitely sounds like, you know, they were also stressing this, right? They said, okay, try the Undercity, it's going to be really good now, so we'll see. But I don't think you can find these. Or maybe you can find them like at higher levels before level 60 or something like that. But as far as I know, magic is pre-torment and then everything else is after torment. So they explicitly say they fixed our Ramadani tooltip to remove this weapon. I mean, you can log into the game. Does anyone have a Ramadani in-game? I might have a Bob sitting around somewhere. I'll check. Okay, what else do we have here? Fix an issue where Jar runes teleport will teleport in random direction while using the Oculus. Just check the Diablo trade. Yeah, okay, but they might also not have updated the tooltip or so, because I'm pretty sure they do manual tooltips there. Or do people actually like do you like actually like upload an image of the item? I'm not sure how Diablo trade even works. I do not have Barb, in fact. I think I killed my Barb, right? Oh, yeah, right, my Barb is dead. I killed him. Okay, so I don't have it. Yeah, upload a picture, I translate the picture to text, yeah. You like Undercity, so you're glad it's getting a buff? I mean, Undercity was definitely like very undercooked in terms of rewards, but also the content. I think at some point we definitely need like an Undercity 2.0. There's also still like some pretty big bugs in there. Like, you know, sometimes the attributes just stop working when you're in party. You have these weird sound bugs sometimes that's like giga loud. And, you know, random shit like that. And I think there just needs to be a bit more like, you know, fun, random stuff inside the run that actually matters in some way. Like the golden and these kind of things. Like there's like this little boss. You kill a boss, it doesn't give you anything. It's kind of weird. Yeah. But it's definitely worth noting that it was buffed a lot, I think. So let's do that at least. Okay, this was changed. We saw this. Metal Heart, we saw that. Oh, actually, wait a minute. With the new Masterworking, can we now get more resource generation? So the maximum was 150 on the PTR with a GA. And now we can have 50. Then we can, this can be GA at 75. Then we can Masterwork at 125. No, 100 with Masterwork. So GA plus Masterwork is 100. And then the quality, we get a 25% bonus of this. So 112.5 resource generation. Okay, definitely less. If you're lucky enough to get some triggers of growth, they're Giga for 0.60, but not consistently dropped. Yeah, it definitely sounds like they buffed them too, so it might be worth running those. Okay, Energize now restores 100 current spirit instead of fully restoring spirit when the effect is activated. So what is the difference to what they just crossed out here? Restores 100 current spirit instead of fully restoring spirit when the effect is activated. I'm not sure what's the difference here. They double checked and they changed around. They told it only for Chaos Armor indeed. Okay. But I guess maybe the functionality carried over into this PTR for the normal Ramanadni. And now they changed that. You're looking forward to having more than one GA, but I guess that's not happening. They said that they increased the chances of getting GAs. And also one of the possible outcomes of sanctification is an extra GA. Seems the normal Ramanadni was always just a bug. No, they changed normal Ramanadni as well, I think. I think on season 11 PTR we used Ramanadni without using like dual wield. Like you just equipped Ramanadni even on like Hoda or something. And you bonked. If the attack speed buff to Iron Golem will make it a viable alternative to Blood Golem. I doubt it. Like almost all the damage on these Golem builds is from the active ability and not from their attack speed. Does anyone have any idea what this means? Like, why did it change this? Is it just a tooltip change? Restores 100 current spirit in your resource meter. In your resource meter, man. What? Restores 100 current spirit. Okay. So at least for like energy regeneration, they still have some caps. Restores 100. And he's hit by a teleport, increased damage by 15%. Dude, I feel like Oculus is like even more shit now. Ding. Yo, some raid from the Shouder as well. Welcome, guys. How's it going? Kick is an option. Impossible. Yeah, I know that one of the issues with Kick was basically like basically you had like your barb, right? So let's just say, okay, this is the barb here, right? And then you have like enemies. Let's say these are enemies. And then you have the kick, right? And the kick, it did something like, I don't know, like this. And this was like your AoE here. Right? And especially if you had like some guys here, like close to you, you would actually like miss them. So I guess, you know, like something that should have happened now, basically, what probably did happen is that they probably like made it maybe something like this, you know? And then you actually hit stuff that is like, you know, before you in some way as well. So that was kind of like, this made it feel really awful because it had this like, basically was like a triangle form and it started with like nothing in front of you. And like a guy like even standing before you, but a little bit to the side, wouldn't get hit at all. So they need to do something like this basically. Now your thighs do damage. Lucas, Citosis, do you have a shout out for the shouter? How was your stream? What do you think? Oh, you did, okay. Oh, I just did one as well, so there you go. Yo, Sarah for the Prime, thanks man. And we had one earlier from My Drug, I missed that. Thank you. You watched the D4 live stream, I imagine. Yeah, we're just going through the rest of the patch notes. I'm forever blind, yeah. I have improved a little bit though, Bassett. I was working on that a little bit. Oh, welcome back, Sepki. I think it was actually pretty good Campfire chat today. You said that PoE 2 and D4 starts on December 12th, yeah. That is definitely sad. Okay, elite affixes. Shock Lance duration has been doubled, damage has been doubled. Monka. Waller now blocks player projectiles, no longer disappear when the associated elite dies. Poison, radius increased, duration significantly increased, damage ramps up the longer you stand. Amount of total spawned has been doubled. Oh my god. Damage significantly increased. Fire enchanted damage increased. Suppressor field is now immediately active when the monster spawns. Suppressor field now lasts until the monster is killed. Holy man. Plague Bearer damage increased, okay. Yo, Windtalker. Why is the scissor only type PoE 2? Well, because someone added that emote at some point. Yeah, it sounds like CC no longer stops suppressor. But it could also just mean, I think sometimes the suppressor field just deactivates anyway, randomly. I think it goes like up and down all the time. What do you recommend for the free season start loading as 2 or 3 man? I think you asked me earlier and I said the more people the better. Pit can now be entered before level 60, base pit tier unlocked is now 10. I mean, that was already the case on PTR. Falling elixirs have been updated. From 50 to 500 armor, okay. Oh, they nerfed Fortitude Elixir. Oh shit. Okay. That is actually... Oof. How good is the pit for leveling up now? Realistically, you need to be very OP to level in the pit at all. But if you are, like if you're like, you know, on an alt or something, it's pretty good for like the last levels. But yeah, I mean, the pit is still level 60 monsters, so they don't scale down. So at the very minimum, you usually have to be at least 50 plus and have some 50 plus gear and a few good aspects or something. And maybe you can do pit then. And then you do like, you know, 5 runs and you're 60 basically. No change to unyielding hit scaling? Yeah, it seems so. So unyielding hits is just like free giga aspects for Spiritborn now. What do they mean to unlock waypoints for the respective regions? They said that you just get all the waypoints now, no? Rare tempering menus now start dropping at 30 instead of 45. Characters that skip either campaign now unlock all non-stronghold waypoints for the respective region. Yeah. So there's the base campaign and there's the Hunter campaign. All the skill slots are now unlocked from level 1. What? Progression down the skill tree is now faster. Core skills get unlocked after spending 1 skill point. And then the next skill group is unlocked after spending 2 skill points. Interesting. And then? You know, see me play Dwarven Realms? It's a pretty good game. Has anyone been blasting it today? They have a big update. We're gonna check it out later. Ender rewards for Chaos Rifts and Chaos Waves and Infernal Hordes has been increased. Monsters now scale attack speed as difficulty goes up in addition to movement speed. Tempering affixes now have greater variance, although they aren't limited to how many times you can retemper. I mean, basically just going for a GA tempo anyway, right? But I wonder what the chances will be. I guess the chances will be relatively low. Resistance and armor values on affix have been broadly adjusted to account for the introduction of toughness. I wonder if they like made resistance and armor mods on items like way better now, because they were pretty weak compared to like life, for example. Okay, but this is kind of interesting here with the core skills unlock after 1 point. Next category after 3 points total. And I think after that, like, how's it gonna continue? So here it says spend 2 to get this, and then spend 6 to get this. And I guess those are still the same then? Or is the gaps are gonna be 5? It's like +5, +5, +7, +10. So I wonder if this stays the same and just like the start is faster now. I guess overall will not matter much, but it might be interesting. Maybe I can ask for clarification on this. This would be kind of nice to know. All right. Renown has been removed from the season realm. Okay, season rank. Okay, more bug fixes. Fix an issue with a fire in the Chapel of Nostar could cause the player to deal on-hit damage to themselves. Fix an issue where Ravenous Soul Spires and Hell Spires could sometimes last infinitely. Yo, it happened. Oh, fix an issue where Barrier granted by Temerity could be drained by health regeneration from a life per second affix. I'm not sure if that was the only bug with it, but it sounds like Temerity might be fixed in that case. Interesting. They're never gonna change the skill tree? Nah, they will. Well, that could be good in Season 11? Yes. Fix an issue where some console and Steam achievements and Vessel Painter wouldn't unlock properly. Fix an issue where some previously unlocked titles became unavailable. Okay, so this is it. Alright, so there was actually like some interesting little things here at the end. So there's a skill tree here. I hope I can get clarification on this. Thanks for the sub, by the way. Bustin'. Outjaws. Think Chaosbugs for testing skill tree work ideas, but that's just your theory. Could happen, I guess. Okay, let me try to see where we're at here. Okay. So guys, I want to do a bit of a recording here for YouTube. We're gonna do a live recording. I can also... We can move the Twitch top thing, I guess, so that's over, right? We have the thing here. Okay. Alright, so we have a lot of stuff. I need to kind of make this as short as possible. I guess you can go a little bit through this thing. New this season. Okay. That's kind of like the big features. We talk about this stuff. This is mostly Battle Pass stuff here though. But okay. Is there like some other item journey reworks, system updates? Okay. I'm not removing the drop. I just it's just like the little thing on my screen that was popping up there. That's what I removed. So all good. I thought it would be over now, but I guess it's still running. So I guess read the notes yourself. Okay, bye. I mean, the notes are obviously very long, and I don't expect anyone to read them. So I'm always trying to like provide some nice, short little, you know, insight basically. But it is tough to like really compress it. It's all the way until tomorrow. Okay, it's gonna leave the thing up then. Sure. All right. Leaderboards of unbalanced class, fun. I mean, the classes have their own leaderboard, so that does not really apply to like any consideration, I think. You know, this class competes against that class and so on. Okay, let me just check real quick. So tempering, masterworking, potions, elites. Okay, and then we have patch notes. Okay, then class changes. Okay. Alright, say hi to YouTube, chat. Alright, hi everyone. We are recording a little update here from Season 11. We just had the Campfire chat, the developer update. We watched the whole thing. We went through the patch notes. There's obviously a lot of stuff in there, and if you have not seen anything about it beforehand, I will try to give you like a concise overview of the season, but they also put out like a really nice trailer about what the season is bringing. So you should maybe watch that for a few minutes, at least to get a basic idea. But we also have this overview here that I will show you off in a second here. And then we have all the notes. I'm trying to keep this as concise as possible since we are still live. And I will have a lot more like videos and guides and whatever coming up in the next few days. So stay tuned for that. Obviously, our guys are also working on the Maxwell guides as we speak. So now that the patches are out, we're in full like, guide blasting mode. So you can expect that in the next days. So first things first, for Season 11, it is not starting on the typical expected Tuesday, but it starts later. So this is on December 11th, 8:30 p.m. PT. Which is apparently half an hour after the Game Awards ends, which is why this weird date and time was chosen. So this is something to keep in mind. We do expect some big announcement with, basically rolling over into the season start at that time. And this is also clashing pretty hard with PoE 2, unfortunately, but it is what it is. So just something to keep in mind here. This is not a usual start date. Now, for the actual content, so you have this here. I can also link this down in the description later on. There's like a nice little overview about what is coming. TLDR is that all the lesser evils are back, including Asmodan as a world boss. There is a new season theme, which is based on so-called divine gifts. Effectively, you get some small power-ups and you change some contents to be harder and more rewarding. So it's a bit of juicing coming to the game. That applies to the pit, the Undercity, Helltide, and world bosses. So you can get more stuff there, which is kind of nice. And on top of that, another seasonal theme is the sanctification feature, which is basically like Valops on PoE. So you make your items unmodifiable as the last step in the item journey, but you can get extra legendary aspects, extra stats, you can boost the stats, you can get a GA, and a bunch of stuff like that, which is kind of cool. It's like a way to like gamble on your like item copies later on, basically. Yeah, besides that, there's a pretty massive updates to some like game systems. So tempering, for example, is getting a major overhaul. Masterworking, defenses, enemies, elites, affixes, like basically everything is changing and it's gonna feel like a whole new experience. I can say that from having played the PTR, it was definitely a very different gameplay feel overall, based on just like higher difficulty, better progression. It all felt like a much more like meaningful, a lot more reasonable with how the game worked. And it was not just this kind of like close your eyes and spam everything fiesta basically that we've had in the last seasons. So overall it's going to feel a lot better, I think. So I'm going to go into details in a second. Yeah, besides that, Renown is gone. That is now a new feature called Season Rank that gives you your skill points and Paragon points as you go. And this goes season by season. So you don't have like this, for example, if you want to play hardcore, there's no altars or Lilith anymore and so on. You just get it as you play the season and you unlock the power over time. And there's also new features. The tower, which is something like the pit, and it has a leaderboard, but that will be in January. This will not be with the season launch, unfortunately. But that is actually going to be a permanent system from now on, once it actually goes live. And they also are dedicated to updating that system over the next seasons to differentiate it more from what the pit does. Also develop the pit into another direction. For example, this is the main reason why they split it into two. And now we're going to have one competitive and one farming feature like that, effectively. Some other like base item changes. So we have now 4 affixes instead of 3 on each item, but only 1 temper. So it's the same total. But there's also other stuff like more affixes like cooldown, and yeah, we can get more GAs and stuff like that. Toughness is coming back if you know Diablo 3. So the way this works is that it's effectively an EHP calculation. So your max life multiplied with your damage reduction, that gives you like this toughness value effectively, and it basically streamlines defenses throughout the game and throughout the builds a little bit. So you don't have like a barb that falls over from like the smallest hit and the Sorc face tanking everything, but it's going to be a bit more like, you know, the way it should be basically. And yeah, a bunch of other like stuff here that I'm going to go through. So this is just kind of like the general overview of the season in terms of like what to expect in like big reworks. And then we also have all of the class changes here, and I'm going to talk about those in a second and give my kind of like rough overview of where the classes and builds will land. We don't have like an updated tier list just yet, so keep that in mind. The patch notes literally just came out, so we will have that out on Maxwell probably like this weekend, maybe on Sunday or something like that. We usually have our meeting on Saturdays and try to finalize everything. So stay tuned for that to see like the exact like distribution of all the builds and so on. But yeah, let's jump into like some of the like more juicy updates that we have seen here in the patch notes and in the Campfire chat. So yeah, I talked about this a little bit, like what happens with tempering. So since you can only have one temper now, that matters a lot more in like which you choose, which is kind of like important. So, you know, tempering affixes are generally better than normal affixes on gear. So in general, the power level of gear has gone down a little bit with that. And this also has shifted, for example, the general power budget more towards uniques, which, you know, don't have anything to do with tempering at all. So this is like something to keep in mind. Uniques have become a little bit better, I guess. But now that you can also choose which stat you get, and this can roll as a GA, this can be quite impactful for especially something like resource tempers with like cooldown reduction that you can get on, you know, like your ultimates or something like that. This can now go a lot higher than before, or at least it goes higher more easily, I would say, with the way this sounds. So just something to keep in mind. Also, if you have played a PTR before, for example, in general, the power budget on items was a lot lower, especially on legendaries. So they have kind of gained a little bit here from the tempering as well. Then we have masterworking. So basically what happened with masterworking is, so instead of like upgrading all the stats, like with like, you know, these 5% steps and then getting the triple crits, or like, you know, at 4, 8, and 12, now you have a quality stat. So that quality increases all of the stats, including the base effect of the item. So like the DPS on the weapon or the armor on, you know, a chest or something like that. That goes up, and the affixes go up like the old blacksmith upgrades used to do at launch. So now you get 25%, previously 45%, and with like the 12 out of 12 masterwork that we had on the live server. So that is a bit lower, but you also have this capstone bonus, which basically gives you a 50% bonus to one of those affixes. And then you can kind of like swap around which of the affixes has this capstone bonus. So this is still a random roll. It might or might not hit the thing you want, but you can change it, and much more easily than previously where I had to reset the whole masterwork and then do the whole thing again. And it was very time consuming, very annoying. And now it's like a lot more streamlined, and you don't lose the investment. You just have to like swap the capstone around a few times potentially. And that is going to be on top of GAs. So you can still have like, you know, certain stats really juiced up on your gear if you want. Okay, potions. What you need to know is there's going to be max 4 potions, no more renown potions. They no longer have upgrades. You get 35% instant heal. And in general, they're going to be like a bigger part of like the like gameplay like cycle, I guess. When you take damage, you might want to use the potion, but sparingly because they come back very slowly. And you're gonna try to invest more into other sources of healing. So for example, regen, life on hit, fortify is now also not a damage reduction mechanic. Instead, it is a like life regen mechanic that slowly builds up your life pool again when you take damage. So this is how that works. It's effectively some sort of regen, but with like a limited pool. Then we have the elites. There was 25 new affixes, so a lot of new affixes. I don't really have like a showcase here now or something like that, but overall there's a lot of stuff that makes elite combat a little more interesting. A lot more combinations of stuff. You're gonna see a lot of like new things. Also, like champions, the guys with the auras, they're gone. And instead you have blue packs now. So you can have like 5 guys as a champion pack, and they share affixes, for example. You have elites, which are basically rare elites now. They have minions, and they also carry some affixes. Not every affix can be a minion affix, but they also like shoot out some stuff or whatever. So overall, they have become a lot more interesting. And also monsters have gotten some upgrades with, for example, like they get faster on higher torments. They're generally like much more accurate with their attacks, and it's gonna feel a lot, just more fair, I guess, in terms of like mowing down enemies before, and now you actually have a bit of like a back and forth with some of those packs, or you might just think about a bit positioning or these kind of things. Divine Gifts, I mentioned that earlier, so this is like a relatively simple system, but yeah, you get more rewards in some content, season rank as well, and tower and leaderboard. Yeah, so this is unfortunately not on launch, it's going to be later, but down the line, on top of like just developing the content a little bit more, they also want to give some rewards for it. So there will be 2 reward tracks, which is probably like season 12 onwards or something, or maybe later. But there's gonna be like some sort of solo progression, like, okay, you beat a certain tier, you get a certain thing, and then it's gonna be like the actual competitive leaderboard rewards for like, the top 10 or whatever, that might get a certain reward. So we'll see how this will go. Then, yeah, we talked about all of this stuff here. Let's talk about the miscellaneous. So yeah, just some random stuff. I'm gonna rapid fire this. You can now teleport to the training grounds. All the waypoints are unlocked. Undercity tribute buffs, so apparently they're gonna be pretty juicy, including while leveling with the XP tribute, so might be worth trying that. You get 12 more Paragon points in total, so it seems like 340 is gonna be the new cap now. So this is gonna be part of the season rank system, I guess. Capstones are coming back, and they're gonna be juicier, so you also get some skill points from doing those. And you also get a lot of legendaries or something. So there's 1 capstone at level 30, 1 at level 50. Unlike pre-expansion, you don't unlock certain difficulty levels of those exactly, but you do get some of those skill points and some of the season rank stuff and so on. And I think actually one of them unlocks the pit, so you can in fact go into the pit before level 60 if you do the second capstone dungeon, for example. And they are fixed difficulty, fixed monster level, unlike the other stuff in the game basically. They also added like a higher ceiling for the season journey / season rank. So the last rank is not like gameplay related, I think, but it might get like some other like vanity rewards, pets. I'm not sure exactly, but apparently it's gonna be much tougher. So there's actually more to do. They did talk about Chaos Armors, so we'll see, but they might bring back some of those designs. We have seen one of them, like the Mana Shield, come back with the Metal of Selig. So that's a thing, for example, and there's gonna be more stuff coming back. But I did talk about this in particular for a while, mentioning that this was a great success and everyone loved it, so they will see what they can do. There is like some base monster health increase. They said that this is mostly for normal monsters, so that they are like a bit more chewy and don't just like explode instantly or something like that. Yeah, Undercity, I talked about this already. And yeah, here's some interesting tidbit about the skill tree progression. So you can now unlock core skill ranks core skills at only 1 point, and then the next category at 3 points. And then I'm not sure how this will progress from there, if it's like the same number of points more that you have to do, or if it's like the same overall number of points, but we'll see if we can get some clarification on this. But you can basically like progress to like the first few skills a little bit faster. All right, let's talk about patch notes. So this is mostly like PTR to live changes that we have here. So I'm just gonna try to give like a bit of an overview here. But yeah, sanctification. One big downside it had was that we had like some items bricking. There was like a chance to like destroy your item basically. I think we just got a raid, by the way. Thanks Rex for the raid. And we're recording for YouTube right now. So I'm just trying to finish this, guys. But yeah, say hi to Rex, everyone. Yeah, and let's finish this, yeah. All right, where were we? Sanctification. Yeah, so TLDR, you no longer brick your important items at least, so uniques and mythics at least. Legendaries apparently can still replace a stat that might be a downgrade, but overall it's like very, very lenient. Nothing really to worry about. And you can very like easily just kind of throw this on everything. Just don't forget to, first imprint, upgrade the masterworking and so on, because you can't do that afterwards anymore. It makes the item unmodifiable. Then compared to PTR, okay, there was like some maggot XP leveling strat, and there was also like some XP bug with bosses giving way too much XP. There were people were like farming Azmodan, and like just generally like all kinds of bosses gave you like ridiculous bursts of XP. So that is no longer happening, and I do expect that Vessel of Hate campaign is going to be by far the best way to level up at the season start, because it's very easy. You just go on normal difficulty, and you're going to be level 60 in like sub 1.5 hours if you try. So you can do this very fast. And with the nerfed magnet XP, I don't think that Helltide farming, for example, can compete. But it's going to be much more fun to do Helltide, of course. And you can progress on, like, you know, seasonal stuff already and these kind of things. But yeah. Then we have, extra glyph upgrades, so that is coming. And Azmodan now also has resilience. So this was also like one of the farming strategies that I just mentioned. So this is, going to be a pretty long fight now, I guess, in terms of farming Azmodan. Melted Heart of Selig, that was a pretty interesting change here. So on the PTR, you might have seen this, people were running around with like 30,000 Fury on a barb or something like that, and then one-tapping everything with Hoda because that was uncapped like scaling. That is not happening, so everything you saw with barbs, forget it. Everything you saw with like Kepeleke maybe, forget it. So that is no longer happening. There might still be some builds that want to run this thing, but the TLDRs, you now have double the maximum resources and some other perks, but it still seems like mostly a defensive item, but a few builds might want to run it. So we'll see. So basically they changed it from having gigantic, like dozens of thousands of resources to just double, but they added some sort of damage reduction effect that they did not say how much, but it should be in the range of like 95+% damage reduction for this to make sense. So we'll see. And the final points here, so these are the class changes. So just the TLDRs, healing and barriers were nerfed across the board. Fortify Generation 2, I guess, but that's now also part of healing effectively with like the combat changes. So just something to keep in mind. So overall, you're probably going to put like life per hit, life regen or something a little bit on your gear and these kind of things. Or you're going to try to invest into Fortify if you can with your class. So that's generally going to be kind of nice. For the barbs, they did get some nice power up here, so their strength scaling got increased. So they're going to do a little bit more damage just like that. Something like anger management is like a pretty universal aspect. They got a nice damage buff. All of the Paragon nodes got some buffs, and the buffs really needed it. They were pretty weak, and going into Season 11, they actually looked like the weakest class overall, I would say, but maybe not anymore. So they did get some nice upgrades here, which was kind of expected. One kind of big thing is the Fields of Crimson. That's the two-handed unique sword. For like bleed stuff, and that has a damage buff that is 70%, and that now works for party members. So support buff is a thing now with just that alone, plus whatever else the toolkit brings, like pulling and buffing resources, buffing with Warcry and these kind of things. That is certainly happening. I think when it comes to like tower pushing, leaderboards and groups and stuff like that, we're gonna see support buffs, we're gonna see support druids. So yeah, we're probably going to see both in Foreman even. That is certainly happening. Ramanadnis was brought back to like the preseason 11, preseason 10 state, where it only works if you actually use the weapon. So during the PDR, that was actually still a case that he could run this on like any build, and basically dual wield was completely dead. Outside of builds that force you into dual wield, like double swing or frenzy, which were not really builds anyway at this point. So that is now buffing dual wield a little bit more again compared to like two-handed, and they like a lot of builds also lose some value that they gain with these kind of buffs here. So when it comes to like the overall barb picture, I would say it doesn't look great. Lunging Strike is going to be very good. Maybe a bit of Earthquake is going on. Maybe a bit of like the new stuff with the new unique. There's like some sort of like brawling unique that might make like a kick build or so. But besides that, I don't have very high hopes for a lot of stuff here on the barb. Now let's talk about the druids. So druids were very heavily nerfed. They also had some of the biggest like seasonal powers dropping out from season 10. So the TLDR is wolf deaths are very squish, effectively dead, like all of them, I think. Pulverize is probably still like kind of the winner. There were some changes to Grizzly Rage. It's now no longer like a permanent effect, but it's like a kind of like a bit of an uptime and downtime. But you can make the downtime very small. So we'll see how people actually exactly build their characters like this. But that actually seems to make a lot more sense now, at least, where it's actually a bit of like a burst compared to just, okay, you are in Grizzly Rage forever. But yeah, overall, it is not looking really hot for druids either, I would say. So they have the bear and maybe some of the earth builds, or like, both at the same time. that are kind of decent. The wolf builds, I don't have high hopes, to be honest. So this is kind of like my TLDR here. For the Necros, it's looking pretty good, especially all the minion stuff is looking very good. So for example, they get a new golem build with a new unique item that is kind of huge. And that is certainly something that I expect people to play a lot. And also the other minion builds I think should be fine. We also get like an update to Hellbound Commander, which previously didn't work for the golems, so then that works as well. That is a huge upgrade. Mandelen is getting a bit of a buff here. And Bone Spirit, Rapid Ossification is the passive that gives you cooldowns back when you spend essence. That was previously capped at 100. So now you can multi-proc this with more essence. So that could be pretty good. And could potentially make some bone stuff interesting. There were also some other buffs to like blood builds, but they're so far down that I don't really have any hope for those, to be honest. Then we have the rogues, a bunch of small buffs. So they also got like dexterity scaling upgrade. So in that case, I think that they're gonna be a little bit better off. But there are also some nerfs here, like second wind temper is gone, so rogues are gonna be squishier. You still can use second wind as like a passive on your tree. That's the one that gives you barriers when you spend energy. Very powerful defensive passive that basically was in every rogue build and usually tempered as well. So that will be filled. And yeah, otherwise there were like some small things here, like some little buffs to like certain things, but nothing major. I do expect Death Trap to still be a very good build, so we were expecting Death Trap to be somewhat dead with the masterworking changes, but now with the new masterworking again, it seems like that persists, and that is probably going to be like one of the like kind of top late game builds. But on the way there, there's not really all too much crazy stuff, and I think the overall rogue power level is going to be kind of low. But at least I did a bunch of like Shadow Clone fixes here with targeting, so that could be kind of nice. Then we have the Sorks. So Sorks have what I believe is going to be the build of the season. They have the Crackling Energy Sork, and that seems like it was not nerfed. It was very good on the PTR. But outside of that one shining build, Sorks have nothing really going for them. There were some buffs to like Frozen Orb and these kind of things, but it's definitely far behind the Crackling Energy Sork. There were some nerfs to teleport with like the perma teleport going, like, you know, like flying through the screen, which was definitely crazy and kind of like the Sork thing. And we can get pretty close to that still. So a lot of people are very upset about the teleport nerfs, but it was still kind of like the fastest class or very close to it, with, you know, maybe competing with something like Evade Spiritborn or so. So Sork generally was very fast on PTR, and it got a little bit better than that. So I do expect that generally Sork remains the fastest class with the, you know, the rework teleport still. But it is not a very strong class right now. It didn't really get much in this update now. But yeah, this Raiment change at least is going to be kind of nice for like teleport cooldown. Founding Content also with the teleport cooldown. And again, the Crackling Energy build is really good. So they have that at least. And then the Spiritborn, which is, they didn't really receive many changes from the PTR. So Spiritborn is overall the strongest class, I think, by a pretty noticeable margin in terms of like the most variety of powerful builds. Spiritborn has all of the Kapikaleka builds that are looking pretty good, and then there's also some stuff like Evade and Balazan. And so there's, I don't know, at least a handful of very powerful builds on the Spiritborn that you can choose from. So they're looking really good, and overall also very fast, very agile, and so on. So yeah, overall Spiritborn has it all kind of. But they're also still kind of the squishiest class. So something to keep in mind, the game is getting harder. Monsters are getting tougher, and yeah, Spiritborn on hardcore, for example, is gonna be quite a ride, I think. But yeah, this is basically what we got here. As I said, the exact builds and the tier list and stuff like that, we'll see when we actually have our maximum meeting. Now everyone is cooking builds, and we have to, like, you know, see what the tier list will look like. So stay tuned for some updates on that. Just wanted to give you a bit of like the rundown here of like the notes I collected throughout the patch notes and this developer update video, basically. So that's what I got here. Did I miss anything, chat? Otherwise, yeah, this is kind of the summary for now for Campfire chat. As I mentioned, stay tuned for more. I will have a lot of videos coming up, a lot of guides. I have already pre-cooked a lot of builds, so there will be something for every class coming from me, for example, as well. I want to cover all the new builds and all that, you know, all the game reworks in more detail. So you'll see that very soon. That says I got it all. Okay, so perfect. So hope you enjoyed this, and see you guys next time. All right. There we go, guys. Are leaderboards now or still dead? Leaderboards are in January. Rax actually subbed earlier. Rank 1 sub all time in Woody's stream, by the way. Yeah, Rex just comes in like rank 1 hardcore death, by the way. Drops mic and leaves. Okay. Well, there you go. Will I even play Season 11? I will play a lot of Season 11, yeah. Rax's stream was content. Holy. What happened there? SSF in Season 11? Yeah, unfortunately not. Best I can do is third place bits donator. Well, I appreciate that too, Monkus. He's saying Chronic's a perfect clip from Rax's stream, okay. Rob and Rax went on a call. Oh boy. Okay.
You know what? Honestly, I meant this when I was doing my little recap. I was really trying to not be negative at all today. I'm trying not to be the Grinch who stole Christmas. I'm trying not to be a piece of shit. I'm trying not to be a fair weather fan. But we're launching on top of PoE 2, and the tower isn't in the game. But, I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah, fair point, man. I'm also very upset about this, to be honest. That is certainly really making it a bit sour. Play for fun until January. Yeah, it's basically gonna be like a repeat of Season 2, right? In Season 2 we got the Abattoir of Zero later in the season, and then in Season 3 we got the Gauntlet later in the season. And you know, you basically like prepared for it and then got your character ready, and then you were just kind of like waiting, right? And then when it came out, you were trying. So that's at least what I've done back then. So I had like everything ready, Gauntlet came out, I had like the perfect gear and so on. But I mean, you know, the leaderboard would be very fun just to like see, like, you know, day 1, okay, who's gonna do the highest tower? Day 2, who's gonna do the highest tower, right? And like the whole, like, the first week, you know, that's kind of the fun part, right? Where everyone is blasting and climbing and so on. So, you know, okay, if it comes out in a month, it's like, okay, everyone already has GG gear, and then you go in and, yeah, sure, right? What does it mean by pay to win? Yeah, people buy gold and gear and stuff like that in this game. Quite a lot, in fact. So the RMT economy is pretty massive. Druid shelved since Season 1. Yeah, that is a pretty hot take. They said tower will be SSF only? No. There will be group tower leaderboards. But there will be SSF as well, but not yet. So that's what he said, basically. They delayed it to January because everyone will be playing PoE 2. I think that in terms of, like, you know, the engagement for like the high-end blasters, it would have been better to get the leaderboards in at the start. I don't really see a good reason why they didn't put the leaderboards in there. I think the main reason is probably that they just like had some bugs of it or whatever, and they couldn't figure it out in time. Who knows? I think, for example, wasn't it like on a PTR? I remember like there was like some stuff where sometimes like people were showing up with like the lowest tiers was at the top or some shit. So It's time for Woody and Rob to take some X out. I mean, I've I have streamed an average of almost 100 hours per month of Path of Exile 2 since it was available. Yeah, I know. Tourist moment, I guess. Yeah, but no need leaderboards, it isn't balanceable. You can definitely balance. I mean, it is not that hard to get stuff in like the same ballpark at least, you know, within an order of magnitude or something like that in most cases. And that would already kind of like do the trick, I think. You know, obviously we expect some builds to be better and worse, and especially like, you know, the tower is based on mostly raw power and then some other factors. And, you know, like across the entire game, other factors matter a lot more than in the tower, right? Like speed and, you know, sometimes defense or whatever. So there's Helltide's leaderboard from the season start. Yeah, I guess Helltide's leaderboard will persist now for like another month or something. Why did they delay the season launch on Power of PvE 2? They did not delay anything. Like somewhere, like half a year ago, they decided, okay, we're gonna do a big Game Awards thing. And the Game Awards are on that date. The end. If anything, PoE 2 delayed because they said early December. And then, hey, what if we just come out after D4? So that's what they're doing now. But either way, I don't think that's really a point in like putting a blame on like anyone or pointing fingers at anyone or something. It's pretty clear that we would have like a first half of the month release of PoE 2 because PoE 2 has to be in December according to their promise of only even month releases. But then the later half of December is impossible because Christmas. So it will always be in the first 2 weeks of December when it comes to PoE 2 from now and forever basically. And yeah, they just landed on, you know, one of the two possible dates, which happened to be the later one, which happens to fuck with D4 a lot. The announcement was set in stone since November. Yeah, PoE 2 announcement came in November, and, you know, the Diablo 4 plans for this probably happened like in summer. That's what I'm trying to say. Like in order to set this up, you know, they have been working on this for many months. How am I gonna manage with the games? Yeah, my plan is we go hard on D4 for some weeks, and then we go PoE 2 in like probably January or something, and then whenever the tower comes out, we're gonna blast some ranks, I guess. Yeah, also like every time a season started in D4, you see the end date already. Okay, and in this case, you know, the end date was 9th and not 11th, but yeah, almost the same. Is D4 saved or completely dead? It's got a huge upgrade in this patch. I think the saving will come with the expansion, if you're talking about like, you know, a lot of people coming back to try out the game and stuff like that again, and like a big revival, I think. But we're getting there, we're getting there. What do you think about it? Yeah, I saw this earlier as well. What did people call this? That's a focus for the Sork. Someone said a mount trophy. And someone said, what was it? Some sort of sword? It's clearly a Sork focus, guys. A Christmas ornament. You hang it on a tree. A floppy axe. I like that one. It's the thing they put candles out with. Yeah. Necro offhand. Nunchuckers. A fancy water bucket. That looks like a very strange weapon, I think. Keychain for the horses. No one can use it. A back attachment. Yeah, perfect. Look, you have like the spike here. That sounds like a typical Rex D4 video. But yeah, I think it was very good actually. I think the presentation was very positive today. But then yeah, there's like one problem, which is the tower is not coming with the launch. It's in January. So that's the main issue I have with this. But besides that, I think they had a pretty good presentation and very good updates. They added CDR to shields. Has anyone ever seen anyone using a shield like in the last 2 years? Everything else was sort of expected. I did expect some more like class changes. Like they did some buffs that I expected, like Paragon buffs on the barb and these kind of things. But I also did expect they would like unnerf a few more things. But I mean, maybe not. They kind of did like these overall game changes, right? Like they made Master working stronger, they nerfed monsters a little bit, they rebalanced the elites a little bit. So if I think back about the PTR, it was really rough. In some cases, you got absolutely destroyed with some builds and stuff like that. So maybe it's not going to be that bad anymore. And survival is not going to be such a big problem anymore. And that might kind of do it for the most part. He loves some sword and board barb. Dude, like a barb with shield? That would be really cool. Shield is early hardcore when you're a bigger noob, now it's only for swag. We're expecting we're going to change unyielding hits. Guzzler Glyph, buff the werewolf builds on druid. You're hoping to put Glyph leveling into a tower. Pits that has those issues, making it so unfun to chain run. Yeah, for now, that is true. But they did say that they have plans to like pretty massively update the pit, it sounds like. And they also did talk about it in like one of the interviews where they said they were gonna, you know, backport a lot of the new technology from the tower into the pit once, you know, they're at that point. So that the tower actually has a completely new tech, a bunch, a bunch of new stuff like the map generation, the monster composition, and whatever, and other stuff. And they're gonna take that and put it into a pit at some point, and maybe other systems. And on top of that, yeah, the pit is gonna evolve into something else. I expect more of like a mapping style feature, maybe. You know, where it's just like some sort of like, okay, just kind of chain run, you know, you're blasting, right? It's kind of like typical GR blasting, speed running that we do in D3. Because if you think about it, like a lot of people always say like, hey, why didn't you just make like the pit be both, right? Why can't the pit be speed running and pushing? just like in Diablo 3. Greater Rifts are speedrunning and pushing, it's the same system. But yeah, I mean, the game works differently, right? And the build, like, it's not exactly a copy of D3. And I was also thinking, like, how would you kind of like combine the two things to make sense? And it's very hard to do that. You know, the D3 pushing, it just kind of works. And okay, speedrunning is just really nice, right? But I think it does make sense for Diablo 4 to split the two, make the pit into like the speedrunning thing, or like farming, right? And make the tower like the pushing thing, because effectively you're playing a completely different game anyway, or a completely different game mode in that sense when you push in Diablo 3 as well, right? You know, it's like the same system that you engage, but you know, one is a 15-minute run and one is a 2-minute run, and how you approach it, what your build looks like, and all that is going to be completely different. So you can just as well make two systems out of it in D4. I don't see that as an issue at all. I think it's actually an upside of D4. And let's say 1, 2, 3 seasons down the line, when they have actually accomplished all of their changes that they wanted to do to both systems, I think this is going to work out really well. A roguelite mechanic in the tower. Yeah, they could do all kinds of shit. Why not? You know, maybe every time you go to the next floor, you pick an upgrade or whatever. Like, they can do so many things. I would really like to see actually some sort of Mythic Plus style, like affixes that maybe rotate weekly or, you know, 2 weekly or something like that. That could be pretty fun, I think. Torghast, yeah, I don't know. I think Torghast could be like its own kind of game mode. But I think like Tower, Mythic Plus affixes, that is like a really cool combo. I was talking about this at some other points. They could limit pit to 100 and players switch to tower if they want to push build further. Yeah, I guess if you want to keep the pit as some sort of like speed farming feature, I mean, realistically what you can do is you can just make a lower timer for the pit. Right, you can literally just set a timer to, I don't know, 5 minutes in the pit or whatever, right? To kind of force people to always be in some sort of speedrunning mode. And yeah, who knows, right? So Torment 6 is pit 100. Oh, it will be 85 actually. Torment 7 will be 100. 90 seconds is the pit timer. Yeah, if you play Stork, 90 seconds. Yeah. Rotating affixes that stay the same, but season rankings add up the best from each week. Yeah, I think you have to, like, I mean, the Gauntlet was a weekly leaderboard. Every time the week came around, there was a new Gauntlet map and a new leaderboard for it. And I think they can do something similar with the tower. It doesn't have to be the same map, right? But weekly affix rotation like Mythic Plus, and you know, let's say you have like some categories, like there's, I don't know, a boss affix category, and then there's like a elite affix category, and there's a environmental affix category, and then maybe even like a positive thing, like a player buff or whatever, right? And then it has like, you know, each of them has like 10 different options, and they just randomize every week. I think that could be kind of fun. They have Infernal Awards. It's a baby's first roguelite right now. Just do a similar thing to Challengers on D3. Yeah, they tried that and that spectacularly failed. And absolutely no one saw that coming. Because Challengers were an astounding success. Personally, I'd rather have the pit be the player literally descending further into hell, and every 10 levels there's a boss. Yeah, I wouldn't mind something like that as well, if there was a bit more like atmosphere. And then, yeah, Torghast style, like, okay, you go deeper, it's like some sort of like a roguelite run. Why not? Could be fun. Yeah, either way, Challenge Rifts in D3 suck, and the Gauntlet in D4 also sucked, and that was obvious. I think that this was going to happen, and I mean, the engagement was really bad with Gauntlet. I don't want to see Gauntlet come back or anything close to that. Best thing you can do is limit Paragon to 200. I honestly wouldn't mind that at all. I think that would actually make it somewhat interesting, because you don't just pick everything. I mean, of course, you would have to like rebalance the XP curve a little bit, but yeah, I think that would be not bad at all. I also don't like that we have so many Paragon points. Now they added even more Paragon points. Like, man, I want less Paragon points. Like, I don't want to click fucking 300 fucking points every time I respec my character, man. Like, what is going on? Can I just not? And you can also make the fucking Paragon boards a little bit smaller. With like, you know, there's like so many fucking travel nodes. But yeah, anyway. I mean, Paragon system is like... I don't like exactly how it works, but I'm kind of like okay with it, I'd say. And I think this is like kind of like the least in need of like a major revamp or so. You know, we have other issues. First, the skill tree stuff, and, you know, a bunch of content stuff. Itemization, crafting, you know, juicing. There's like so much stuff they should work on. I think they can keep Paragons as it is right now, but it is strange that they're adding more Paragon points for like no reason whatsoever. Let us replace nodes or drop nodes. Yeah, you can do it like a unique list at least, or something like that could be fun, right? Maybe that unique lists like change like, you know, nodes on the board or whatever, like timeless jewel style from PoE or something. D4 ascendancies. Could be funny. Control click a node anywhere and the game autopaths you to it. You can actually do that. That is actually a feature. I guess the bigger problem is that the in-game Paragon you can't change it like Paragon boards on the Maxwell planner, where you know, you can move the boards around, you can change the order, you can rotate them after, and these kind of things, right? If you could do this kind of stuff without like unspecking everything and specking it back, that'd be nice. PA2 preview tomorrow. Yes. Final Fantasy X, that you replace nodes and weird stuff and they drop from rare monsters. Yeah, it's a bit like tattoos, I guess, from PoE, right? Where you, okay, it's like only for travel nodes. But I don't know. I would be okay with just like less Paragon points, and the rare nodes are much more like, you know, impactful and like diverse than they are now, right? Because rare nodes are basically just like, okay, some minor defense upgrade or some minor damage upgrade, and most of the time they don't really do anything else besides that, right? Okay, there's like the odd, I don't know, movement speed node or something like that, and that's about it. So I would like to see rare nodes actually be more like the notables in PoE, right? Where maybe there is some sort of like special effect or some sort of proc, or I don't know, something a bit more like, you know, with a bit of flavor. And then you actually maybe have fewer of them. And okay, you pick your legendary nodes, they're really good. And then you have like a few rare nodes to pick up on the way. But let's say you are much more limited in how many points you actually have available. Let's say your maximum points is 200 instead of 340. Right, then you would have to really think about, okay, I take all of the legendary nodes, of course, I take the glyphs, okay, and then I have like space for, I don't know, 5 or 6 more rare nodes, and that's it, or something like that, right? And then I have to really choose, okay, this one, this one, this one, this one, and they actually have a bit of an impact. I think that would make it all more interesting. 12 more Paragon points effectively lowers the crossover point between having 4 and 5 boards, and more importantly, it lowers effective max Paragon with 12, which is a lot of hours played. Yeah, I guess so. Like, you know, now previously when you were like, oh, okay, I'm like Paragon 240, I kind of got everything, fuck that, right? And now it's like, okay, now I'm 230, I got everything, okay. Adorn Jewels, a Megalomaniac 44. Yeah, I think like something like unique glyphs would definitely be a nice feature to introduce at some point. And you can do a lot of fun stuff with that, I think. And let's say, you know, there's like 5 unique glyphs per class, but you can only equip one of them or something, right? You can do some fun stuff actually where you have a bit of a choice, and there's like an extra layer of like thinking about your build, and maybe that unique glyph is not just, hey, you now have a glyph that gives you triple the damage, but it's actually, you know, all of your skills now have a darkness tag or something like that. And then maybe your bone spear actually looks like a darkness skill or some shit. And imagine what you could do with stuff like this, for example, as well, right? It says Steve as a puddle. Yeah, it's kind of funny how, like, simultaneously, you feel like there is a bit of like lacking depth, but also it takes so much time to actually properly make a D4 build, because there's like so many like little systems and like so much like, you know, kind of like the min-maxing you have to do and like the testing and I don't know. Kinda undoomed you. Hmm. Cat. Okay, what can we say to Chronix guys to undoom him? Any ideas? Do you know why some clans have only 8 basic and core skills combined and some has as many as 11? Yeah, it's just like class design, I guess, right? Like how many flavors of stuff do they want to provide? Like druids, for example, have a lot of different skills because they're druids, right? They have like 2 separate shapeshifting forms, and then they have 2 separate like nature magic schools. So there's obviously just a lot of different like topics to cover at the same time. So it makes sense, I think. And for example, for something like Spiritborn, okay, they have like these 4 spirits, and it's just like designed like 1 skill for each of them in every category, kind of. I think that's fine. This is not a downside. Ravens still good. No, Ravens is gone. Dance of Knives added to VOE2. Holy man, login. I wonder if they would ever do a skill like that, actually. Maybe. I mean, I did a Whirling Assault, which... it's not exactly the same, but it does have a bit of a feel like Dance of Knives. Rage Vortex. I mean, that is more of like just some ranged AoE skill, no? It's not like you spinning around and shooting out shit in all directions. You have 6,700 hours watched on Twitch. That is a lot of hours. When are you gonna decide to play? Seeing as D4 is out one day before PA2. Yeah, I'll do D4. $700 here, holy shit. Rage Vortex, okay. I thought it's like this like circle that you throw. No? Am I confusing this with something else? Does damage around you. Ah, here, sacrifice some rage to send a rage storm forward. That's what I mean. Yeah. So this is how you do Rage Vortex. It's just like some big circle AoE that flies out. Yeah, exactly. It's not like dense and nice at all. Bro, do you even watch? Yeah, I've literally never seen Rage Vortex being used without the throw. I didn't even know it has a melee component, actually. I've only seen the throwing. You have 3 screens and always one screen is Twitch. What's my opinion on D4 dropping 10 hours before PoE2? Yeah, it sucks, of course. But, that's what it is. At least we have like some interesting months of blasting ahead of us. I'm not a huge PoE1 fan anymore. So I'm happy with, okay, blasting D4 and then PoE2, and, you know, I'm gonna be busy with that for the next months. So that's fine. And then we're gonna have probably some Torchlight, some LE in January as well. I think Dragonkin is also dropping their update at some point, so I'm gonna be checking that out. But yeah, I mean, it's gonna be like in, I don't know, what, almost 2 months or something. You're ready for Tailwind, Deadeye, Bear, Zoomies. Let's go. Do you have a lettered class tier list for a new season somewhere? Well, I have prepared something here, but that is not ready yet, and I'm about to sit down and kind of like look through what's going on here, basically. D4, PoE2, we're missing a good 1 and 3 game. I mean, you're gonna play Diablo 3 on Friday, actually. Hi, Joe. I'm good, yeah. Hope you too. I think people are getting their hopes up a little too much on other classes shapeshifting. Yeah. I think that there will be enough incentive to make a druid. Let's put it that way, right? So everyone can shapeshift, but you probably want to do it on a druid. You know, that's kind of the idea, at least, most of the time, right? Because you're already in the right place for all of the right nodes on the tree, and, you know, your strength and int combo of stats and whatnot. Games you can only put 2k hours into are way too shallow. You can shapeshift your hunters into a druid. Would Witch going to Demon be considered shapeshifting? Good question. Shapeshifting usually implies animals, I think. But I guess as a broader term, yeah, it's probably accurate. How about shapeshifting Druid into Sorg or Spiritborn? Yeah, that's the play. In Diablo 4, that's definitely the play. Right now. Have I tried Warhammer? No, I have not. I would love it. Maybe. I'm gonna get a drink really quick, guys, while we watch our countdown here. Take just a minute. Okay, chat, good news. No matter how grim the campfire chat seemed, you got Kalamakia. Okay, give me 1 minute. Okay. Didn't make enough for the whole class. Uh-oh. Okay, so what we can do is this here. This might be old actually. There's like some old stuff in here from I think I have like this thing from like season 1 or something. I made this ranking like that. But I figured this might be like a nice format again, outside of the tier list and so on, to give like a general rundown. So I worked on this a little bit like the other night. It seems like most of it will probably still be pretty accurate anyway. After patch notes, since not that much changed. They announced the next expansion at Game Awards, and that's right after, so I guess they're trying to hype everyone up and say, hey, new season starts right now. Yeah, I think so too, that's probably the reason. And it's not done yet, guys, so I have to work on this a little bit now. First of all, you're gonna do one row. Pinnacle bosses doesn't exist anymore, actually, right? But what about just bossing? Does it matter enough? Maybe not. I'm not sure if like bossing matters actually. Yeah, so some stuff here I didn't do yet. I'm not sure exactly what is updated. I mean here Crackle, okay, you have that. Is there a way to add steps on a passage tree on an ice sword for PoE 2? Yeah, I haven't done that. I could probably check it out. I'm waiting for the patch notes and see if this is a build I want to update for 0.4, then I will do it. Okay, let's go 9x9, guys. Early game leveling. I think I've done this already. So Barb is usually kind of shit in leveling. Basically wait for Tech Rune. Money, Tech Runes. Dude is pretty good while leveling. Depends on build a little bit. Barb will never see its former glory. Yeah. I mean, it did get some upgrades in this patch, but also I'm not the nerf, so. Usually minions is very good for necro leveling. I made a video about the chrono, by the way, Suffer. You can check the video and talk a little bit about how to go on the passage. You still think D2 and D3 itemization is better than D4 itemization? I mean, D2, I can agree. D3 has the shittiest fucking itemization system in every game ever. I don't know how you think that. Fastest speedrun of a hardcore. Yeah, the fastest overall build will be Crackling Sword, but then there's Evade as well, that's pretty good. Let's see what else here. Rogue, early game leveling is usually... Rogue is really nice leveling, to be honest. Yeah, so nice is kind of OP. Still. Song is okay. Spiritborn is insane. Maybe give Rogue an A. I think Rogue is maybe not exactly on the level of Spiritborn. What about Doc? Yeah, Doc, you can now play Doc all the way to Torment 4, I think. Previously was a bit of an issue. After like Torment 2, it got pretty tough. But they did get the new pants, and they did make the game, like the monster scaling a bit easier, and they buffed the Rogue a little bit across the board. So I think Dance on Ice will go all the way to Torment 4, but not much beyond that. If you want to do more of Dance on Ice, you have to go to Poison Trap stuff. Doc, yeah, I am, you know. You have a few buddies that are very casual and some newbies in between. You get absolutely confused with the massive steps on Paragon boards. It would be great if buildmakers could make more steps. Like 50 points between steps instead of 100. Yeah, I get what you mean, and this is also something we have discussed. But the thing is, most of the time that does absolutely nothing. I'll show you why. So let's just go to my quality build or something. Alright. So the first step is 200 Paragon, 15 Glyphs. And the thing is, if we make smaller steps, all that we do is, you know, basically just like delete this part, right? Here. We delete this one, and then we delete this one, and we delete this one, right? We could just add like 5 more steps here, and then we can say, okay, here's a starter board, and then here's the second board, and here's the third board. It would be exactly the same. After like 5 steps, it would be exactly this. Because this is, you know, kind of like the minimum stuff that you choose on the array. And you already have the order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So nothing would actually really change. Because that's just like how we build it. I'm not sure what we can do that would not just replicate this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that would actually help the readers in any way. Doing like how POB does it? What do you mean? One to 12 to... Yeah, I mean, you know, technically we can do this, and this would actually be relatively easy. You know, you can literally just, you know, add 5 more steps, and then say, okay, like 1, 2, 3, 4. But, you know, the thing is, you have exactly that already, right? It's here. 1, 2, 3. And you generally just go from board to board, fill this out as it says, and that's it. So... They put 200 points in, but where should I go first? Yeah, to be honest, this is also sometimes just like really dependent on what your build is looking like at that moment. You can min-max that at any point you put exactly the next right node and stuff like that. But we have to give like some general recommendation, right? And so, like for example, when I make my Paragon boards, I just try to make sure, okay, at 200 we have all of the legendary nodes, we have all of the glyphs, and then like some of the important rare nodes or something like that, right? Like if we're looking at this Paragon board here, you know, important rare nodes are this, and this, and this. And, you know, some other stuff is just like so close that you just kind of pick it, you know, like these here, they're like literally 1 or 2 points, and that's it. And you just kind of like grab them on the way. And that's it, right? Everything else is literally just pathing to glyph or legendary.
Why did you take my dog?
Yeah, I wanted to have him here.
Yeah, you just had him on the floor.
Yeah, he was waiting for his treat.
He can be straight.
Yeah. Nini is yoinking my dog.
Hi.
Where are you going?
You want him?
Yeah.
Or you?
Yeah.
Alright.
I mean, like this basically, right? You want more steps. I mean, maybe what we could do is like some sort of like a little explanation, because we don't have to make those 5 extra steps on every single board, because, you know, the general rule is always we just follow board by board. You know, first board, fill it out as it says. Second board, fill it out as it says. Third board, fill it out, and so on, right? This is kind of the idea. And maybe this is not clear enough, and we can see if we can maybe, like, you know, change this here a little bit or something to kind of like have some sort of general recommendation of what it's going to look like. We can discuss this maybe on Saturday and see if there's like some solution there. Queen push to 300. Oh my god. I think the planners are the biggest offenders, like the ones I put on my Discord. I mean, the only one where I have not done a step-by-step progression is the Chronomancer lately. Everything else I've always done step-by-step in the right order. Including the respecs at the right time and so on. Yeah, but making a step-by-step progression takes a long time, and I didn't do it for the Chronomancer now, because, you know, it was like right before the end of the league now, and I just put the build out there for people that wanted to play it. Can you find a document somewhere with the tutorials I made? You can find it on the video whenever that happens. On the 4 ones. On the 4. Usually I always make 200, 250 and 300. I always make those 3 steps. Join me in a war against PKS. Oh my god. I'm not sure what they're trying to do, Lord. There's a lot of points before that. Yeah, so basically what I'm talking about is that, you know, if we make steps, let's say, okay, this is Paragon 200, right? Let's say we do like Paragon 40, 80, 120, 160, 200, right? And this it would happen exactly what I just said. Like, all it would do is we just cut off all the other boards. But basically, you know, 40 would be this, and then 80 would be this, and then 120 would be this, and 160 would be this, and so on. And then you're at the same spot anyway, with just 4 extra steps. Where it's like already like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? You already have the order, and you just fill out the boards in that order, basically. That's the idea. I mean, of course, you can do some min-maxing, like, okay, you rush only the legendary nodes, and, you know, like, after, like, I don't know, Paragon 125 or something, or whatever, you're gonna have all the legendary nodes and, like, 2 glyphs, and then you try build it up from there a little bit, and then at, like, 200, you do, like, an entire respec and build it up in the final form, basically. But, I mean, who really wants to do that anyway? Like, the feedback that I have gotten in previous seasons was always, I hate doing Paragon respecs. And in most of the time, it also just doesn't really matter, because you get to 200 so fast that, okay, you can get the legendary nodes like 20 levels earlier, but you can also just get those 20 levels in an hour at that point anyway. And you get some other benefits, you know, instead. A step would be each path to a notable. Yeah, that is both too much information and too much work, I think. Like, we have to keep this realistic. But, yeah, we can see if you can, like, find some other solution there that makes a bit more sense. Sushi does it. I think in PoE it matters also a bit more, because you get these levels way slower, you know, after, like, and not even that, not even after the first levels, right? Like, PoE is just, like, slow leveling compared to, like, you know, D4. Like, in D4 you get to, like, max level, and then you start getting paragons, and in, like, 5 hours or whatever, you know, you have, like, over 100 points. Or 150 points if you're fast. And then you're basically almost at this stage anyway. He's talking about the GTFO clan in hardcore. Yeah, I know that as some people like doing PKing and stuff. I'm sticking up for noobs. He said woolly guides suck. Yeah, I don't like hearing that. So I have to find a solution. So step 1, I add many steps. Sorry, option 1, I add many steps. Option 2, I just ban wonkers. What do you say, Melon? Okay. I think it's a fair point, so we'll see if we're gonna do something about it. Ban. But yeah, I can promise you we're not gonna make fucking like, okay, 10-point steps or something. Like, if I was going to check out a guide, I don't want to click like fucking 30 times to see the fucking Paragon board, right? That is also another thing. People actually have to click for those steps. So, maybe a few more steps wouldn't hurt, but definitely not like, okay, every fucking rare cluster or something. It's the data status. Yeah, I mean... Okay, let's say after like, 200, the Paragon slows down, right? And then like from 200 to 250, okay, it's a lot of points, and it does take probably longer than 0 to 200. I'm not sure exactly, actually. But yeah. And then, okay, you just have to make decisions. Okay, do you go for the life first, or do you go for the damage first? Like, I mean, it also depends just a bit on you, I guess, how it feels. In the end, like, everything is relatively small at this point. So it's kind of like a little bit more in this direction, a little bit more in that direction, but nothing really happens anymore. Exit steps are also useless if you haven't even found the glyphs yet. Yeah, that's actually another problem sometimes. Sometimes you actually get so many Paragon nodes, so many Paragon levels before you even get a glyph that's true. Yeah, so the idea is that, by Paragon 250, you have this setup, right? But, where exactly you put the 50 points in between, I mean, this can also be up to you a little bit. And I mean, you see which classes it adds, right? And in some cases, okay, you see there's rest here, right? Okay, maybe you need the rest to cap out, so maybe this is something you want to go for first. Or like, hey, everything is fine, I'm gonna go for the attack speed. So, like, I don't know what gear you're gonna have. Maybe you are attack speed capped and you don't need this at all or something. Yeah, so we can't really make like a full, like, like that fit some combination that fits everyone. That's the thing. You're looking to start a seasonal end of season hardcore tournament. You mean like for season 10 or season 11? Season 11. Okay. I mean, I'm definitely up for something like that. Why not? I have so many characters ready to die with, so it's fine, but... Where was my season ranking stuff? Yeah. I want to work on that a little bit. I appreciate the enthusiasm, Lord Ages. But yeah, we'll see later. Is tier list out yet? No. Tier list will probably be on Sunday. What are you going to do the first 2 days? Oh no. Where was the time guy during the campfire? How outside of Spiritborn, how many classes are actually going to hit 100? All of them. 100 is not going to be such a big deal. So they said they nerfed the pit scaling by something like around 10 pit tiers at the high levels. And yeah, I mean, every class reached something like 90, I think, or so already. Plus, some of them were buffed a little bit, like the bars were buffed a little bit, rogues were buffed a little bit, and so on. I don't have a link to the sheet yet, guys. We are still work in progress. So I wanted to actually go for this now. We did early game leveling. So I think this is kind of summing it up now. We have a lot of Ace here, actually. There's a lot of classes that feel pretty good to level, I guess, these days. I'm not 100% sure about the Barb, but I think they're not great. But Druid is usually fine. Necro is fine. Rogue is fine. Sork. I'm not sure if Sork maybe deserves a B or so. And Spiritborn is OP. Okay. Endgame progression. Oof. I mean, you still have Pulverize. If you get the Lightbringer, which you can Gamba for like 500 obols, then you're chilling, I guess. So maybe that's okay. Necro, powerful but low speed. I guess that makes sense. Rogue. Maybe that gets a B as well. But you do have big tempers. You have Dance of Knives. I'm not sure if Rogue should go down, maybe. Sorg is probably also okay, and then Spiritborn easily face roll. This is on Spirit, yeah. This is old. This is like Pinnacle Bosses. This was like, you know, this is like an old sheet that I kind of like revived from like season 1 or season 2 or something. So I need to like change this here a little bit. This is actually not accurate here. Blurred Beast. It doesn't even exist anymore. So I'm not sure about any of this stuff here right now. Okay. Build diversity. So I've done this part as well, right? We have lunch. I'm not sure how Whirlwind will be, but I think it's okay. Druid. That is not an S. That probably gets like a B or a C, actually. Necro. It's probably okay, but it's mostly minions, I think. It's like 3 different flavors of minions, and then... okay, you have like Shadow Blight stuff. Bone Spirit, that's maybe okay. That build's dead, I think. Build diversity is okay in Rogue, but because everything is kind of mid. Okay. Sork. Crack the rules, rest behind. Maybe this gets a D actually. Sork really has only one build, I think. And then Spiritborn has an insane build diversity. Okay. Tower push. I think this is a bit optimistic, yeah. This is also not happening, so... Tornado, Lightning Storm, Pulverize. This is old, actually. I guess Lunge. Maybe Mighty Throw. I'm not sure how good they're gonna be. I'm not sure like where Crackle will land exactly. It was pretty strong on the PTR. Maybe that is actually in S territory as well. Maybe a C for the rogues. Necro is probably pretty good. Minions. Spirit. Gonna try using damage calculator. It's actually really nice. You want me to use it right now or what? Yeah, Riff is fixing a lot of stuff right now actually. Even with the guides, people are always asking questions, even if the answer's right in front of their face. Yeah, it happens a lot. People look at the guides, but they don't really read or something, and you know, we try many different things to try to convey the information. And sometimes the information is there, but it's like hidden and people don't find it, or the information is there and people literally just don't look at it. So we have like different styles of like presenting the information, right? And in some cases, less is more as well. So for example, I used to give a lot of information, a lot of like background and like, you know, how stuff works and why it's chosen or something. But I learned, for example, over time that I don't really have to justify the choices most of the time. You know, I just give the choice and I know why, but I don't have to explain why. This is like one of those things where it's like, okay, just do as I say kind of deal, right? And most of the time this helps people more. What am I going to start with? I haven't chosen yet. The hardcore PvP boys are doing a hardcore tournament on Friday. Yeah, on Friday I'm gonna be blasting D3, so I can't do that. But I don't know, maybe I'm gonna do some fun hardcore stuff next week or something. If you pin a damage calc for the Torment 1 P200 setup, people can see the expected damage they should be getting. I've not actually tried that very much. I mean, I do use the D4 planar calc sometimes for like actual like, you know, making choices, but I don't really look at the number and the actual outcome. I don't even have damage numbers on in-game. But I will explore that option. 5 AM start, yeah, it's gonna be great. In the default planner you can select conditional effects and stuff. I mean, you can always ask Tagger as well, why is a certain thing chosen? You know, I think most people don't mind to explain that when people ask. But I guess the truth is that most people don't care why a certain thing is chosen, or sometimes the explanation is very unintuitive. You have to see that Diablo 4 is also a game full of bugs and very unintuitive mechanics and so on. And at this point, you know, there's like so many like little things to know about every single class and even every single build, about, you know, why certain things are good and bad and stuff like that, that you can't really understand it necessarily if you just look at the guide. Because I know things that almost no one else knows, and even if I try to explain them in a guide, most people will not remember it. When did they announce the season start dates changed? Yeah, that was also like a few hours ago. Moxie. Oh god. Thoughts on Barb for the patch? I'll log out. But if you like Lunging Strike, it's good. Maybe it's you, Progs. Necro Golem looks like a solid all-round easy build. Yeah, Golem is certainly a winner. You can cast a Stomp is showing 3 trillion DPS on the planner. Dude, I believe it when I see it, Sanitizer. I tried Concussive Storm once. And okay, this was in a very different scenario, but we already had this like giga damage against bosses and Unsolvable and some other things. Yeah, the start date is because of the Game Awards. They should have moved the Game Awards to Tuesday, man. That's actually it. Why didn't you do that, actually? I have no idea where the barbs end up, actually. Druids, maybe they are okay. Both. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Lunch is great. Yeah, I'm not sure if we're gonna do bossing at all here, actually. I think bosses are not really gonna be a huge problem. I think a lot of builds will just blast T4 bosses at some point, no problem. Okay, Lord Aegis, can you chill out a little bit? we know that there's a hardcore thing going on now. Okay. GG are the masters of hype. Yeah, they definitely do that thing really well. Surely rogue his ass if that works. Yeah. Maybe. I'm not 100% sure about Death Trap yet, so we'll see. AO was pretty disparaged on the PTR, yeah. But I mean, there were some goodies here for the rogues. And the masterworking changes especially, like they didn't like touch Death Trap itself, but the masterworking changes help a lot. And the temper changes. So I think that will make Death Trap definitely quite good. Okay, it seems like Merlin wants to go home again. I'm gonna let him go. Alright. Have I ever picked the graphical issues of Death Trap spamming? I don't think so. Okay, let's skip the bosses for now. Okay, easy to play. Ease of play. Okay, Barb. I think that is relatively outdated. Let's delete all this and start fresh. So, I mean, Necro is pretty face roll, I think, with minions and stuff. Face roll. Spiritborn. Probably like a B, I'd say. That's a squish. I mean, outside of Evade, I guess Evade is pretty face roll, but the other builds are not like that. Sork is pretty chill. Comfy, tanky, fast. Teleport, unsolvable. I mean, Sork kinda got it all. And usually, basically one button build that you spam and that's it. There's not really too much to think about most of the time. How is Ice Shots these days? Blech. Mostly. Okay, what about Rogues? I mean, that stands so nice, which is like very comfy. But most other builds, they have like Helltop, Smoke, and whatever you have to deal with. I think something like a C even. For most of the builds, I usually all shout some after Berserker, so I'd say it's kind of easy. Yeah, maybe I'm gonna leave out the how difficult is it to build the character. Let me just say, okay, how like how is like playing this? Maybe that matters more. Stone of Jordan in the game with this patch? No, there's no Stone of Jordan. I really want to play Bob. Hope it's not garbage. Yeah, Bob is not looking great, I gotta say. But it's gonna be okay with like the good builds at least. Okay. Druid. Not very sure. I mean, that's like a bunch of squishy builds. And then timing with Cataclysm. And Pull, we have the positioning stuff. And timing on the boulder. I think that is something like a B or a C, to be honest. Why is that all over this table? Because this table was from like 2 years ago, and I found it again recently when I was cleaning up my like old files and stuff, and I was like, I should do this again. And then I started like working on it a little bit. I did like a bunch of the like early stuff here, but yeah, the later stuff, this is like very old still. Warcry, Steelgra, Rallying Cry, Fields of Crimson, big damage, resource buffs, pulling. So yeah, group utility, very good stuff. Druid also. Bloodhowl, Cyclone, Roar, Vulnerable. Dude, I have Vulnerable as a group utility option here. Holy. Well, I think these are kind of the main things on the Stone Burst. What is this thing called even? There's like the aspect for it. Shattered Defenses. Necro. There's not much besides this actually, right? Poison damage reduction, pulling of Death Trap, tons of CC. I don't really have much going for them, I think. CC is not really that important these days. Zork. Let's actually has to go here, I guess. Freeze, stun, Vuln, pull with Raiment. I think that's actually all still true. That's all really old stuff, but most of it is still true. But yeah, buffs and druids, I wonder which one is a better support now. With this Fields of Crimson buff, so that's kind of huge. But yeah, not really enough to really make this worthwhile. Poison the R and pulling with Death Trap, I mean, maybe. I think this is probably not good enough. Like, Decrepify is okay, but you can easily get that as a rune if you want. Corpse Tenders pulling, sure, with the extra AoE, it could be kind of nice. And Spiritborn, what do we have there actually? Wait a minute, can you actually buff others with like the barriers and stuff? How does that work? Granting you 30% in barrier every 1.5 seconds. So not really, but you have this. So once it's the 30% less, I have like Protector, I guess. But yeah, is there anything else besides that on this class in terms of like group utility? Not really, right? I mean, you can apply poisons for druids. Wow. Big pulling. I mean, the vortex pulling is pretty legit, to be fair. That is very good. You can pull the entire map really fast with vortex. Stingy born. I care for no one else. Yeah, I guess it's Protector and Vortex. That's really the only real group utility. I don't think there's anything else going on here. So like some aspects that I'm not thinking about. What about like Mystic Circle stuff? It's also only just for the Spiritborn, it seems. So I guess not. No, I don't see anything. Thanks for up, by the way. Xatron. Yeah, so it's basically just like equip an Escher Kizungi, get the Protector in there. Yeah, you don't really have much going for it, basically. Can poison enemies, but I mean, who cares? Okay, so that is kind of bad. Wait. D. Good pulling with Vortex. Protector. Protector DI. It's not even the barrier. But that's about it. Can we not pop all of the Druid rabies? I think this is only your own poisons. I'm not sure actually if it removes the other people's poisons. Maybe. But no, I don't think so. Support Druid groups too. Borders Angie, okay. Big pull with Arida, I guess. Arida. Bloodhound, Cyclone Armor, Roar, Stone Burst. So das. Okay, Lordy, it's too much now. Sorry, but I don't know what's up with you. Dude has been in support every season. Yeah, we're gonna actually see it, Barbs and Druids now, I think, as supports in group. Like, once the tower's out, 100%, we're gonna see 3 Informant teams with Barbs and Druids. Maybe even 2 men. Bro, it's good. Oh, man. Okay. He must be being a chat. It's a tough season for Rogue. I mean, Death Trap is gonna be very good. And it's gonna feel good to play Rogue, but they're not gonna be very strong. I don't know why they died the tower. It could be that maybe they just didn't get the leaderboards in a good spot in time or something. I know in the PTR they were quite buggy. Or maybe they're worried that there's gonna be like some, exploits. And people are gonna do like, 150 clears. And then they wanna try to like iron that out first or something. Who knows? But I mean, it's gonna happen in any season, right? Okay, hardcore Spiritborn gets a D, I guess. Builds. Okay. Rest oof. Maybe a B. Bob is usually pretty chill. I'd say at least an A. Iron Skin is OP. Necro, pretty bad usually. I'll give it a C. What is that passive called? The barrier. Necrotic Fortitude. So it's usually the one thing that keeps you alive on a Necro. And besides that, I mean, okay, decrep, sure, but... no unstoppable. Yeah, Necro is not great, especially in hardcore, I think. Thanks for sub, by the way. G Furion, 29 months, appreciate that. They thought I set the late tower because so many game changes. I want to make sure the game is in a good place. Yeah, I mean, there's no rewards right now for the tower, so even if there's like an exploit and people do like 150, I mean, it would suck, but it's not the end of the world when there's no reward anyway. I think I should just get it out. I think maybe it's just like not ready or something. But yeah, I also don't know why they delayed it exactly. Is Sorg the best class in Season 11? It has the best build, I think, but it's not the best class. Okay, I think Sorg is really good in hardcore, usually. Give it at least an A, or maybe an S. I think Sorg might be the best hardcore class right now. But it did nerf Mana Shield a little bit, right? So maybe that goes down a little bit. It's also ranged. Let me see the patch notes again real quick. Oh, you're right here actually, so that is fine. Okay. Barrier per rank reduced from 10 to 5. So that will be a little bit felt, I guess. I mean, also, we're actually not running all of the defenses this time, right? We got an Aussie Vein, and you don't actually want to have the defensive skills on the bar. So maybe it's not the greatest this time around. Maybe that gets a B. Anything using Temerity is the best hardcore class. Yeah, Temerity is going to be very good, but some classes already rely on barriers. Like, you know, Necros already have barriers, Rogues already have barriers, Sorgs already have barriers. So you don't necessarily put a Temerity on all of these. Thanks, Lancelot, by the way. Do you think lifesteal builds are viable now? Lifesteal, I mean, lifesteal is not a thing. It's life on hit. And life on hit will be really valuable. With or without Temerity. I think every build basically will run like at least one roll of life on hit or something. Maybe more even. Prayers for Death Trap. Yeah, Death Trap should be good, I think. But I want to see the actual setup before I call out Rogue as like insane. Yeah, Lifebite is pretty OP. Your Black Knight skin forcing you to play Rupture Ball with the season starter every season. What's the best class for softcore, speed farming, and bosses? Sorg. Yeah, Cracking Sorg is really good. I guess Pulp Druid is probably gonna blast bosses pretty easily, pretty early on. This might get an S. But I guess you don't have a Flame Shield. But maybe you don't care. Wolf Kapow. Barbs. Probably not great, honestly. Spiritborn at 10 resolve was indirectly buffed. Spiritborn is kinda tanky. I mean, I think that Spiritborn has caught up a little bit on the other classes in terms of survivability, but I think it's still on the lower end. And also, more resolve, okay, you get like a little bit from Perseverance. But yeah. It didn't feel great on a PTR, I think. And stuff like Barb definitely felt a lot better, survivability-wise. So when I look at hardcore, I think Spiritborn is definitely still the hardest class to play in hardcore. Unique heavy. High power. Let's go. Can't stagger. Crackle. Spiritborn. High power. Spiritborn definitely has a pretty decent build, but maybe a bit squish. Let's give it a B. Why is a group utility section? Because we have leaderboards in this game, and the group leaderboards will run supports. I mean, this group utility is something I made, like, this is like a sheet I made like 2 years ago from like season 1 or season 2 or something. And then I had this group utility thing. And then, since then, it has never been relevant, but now it is actually, so I just kept it. And some people just care about this, like, okay, what do you actually bring to the team, right? If you play with friends, maybe some people want to buff each other in some ways, and yeah, why not? Okay, Rogue and Hardcore. Generally, I always consider Rogue a pretty good hardcore class. You have Dark Shroud, even with stuff like Shroud of Condoras, lots of CC, you have good defensive passes. I think Rogue is generally fine. It might be an A or a B. Kinda has it all. Even with the second wind nerf, Rogue might still be really good in hardcore, I think. Feels like Druid is the best all-rounder. Let's see, actually. Okay, what about Sanctification? Yeah, so Barb, I don't expect much from Sanctification, but it has many slots at least. Maybe give it a C. A, Druid, many strong Druid aspects and uniques. So yeah, there's always something to slot in, basically, I think. Necro. Necro also has pretty good aspects. Yeah, Rogue not great. Sorg has basically shitty aspects and not many slots. And then Spiritborn has like ridiculous stuff from Sanctification. So Spiritborn probably gonna profit the most, yeah. Because, you know, you have a Capeleke equipped, but then if you suddenly get like a two-handed redirected force on your Capeleke or some shit, like, holy fuck. So... Where's especially that? This is not public right now. Who said Druid is the best all-rounder? Paid cheddar. Yep. Okay, is there any other category we should add here, guys? So basically kind of cover the tier lists that we have on Maxwell, right? We have the push, we have the speed farm, we have the bossing, we have the leveling, you have the overall endgame. So these are exactly the 5 tier lists. So we have kind of that. And then, okay, we have this. We have this. We have this, which is kind of extra. I think this is fine. So let's see where we at, actually. C, C, B, 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 C, A, S, A, C. And I think group utility probably has like a very low weight when it comes to overall performance. So let's just not count the group stuff very much. And I'm also not sure about the sanctification stuff because we don't know what will be there. So I'm gonna give low value on this, but maybe it's gonna be a bit of like a tipping point. Easiest to gear. Yeah, that really depends on the build sometimes, so that's kind of tough. But if you're looking from the perspective of the builds I'm mentioning here, like these are the good builds and you know these are the builds you should play, then we can maybe do that. But you're already included in something like here, right? So there is already gearing in some cases. Yeah. And honestly, with sanctification, I have no idea how hard it will be exactly. Right? Like, if redirected force exists as a two-handed aspect, then, you know, if you're talking about like a rank 1 tower push or something, well, you kind of need to get a Capeleka with a redirected force two-handed. So this alone will make Spiritborn gearing ridiculously hard, at least from that perspective, right? So an overall stat at the bottom. Yeah, how about an overall stat here? That sounds great. I think Barb is looking more like C territory, so my gut feeling says C. It's tanky, easy, but doesn't have much else going for it. Maybe it's a B. B for Barb. B or C. We'll see. Okay, Druid. A, B, C, B, A, S, B, S, B, A. Group utility is S. Bossing is S. I think bossing is also not a super high priority right now. I don't think a lot of people will really care too much about this. There's other ways to get your gear now. Plus, at some point, bosses are so trivialized you don't really care anymore. Even on Barb or something. So main side of blood for some classes, how impactful is that? Very little. It's like plus half a pit here for Barb and Rogue. Druid looks like a B angle or something. I'm not sure if that is really true though. Would I call a Druid a B? Maybe. Maybe it's fine. I mean, Pulp is definitely in a good enough territory. I think Kata is probably in a good enough territory, and so is Boulder. And those 3 builds are usually like kind of like really good builds across the board. Especially farming wise, Kata and Boulder are pretty good. So if they still do that, I think Druid is fine. Druid B, look in theory too. Necro, I don't know. They have better build variety, but it's mostly minions and different flavors of minions. And then a bit of Bone Spirit. That's generally strong and easy. But Squish. Maybe they're also a B territory, to be honest. Rogue. I'm not sure what to think about rogues, to be honest. And they're kind of vibing until late game, and then they're just kind of like weak compared to the others. But they are tanky. They don't really require much to get going. They have a very good late game option with Death Trap, most likely. So even though they don't push very high, they might still be like a really good choice. I'm inclined to give them an A or a B at least. I love B. B plus. They could maybe do pluses and minuses, to be fair. So let's see. I'm gonna like, revisit them once we have done one round. So Sork. Yeah, Sork has Crackle. So it can't be too low. And it's generally kind of just chilling. I think Sork gets at least an A. But it's basically only one build. So yeah, it's crazy on bossing, on farming, on pushing. But yeah, it's all just one build. So I think I cannot give it an S, even though it is good at all that. Yeah, I think something like an A plus is probably fine. Okay, and Spiritborn. Spiritborn is probably the S here. Spiritborn is just insane. So Spiritborn just kind of has everything. Besides group utility and hardcore. Okay, you can live with that, I think. It's not the easiest to play, but it's okay. And everything's just fucking strong. As for Spiritborn. Now, what do we do here? Honestly, maybe gonna do something like B plus, B minus, and B or something like that. It's plus, plus, plus. Biased rating system. I mean, if you have input, let me know. With life on 8, Spiritborn pretty survivable in hardcore. Yeah, sustain is not the problem of Spiritborn. The problem is just getting fucking clapped. And that can definitely happen on Spiritborn very easily. Buffs. Actually, it's called group utility already. Hardcore. Risk of getting clapped. Where can you find this file? It's not public yet. You like to wave at Duria's poison balls when he first pops up. It's a good time. Yeah, I think I'm generally kind of happy with this assessment here. Would I put an end to these people saying that will shadow drop Paladin during the Game Awards? What do you want me to do now? What about importance of mass circling for functioning on a build? I mean, there's only very few cases where this is really a consideration, I think. It's just like some general progression that you have to go through, and I think that's like somewhat comparable between builds. Gear specific of difficulty. Yeah, it's kind of hard to really pinpoint that exactly. a few things mentioned that you need like gear and stuff like here, for example, to do like bossing properly and stuff on the barb. Just let him cope. Yeah, I think that's the play. Maybe I'm gonna give rogues a C on the air bosses when I think about it. With the no stagger, that's kind of a huge deal. But it did improve stuff like a Shadow Clone shenanigans, so maybe it's okay. And it generally buffed rogues a little bit, so it could be fine. If Sork is S in pushing and speed farm, it's S overall, two of the best categories. Yeah, I agree, but it's only one build, so this is why I don't want to give it an S right now. It's literally only one build, and there's like nothing else comes even close. And it does have a few downsides as well. Yo, thanks for stopping by, Rel. 23 months, appreciate it. Okay, I think I'm kind of happy with this. I'm gonna like look over this again one more time, and then I'm probably gonna make like a video. And then you're also gonna get the link to this, guys. So for now, this was just kind of like prepping. It's like any other stuff that I haven't really like thought about now from the patch notes. I've been going through everything. You definitely have to like kind of sit down and see like how much does the stuff actually change here with, for example, the masterworking changes and so on, right? Which builds can run the Melted Heart of Selec? I think it's like maybe some stuff I should write down. Just gonna put it here now. Masterworking changes. Temper GA. Like, what does it matter basically? Select which builds. Besides that, I guess leveling builds progression might be something with the new, like you unlock certain categories of skills, but I think realistically, it probably won't matter much. Like you say, okay, I have to put 1 point in the basics instead of 2. So I guess some builds will just like, yeah, only put like 1 point in basic and then you don't have a basic skill on the bar, so everyone just gets an extra point now that if they don't usually run a basic skill, right? So there's that. And then if there's also a build that doesn't care about any core skill, I don't know, let's say Payback, right? Payback has no basic skill on the bar and no core skill. But at least you take some of the passives in the core category. Infernal Horde farming. Yeah, I think Infernal Horde is not relevant enough to get its own category there. I also don't want to like overdo it, right? So it might just be like too much information at some point. Infernal Horde is basically a bit more like, okay, speed farming, T4 stuff, right? And okay, some builds kind of profit a little bit more there if they're like really good AoE clear, but kind of low mobility, then they're kind of better in Horde compared to like typical farming, but I don't think it matters too much. Let's see what else we have here. And maybe if like at some point we're gonna get like real juicing and like, you know, content customization, you know, let's say like Atlas passive tree style system, and we actually have like farming strategies. Hey, I'm gonna make an Infernal Horde character, and this is the thing I farm all day, every day. And hey, I'm gonna make an Undercity character, and I'm gonna make a, you know, like Nightmare Dungeon character or something like that. I think whenever that time comes, it would probably make sense to do like either full tier lists for each of those contents, or at least like, you know, in like this kind of like class overview I just made, I would maybe include something like that. But I think right now, builds have to be like all-rounders in general, right? A little bit. I do have to say that it's very funny they nerfed Havarion. Like a hit, or gain resource reduced. That is very funny. I wonder if this kick stuff is gonna be good, but I don't really believe in it. Maybe Earthquakes is gonna be something. Okay, I'm just like kind of like fast scrolling for this, like see if there's anything else that I should investigate over the next days or something. I actually realized I have a lot of time this time to like make guides. There's no longer a cost to enter the pit. Yeah, that was effectively removed like 2 seasons ago anyway. You had like thousands of pit keys. Barb OP now. Yeah, Copium. I mean, the thing is that most of the like buff they've gotten is like eaten up by the Varnatni change anyway. Okay, Ring of Man down. No, Flurry nerfed. Dude, fucking Blade Dancer aspect, 140%, and that's on a one-handed slot. 280% per spin, and it spins 2 times. So the spinning blade does a total of 560% damage of the returning blade. God, man. Wind Force, huge. Chance to deal triple damage to knock down enemies, 100%. Dude, it's gonna feel so bad to play Barrage with Wind Force, and then you fight a boss. And the boss is not staggered. You might level Chasing Blades. I mean, Chasing Blades is pretty decent, I'd say, for like a leveling build. You just run Jalal's Vigil, get a Blade Dancer aspect, and you're blasting. Am I starting Rogue in Season 11? I haven't decided yet. Buffing Flurry a bit, buffing Barrage a bit. I mean, okay, a bit of love here for much of skills, but okay. I think this will actually be felt here with stuff like Protection. Protection is literally half the barrier now. It's still good. You know, with Shroud, it's 4 ranks, 20%. But you will feel it. And Energy Focus also only max on 20 now. Anything looking good or stand out? You're talking about builds? I mean, Crackle Sork is a really good build, and then a lot of stuff on Spirit Bond is good. A few things on Necro. He can't pass up on Evade Born. Yeah, Evade is still insane. But I personally don't really want to play Evade again right now. Teleport, cooldown. So we should check what happens here exactly. So, if I remember correctly, the enchantment said that teleport enchant cannot be reduced by cooldown reduction, right? But I'm not 100% sure what happened with like Bounding Conduit and like teleport specific cooldown reduction. Like there's, for example, Rainbow of the Infinite now, 40% cooldown CDR. But I think they want you to put teleport on the bar for that, right? Don't be a hater, embrace evade 1. I'm not hating, but I've done enough evade for now, I think. So maybe I'll do something like Crushing Hand or so. And I really like Stinger, but we're gonna archive Stinger Guide actually. RIP. That's an 07. I was like waiting for some sort of miracle here, but there is no miracle. The enchantment master reduce it to 3.5 seconds. Yeah, I still expect that to happen. You will always miss the pre-nerf evade spec when it first came out. Yeah, that was kind of insane. But it did get a much deserved nerf, and it's still, you know, since then it's still like always in the top 3 or something, you know. It's such a good build. Okay, what else? Yeah, I don't believe in this ocular stuff. This ocular stuff actually seems worse than it was on the PTR, and on the PTR it already sucked. So I'm not sure what the fuck is that. Like, at least here I got like a 50% damage buff, and I think it was stacking. Every time you teleport, you got like some insane buff. And now it's just a 15% for each enemy you hit. I mean, how many enemies are we hitting? Realistically, where it matters, it's 1. Reduce the cooldown by 0.5 seconds on the next cast. So yeah, if you teleport into a pack and you hit like, I don't know, 8 guys, then you're gonna get an instant teleport. But then you teleport out of the pack into nowhere, and then you have a cooldown. So, great. Sanitizer is trolling you guys. Raymond is actually very funny. Raymond always used to be like this, you know, giga offensive chest that has no defensive value, and now it just gives you fucking 30 DR. And it no longer increases the cooldown either, right? Yeah. Teleports, pulls enemies close, gives you 30% DR. It doesn't say how long it lasts. And then you have 40% teleport CDR. That's actually crazy, 40%, and then you can masterwork this. Wait a second. So if you masterwork this thing, so first of all, you get a GA, right? RIP shocking impact ranks. Yeah, okay, but they can still temper them, right? Or did they remove that too? How much D4 and how much PvE2 will I play? Yeah, first D4, then PvE2. That's the plan right now. So basically GA plus Masterwork is a 1.75 multi. So that will already put it to 70 teleport cooldown. And then you have the evocation passive, and yeah, there you are, right? This is cap. So how much is that? Stork. This is a Cooper Shaco here. And we can take this thing. How much cooldown is this right now? 41. Okay, let's just add all the cooldown here. To imitate this a little bit. Anything else? Pain Gorger. Okay, how's this? 71 cooldown. Okay, so that's pretty close. 2.9 seconds. That's of 9 ranks. Yeah, this is not real. I'm just imitating the Raymond with the cooldown. You're sussing. Yeah, everyone is sussing. Thanks, Artemis, by the way. Maybe the changes to Master and Tempering make not using Aussie an option. I mean, it sounds like that could be correct, because you now lose a lot more, cast twice value, right? Because you can get a GA temper, and you can masterwork that. And Aussie Vein, okay, you get a bunch of skill ranks, which is nice and all, but it's not the same. But I think Aussie Vein is so powerful, you kind of want it. And the only thing that you will do is, for like a speed farming setup, you're probably gonna just put teleport on a bar and then have 3 stacks of Aussie Vein instead of 4. I think that's what I've done on the PTR when I was playing it. Is burning content before or after CDR? It's before. I forgot to put that actually, so I guess I can put it on the neck. How much is that on the neck here? Bounding conduit is... that's exactly the number actually. Okay, 4.5. So this is now buffed to be 4.5 on the boots. Okay, so this is 1.6. I mean, that's pretty good, to be honest. It's pretty good. Hi, Alexei. Will Barb be viable outside of supporting? They will have some decent builds. I'm not 100% sure about the kick build. I think it's gonna be kind of just for fun and not crazy. And then there's, okay, Mighty Throw is gonna be fine, I guess. Earthquake's probably gonna be fine, and then the best build is probably a Lunge. And that is gonna be pretty good. Lunge is gonna be pretty good, but it's like the same lunging build we already had for like 3 seasons or something. Yeah, if you roll GA Temper, you can still GA Masterwork. The Masterwork is no longer a GA, it's now its own 50% bonus. That is separate. But either way, 1.6 seconds teleport, plus teleport enchant, and you can have the multiple... I mean, this is pretty good, honestly. Sork's gonna go pretty fast. You can't just like evade anymore, but it's not far off. You just have to equip a Raymond with a GA on the teleport cooldown. Get Enchantment Masterboard and boots that have maximum evade charges, and you're chilling. Panda did not even stream before. Maybe he was not here, I don't know. He loves Spiritborn, but not Cap Black again. Yeah, Spiritborn has plenty of options. We're actually making a brand new guide as well of the Beast Strike. So we have the Balazam builds, we have the Cap Black builds. We have Spirit Hall builds, that's like a kind of like a Gorilla Main Hall Thorns thing. There's a Beast Strike thing. We have Evade. Spiritborn has so many builds, man. Like, it's actually crazy. Panda was playing Cyberpunk. Oof. You'll see what the CDR is on Legendary Gloves. Yeah, I expect that it's the same stat. 8.8 and 13.2, I think. If it changes the masterwork, his Spiritborn will have 2k all stats and 5k dex. Oh my god. Wait, do you have some percent dex somewhere or what? What the hell are you doing? Yeah, adaptive stances, that's obvious. But that still seems like a lot of dex. Let's check that actually. So, tempering. The typical cast twice on a core skill is 17.5. That's the same on Rogue, I remember. I think that's generally the same, right? Like on like Spiritborn, it's like 35. Yeah, he has 35, for example. So let's look at core skills only. So 17.5 base. And then you can now GA this. So that becomes, is that 26.2? Yes. And then you can masterwork this, which I forgot now actually. So this will be this. 30.62 GA plus 25. Okay, how do we say this? I don't want to write quality. You know, we had MW. Do we say 25Q? I don't know. What is the best way to make this clear enough? And now we do times 2.25 for, this is like GA, 25 quality, and capstone. Qual. That's too long. All in. That is a lot, actually. $2K strength with 40% inherent crit chance, holy. I think the planner was updated. Wait. Do we have new version? Masterworking or what? 0 to 50. Oh, look at that. Technology, guys. Okay. What about this? Huh. Okay, very nice. I just pressed F5. So, are you on the PTR thing? Check the PTR box. I wonder if you also fixed sanctification of legendary stats. Because previously it like was hiding the extra. Ah, here, sanctified. There we go. GG. Okay. What about the masterwork here? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Looks good, actually. Yeah, I understand, but I'm glad that we got it so fast. Yeah, I told Riff earlier that this is like high priority, so we can actually make the planners. And okay, we don't have the data from like the changes now, but that's normal. Nice. It's gonna make it much easier to actually compare the stuff now as well. So actually what I was just doing, right? Let's just check this out. Let's go on Sork. So we do the cast twice. That's the wrong kind of cast twice. Nice shots. 39.4. Is that what I had here? Yes. Okay. Okay. Dude, 50 quality. It's actually gonna be a very good outcome, I think, in some cases. Like, this might actually, for example, give you like extra ranks on passives and stuff, right? If you have like a neck. Let's see. Oh, I have another question, actually. What happens if I master this with like... The sanctification does not change, right? I wonder if the sanctification stat will be higher when it has quality. We don't know, actually. But realistically, yes, right? Because it is just an affix that is an already qualitied item. It should be improved. Now obviously you can't get a GA on it, or you know, something like this here. You can't do anything anymore. But I think this should be real. Question is, when does it actually upgrade at 30, I guess? Apparently at 34. Weird. Let's see a passive. Does it go up? So apparently at 50. I wonder if this is real. Like in the old Masterwork system, it would go up every 30%. So at 30 quality, you should get a free rank. But I'm not sure if that is still true. So I guess we'll see. Sanctified stats won't be able to have 50 quality as the outcomes are mutually exclusive. Yeah, that's true actually. You can't get double sanctification. So this will not apply anyway to like... I was just wondering if like there's any way we can expect like, you know, something like the ranks to go up. But either way, there is like other sanctified stats, right? There's like fire damage. And that just scales up, you know, point by point, right? So I wonder if that is going to be improved by the quality of the item, and I guess it should be. Maybe do 25% steps now for skills instead of 30. I guess that would probably make some sense to give you like anything at all when you quality the item, right? Because else it would just never go up. Yeah, I think this is probably a bit of speculation because we don't actually have the data on this, right? From like the game files. So we don't know how exactly the masterwork is calculated. Like the previous like masterworking results, this was actually like from the data. And so we knew how it works, but now who knows? So maybe they changed something about it. And it probably would make sense that 25 quality is like a +1, right? Let's compare this to another stat. Let's put attack speed here, right? So let's compare, I don't know, random, core skill, passive. So this is like 4% core skill damage per point, and this is 10% attack speed. If we go down to 0 quality, we have 10% attack speed, 8% damage with less investment. Okay, like attack speed is probably like diluted. So let's say we have a typical build around 100% attack speed bonus. So this would be like a 5% increase, half the value, when you already have 100% bonus. And this, let's say we invest 3 points in there, we have a shard or crypt, it would go from 4 to 6 points. That means 16 to 24. So this passive is a 6.9% damage bonus. So just by itself, the passive is already better than the attack speed roll. And then if you go to 25, this becomes a bit better, it kind of catches up, right? It becomes 6.25. Still worse than the passive, on average, I'd say. So I do wonder if the skill ranks will go up, or if the passive ranks will go up. Because generally, passives are really valuable. And getting an extra rank on them at 25 is actually a boost of 50% of the value of this passive, right? Or, let's say you have a low roll, you have a 1, and then that gets a +1. You get literally double the value, but okay, imperfect roll, right? But let's consider a good roll. You get +50% instead of +25% on other stats. And other stats are generally worse already. Like, you know, crit is also inferior to a passive most of the time, and, you know, so something like this is completely shit. And then there's, I don't know, like int or something, right? But that's also not really crazy. Yeah, you get like 26 int. I mean, who cares, right? So that kind of makes me believe that the skill ranks will not go up. Because I think it makes these items that have them very strong. But on the other hand, I guess it would be fun to try to get those items because they are more valuable. GA quality 50 would be 6 passives. Yeah, right now a GA adds only 1. And the GA is supposed to be 50%. Yeah, I don't know. My guess is it will not go up. So if you have like a typical this, it will stay at 2, I think. Now we need the quality does not increase physical damage, but increase attack speed around 1% for every 8 quality and other such enchantments. That could be kind of cool, actually. Planner is treating every 50% as +1. Yeah, the thing is we can't, like, we don't have a lot of granularity anymore, right? Although, wait, actually we have the quality, so let's see. Let's do this. And let's see what happens when the next one happens. Okay, it's just 50, boom. Yeah, this is probably Rift did some custom solution, I think, for this. Maybe he just said, okay, at 50 you're gonna get an extra because of the GA or something, which might be true, but we don't know, so I guess we'll see. Yeah, 30 used to be the breakpoint for skills and passives, if they were like small values. I think when the item started at 4 or more, there were different breakpoints, but for 1, 2, 3, it was 30% for the next rank every time. So 30, 60, 90, you always get +1, +1, +1. But if this was an item that had a lot of ranks, like for example, Pain Gorger starts at 4, and if you GA it, it actually goes to 6 and not to 5, you see? So there was like, I think this was like in some brackets basically. Someone said something about Escher Ikizungi, I want to see that. So let's say 25. So here, interesting actually, it starts at 5. And then at 20, I wonder if it is just like, you know, once you reach the full value, you get the upgrade. So let's say we do 1, right? And we go to 50 quality, stays at 1. But the thing is, if you have 0 quality and a GA, well, okay, it will go up anyway. But if you do this, stays at 1 as well, which is kind of weird. Yeah, we'll see, I guess, what happens. It shows the orange number there, it's kind of funny. This actually looks hilarious. If that is the reality, then oof. Yeah. A very potent one. $11 ranks though. This actually adds 3. Huh. That's a lot of ranks. What did we have on the PTR? On the PTR we had 7. Again, this is actually gonna... It's gonna be very noticeable how, like, some of these stats just go way higher now and stuff. Like, a lot of builds would actually be a lot more powerful. And all this, like, okay, it's gonna be tough to push, like, beyond pit 100 and whatever. Like, all of that stuff is gone, actually. They definitely diffused the difficulty quite a bit, I think. You're confused by orange. Yeah, you still have like these master or crits basically, but it's only one of them on one stat. And I think they showed it on like a screenshot somewhere. I was trying to catch it, but was it orange? I guess it was still like, you know, orange as like master or crit. Yo, Spider Car, you haven't done a Necro season, you want to run a Corpse Explosion build. Good luck. Corpse Explosion is very optimistic, I can tell you that. Your unobtainable planner, just ×2 in damage. I mean, I think it's gonna be cool that there is like some kind of like power progression, and you can like work on like super insane items, right? But we still have the problem that, okay, what do we do with those items now? Okay, we have the leaderboard to look forward to, but I think there needs to be more than that, right? Oculus might show a different number, 50% of 12 ranks. Yeah, some items have like a lot of ranks, and then it works a little bit differently. I'm not 100% sure about the rules on like these items that have a lot of ranks. I know the rule at like low ranks. But yeah, Oculus. That's a lot of ranks. GA was yellow and Master Crit was orange. Interesting, so every GA is already yellow. And what if you have GA and Master Crit? Na, good luck, Sparaka. There were only a few items shown. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really matter that much what it looks like, but maybe someone can find a screenshot from like the start of the stream. Now, and another question is, do the implicits actually go up? No, right? Does anyone remember like old blacksmith upgrades? Did the implicits go up when you when you upgraded them? I wonder if they change actually. There was one item which had 4 orange stats. And that reminds me of the PTR. Was that Season 10 PTR actually? Where I had this Giga Masterwork bug? And like everything just fucking Masterwork crit at once. That was hilarious. Implicits did not change back in the days. Okay. Yeah, I guess if they could, we would have a problem, right? We have this, for example. So imagine you suddenly get a +2 on all passes or some shit. Don't look what happened now, Sanitizer. That should increase the drop chance for amulets of passives. I mean, there was like some talk about buffing Undercity. And I think we generally get more gold, so we can run the Undercity like 50 million tributes more often. It might not be that bad, I think. And I think it's good that there is some chase in those items. And also, for example, early on, when you have shit gear, like a neck like this is actually not bad. You know, attack speed, crit, movement, cooldown. These are all good stats on a neck. Until later, when you actually get this from other slots. And then you try to get a super crazy, like, free passive neck or something. On PTR, you're able to sanctify crit. The implicit had 5 evade charges. Yeah, I remember that actually. I think that was probably not intended though. Last 3 seasons, you didn't have anything on several characters. Yeah, but did you try? Like, did you actually, like, Gamba a lot of necks? Did you run the Undercity tributes for ancestral items? And so on. And also, like, I mean, as I said, they buffed the tributes, they buffed the gold income. You can run this a lot more now, probably. I think it's not gonna be too bad. Storm Feather will Giga buff the Sork? What? Want to buy 4 passive amulet for your concussive stomp build. Let's go. You played a lot. I don't know, I tend to find a few pretty good necks. And you also can't break them anymore. You have to see that. You know, there's no temper breaking anymore. So you get one neck, you're done. So... It was only boots you were able to sanctify the implicit. You tried dozens and dozens and dozens of wish and never hit an implicit. Ah, interesting. Ah, Stormfighter potency on a song. That's what I mean. Okay. Yeah, I was like swapping around between classes a little bit here, so there's like random stuff. We can make this even more interesting. So we can do this. And we can do that. Let's put exploit, very fitting. Okay. And then we take druid. And then we go necro. And we sanctify. Ah, shit. There's only core ranks, yeah. Shadow damage. Close enough. Okay, so what do you think about our neck here? Have you decided what class I will start? Not yet. Yeah, just get these passes, guys. It's gonna be good. Also, the orange +1 is very important. Season 10, you're gone the fastest. Interesting. I found Season 10 very good. All classes have some shit aspects. Yeah, but some definitely shittier than others. Like Sorg has pretty shitty aspects most of the time. Rogues and Barbs, they kind of like have so many aspects that they usually don't really have good options anymore after equipping the good ones. So yeah, the classes that will really benefit a lot from like the sanctification stuff is like Spiritborn. Like it really depends on which aspects are available. We don't know, so we're kind of coping. But it could be insane, depending on what the aspects are. Yeah, they didn't mention what assets were they put. They just said they put some pretty crazy shit in there or something like that. Which sounds like not everything. And if not everything is there, then what the fuck do we do? I don't know. Offensive aspects, probably. Yeah. There's gonna be at least some offensive aspects, but yeah, who knows. Maybe they put like, you know, all the like very generic stuff like Edge Masters, Accelerating, Conceited, and you know, stuff like that, and maybe nothing class specific, or maybe a few class specific things that are generic enough. Like the thing is, if you allow every single aspect, then you know you're gonna get a lot of like random, even offensive aspects that will do nothing for your build, right? Because okay, you play like an upheaval barb, and now you sanctified fucking Hoda aspect on your you know, upheaval mace or some shit like that. And it's like nice, right? But yeah, double offensive aspect, or it's just like, you know, imagine like Rod of Kapeleke and Melted Heart of Selek and the Ring of the Midnight Sun and the Asher Ekizungi. Like your build is literally gonna have one offensive aspect slot. But if you sanctify, suddenly you can get a doubled offensive aspect on your weapon, you know, a 1.5 on your neck, and then 2 more normal ones. Like imagine this insane power, like with the Spiritborn aspects as well. Like, it's gonna be insane. You're gonna be like 10 times stronger, or 20 times stronger or something, if you get all that stuff, if it exists. Sorg also lost. Yeah, Stormsword is not really gonna be a thing anymore, I guess. Yeah, so, oof. Game Awards big announcement is passives on Amulet implicit. Oh no. I need to tell Rift to remove these like weird rest rolls here. That don't exist anymore. It's only on the starters. There are only Shredding Blades, Conceded, Variant Brawler, Elements aspect, yeah. I imagine they're probably gonna put like all of these like generic ones and not like the super crazy stuff. You'll be happy with a Metamorphosis Sanctify. Oh god. There's a new season start. Next Thursday evening in US or Friday morning in EU. You sanctified Dire Wolf on your polarized pants at some point. That's an aware moment for sure. That's amazing. You hope there are no passives. Nah, there's nothing with passives. But there's like core skill ranks and stuff like that. Oh, you mean the aspects? Yeah, in that case, and first of all, adaptability is a resource. And I think that probably existed, I don't know. I think it was only offensive ones that was broken. But yeah, adaptability on Metal Heart is gonna be pretty big for sure. But I mean, it's also kind of the fun of it. It did not exist? Okay. Yeah, I think we have a list somewhere of like all of the different outcomes that people found. And there were definitely a lot of gaps. And I also, like, for even on the utility and stuff, I noticed that sometimes I was getting like the same thing over and over. Like, there was like this days aspect. Was that Manglers or something? Or Concussive Strike? Or something called? Yeah. I think this one, I got this like all the time. %, hectic was also common. Yeah, there were like some bugs also like at the rolls of these sanctifications. I remember that. Okay, let's go for the rest of the patch now, so if there's like anything else that I wanted to check out here. So we check this now. I mean, build cooking, I guess we'll see. Wait a minute, when they did a preview of Masterworking, was it still like multiple ranks at once? Like you got like, I don't know, 2, 3, whatever? Or was it like 1 by 1? 3 to 5. Okay, so it's like less clicks. So average like 7, 8 clicks. Okay. And then, so this is the cost. So you have like, I don't know, 20, 70, like 130, 200. So something like 300, 400 on the side to get to 25, I guess. Here, 2 to 5. Okay, yeah, so I guess maybe 3 to 500 depending on your luck is probably like the average cost. And I know they reduced Opticide drops by 85%, which means you need to run something like 2 strong rooms, I guess, to get 1 item to 25. That's like nothing. It's like less than 5 minutes, basically. And what about the capstoning? Do we have that somewhere? Wait, let me see this.
To its affixes, as well as base damage, armor, or resistance. You can masterwork your items up to a maximum quality threshold of 25, and a direct bonus to its affixes.
Okay, so first of all, let's see this here. We have the yellow numbers.
Masterworking now improves the overall quality of your item, giving.
Okay, so first of all, this here.
Bonus charges can be restored indefinitely.
Capstoning.
Masterworking
You can make a verb out of anything in this language. Like the Germans make a noun out of everything, and the Englishmen make a verb out of everything, no? That's how it works. Okay, so first of all, let's save this. Yeah, yellow is a GA. And then there's also like this white text now, which is just the values. So did we see an example of a capstone stat that was not a GA?
A direct bonus to its affixes, as well as base damage.
Also, this one says 50 out the side. 1 soul, 2 fragments.
Damage, armor, or resistance.
Also, this one says base stat increased by 5%. Which is also not exactly true. Because it's also the affixes.
You can masterwork your items up to a maximum quality threshold of 25.
Okay, the capstone costs 500.
And here's the best part.
Which is roughly the same that you require to go from 0 to 25. Probably more, a little bit. Yeah, I know how much the capstone gives. I want to see what the color is of a non-GA capstone.
Once you hit that max quality,
affix.
you get one final roll for a capstone bonus. This capstone
Click it.
bonus masterworks in affix, which boosts its value by 50%. This boost stacks with the greater affix bonus.
Okay, so it becomes orange anyway because it hit the temper. 36.7.
And the effects of capstone bonus. This comes up to now improves the.
Also, we can see that the icon has, like, the icon improves here when you start masterworking it. There's like an icon at the bottom there. Wait, this is a bit sus. How did 21 clone go to 36? Ah, wait a minute, it gets the bonus as well, right? So... Okay, there we go. So it gets the 25 and the 50. Alright. And it becomes orange. So I guess the capstone is always orange. So there's no like non-GA plus masterwork capstone combination or something like that.
Masterwork your items up to a maximum quality threshold of 25. And here's the best part. Once you hit that max quality, you get one final roll for a capstone bonus. This capstone bonus masterworks in affix, which boosts its value by 50%. This boost stacks with the greater affix bonus and the effects of quality. You'll be able to re-roll that masterworked affix without losing your hard-earned masterworking quality. These changes are designed to give you more control, more excitement, and more.
It costs 1000 out the side, by the way. So capstoning is 500 out the side. Getting there is like 300 to 500. And re-rolling the capstone is 1000. Plus the Neve Iron. Actually, wait a minute.
Masterworks in threshold of 20.
Okay, this is just like, okay, 3 Forgotten Souls. Like, okay, the souls and stuff is not a big problem, I think.
5.
Seems like it's gonna be very easy. Okay, let's write this down, actually. Masterworking. OpQD, actually. 2 sides. It's 1 Neve Iron. So I think this is going to be the main thing that is like the bottleneck here, the Neve Iron. I remember on the PTR they were not really dropping much. I think they were dropped for like Belial and stuff. How much gold was the reroll? So much, 1 million.
These changes with the buddy.
It's like a couple 100k for each upgrade, and then yeah, it's not that much gold. I think the gold is not going to be a problem here. I can close this thing again. Where was my patch notes thing? I have way too many tabs, dude. I think I can close all of this.
More opportunities to build your perfect character.
Okay. One in 8 was like 1.5 million in the clip they showed, easy. Unless City drops the Neve Iron. I mean, the thing is that it's not that hard to hit the right masterwork thing, right? You have a 1 in 5 chance on legendaries, a 1 in 4 chance on uniques to just get the right masterwork outcome. And then every time you reroll it, you have a 1 in 3 or 1 in 4 chance. Because I guess it can't give you the same one again when you do the capstone change. So you don't really do it a lot. Like per item, let's say you specifically want to target one specific affix, right? Per item, you're talking about like 2 to 3 Neve Iron on average. So your entire build, you have like 20 Neve Iron, you're done, basically. So that is really not going to be a problem, I think. Even if it's relatively rare. You have not met my RNG. In PTI could masterwork before tempering. If you ever did want to hit a temper, you can do that. Yeah, that's true. I think that's probably still possible. Nothing here says that you have to temper first. But I think very often you will probably temper first and then try to hit the temper. Temper stats are usually pretty valuable. It said you can now enter pit before level 60. Does this enable power leveling? Power leveling has been in the game for a long time. And in parties with someone power leveling you, it was always possible to enter the pit before level 60. It's just not when you were solo. So does it enable solo power leveling? And the answer is kind of, but you need to have, a very strong setup with like twink items and, equip a Perdition or a Shaco and a Shroud and a Doombringer and to get some tempers going and some aspects going. And yeah, then you can walk into the pit at like level 30 and level yourself really fast. And that times X to get the right sanctification. Yeah, I mean, obviously when you're trying to get the right sanctification, it's gonna be tough. You can go to your cultist and still reroll your amulet without a random roll. You're only talking about masterworking here, we're not talking about enchanting. But yeah, masterworking is very straightforward now. You can unlock pit before 60, but you're not sure that will be much faster on season start. Yeah, on season start, no. You need to be very powerful. Like you have to be like around, let's say, level 50 something and absolutely annihilate Penitent. And then it would make sense to go into the pit to level faster. And that will basically not happen. Even on evade, that will not happen. So realistically, you just get to 60 first, or very close, maybe at like level 58, you just like upgrade your gear. Then you're gonna go into the pit with like 1 or 2 runs and you're 60 or something. But yeah, for like a twink scenario, yeah, getting, equipping your mythics at level 35, you temper some shit, you get some aspects, and then you walk into the pit. I think that is realistic, actually. You can run lower than pit 10, that's true. You can run pit 1. But pit 1 are still level 60 monsters. So, okay, maybe what I just said is not 100% accurate about, okay, maybe you don't have to like destroy Penitent at level 50. But you have to be pretty strong, at least. And the lower level you are, the more strong you have to be, and the more you have to like annihilate Penitent difficulty or something. There's gonna be a lot of question marks here about some things, like what about armor and rest values, for example. I guess we'll see. That's probably gonna be like some post-launch changes we have to do on some builds for sure. Maybe there's something really good or something. The time it takes to do those first capstones, you'll finish the entire Vessel of Hate campaign. The first 3 capstones are long AF. Yeah. And the last 2 are pretty fast. But the first 3 are... I mean, they said they changed a little bit with different tile sets now and stuff, so maybe they streamlined that a little bit. Will I be playing on launch? Yeah, of course. Now on rest nodes were only like 0.7 EHP versus 2% from a live node. Yeah, that kind of checks out. I'm going to be blasting PvE launch for a little bit. I'm going to be doing T4 for the first 3 days. Yeah, I was actually planning to do a big subathon for the season launch for D4. I want to do a 24/7 subathon. And this means you're probably going to be just blasting non-stop D4. Minus a few hours of PoE2 launch because I have a sponsored stream. Oh, that is a bit unlucky, but it is what it is. Time to switch to PoE. I've played so much PoE lately, it's fine. I can do more in January. Yeah, I mean, like that sponsor stream was like set up a while ago, so this was way before we actually knew about any of those states and stuff. PoE2 has a free weekend, the servers are going to be poor. That's probably true, actually. I hope they're gonna fix the like performance a little bit and servers a bit and stuff. How many times does Blizzard need to disappoint me to wake me up? I don't know, I don't feel very disappointed from this patch. I actually like this patch. I think the game is going in the right direction. And I think it's gonna be very fun. They're doing like small steps, but they are doing steps. So I'll take it for now. Patch is good, launch date is bad. Yeah, that's really like what it comes down to, I think. I think if like there was no PoE launch right now, I think people would be a lot more positive about this patch and actually going to try it and stuff. But I already know I will like this patch. I mean, I know I will like the PoE patch as well. But yeah, that's what it is right now. So I can do PoE whenever. You know, whenever I have nothing to play, I just play PoE. Basically, right? I can just sit here and play PoE2, like, you know, on the same patch for the next half year if I have to. And I'm good. So I am upset about the leaderboard's delay. You know, I wanted to be the number 1 on the fucking leaderboard, which is also part of the whole subathon thing I just talked about. But, well, for whatever reason, it's not on launch, and I will have other stuff to do during the launch. It's okay. And then I just, I just set up like 5 different characters over the first 3 weeks, and then the leaderboards drop, and I'm gonna get rank 1 on 5 different classes. Easy. So, let's just do that, I guess. I'm gonna get a drink real quick. Alright. It's really cheeky to release leaderboards afterwards and no one is playing anymore anyway. Yeah, I guess for this season, the leaderboards will not really mean that much. And it is what it is. Also, this season it has like this huge RNG and like the sanctification outcomes and whatever. We don't have SSF mode yet. So overall, leaderboards will be somewhat scuffed, which makes it even weirder that they're not just releasing them right at the start, right? It's like, okay, maybe there's something is not really, fully figured out of leaderboards yet, but at least make it functional, drop it in there, and people are gonna like it. And they can still make it better. So yeah, I don't know. Today's the first day you've played a video game for fun in over a month. Holy shit. Will Death Trap Rogue be viable? Yeah, I expect Death Trap Rogue to be very good, actually. I'm not 100% sure though about the setup, so I'll probably check out make a planner for Death Trap as well. Death Trap definitely looks like something that will be a thing and pretty good, and probably way easier to build than it was in Season 10. Six cliff upgrades is kind of wild. Yeah, you get 1 extra for surviving and then 2 extra from the thing, right? That is pretty good. Is T-Bob a thing? Yes. T-Bob is a thing. The Holder Bob may possibly overshadow everything. Nah. I mean, they removed around name, right? Wait, Holder can only be used with two-handed bludgeoning weapon, right? It can't. Can it be used with one-handed? Yeah, two-handed bludgeoning. Okay, so it cannot use Ramaladni. So it has only like the resource scanning from Holder itself here. Like it's not gonna be crazy. Yeah, Ramaladni is gone. And they did change something about Holder with the extra maximum resource or something. Okay, now increases maximum fury up to 100. Fury regeneration per enemy hit increase from 3 to 10% up to 10 stacks. Okay, so you get 100% extra fury regeneration. And then 100 max fury. Yeah, I mean, detch, if you ask me. I mean, it's a bit better than it was. I don't know the exact numbers, but I am very doubtful that this can be lunging strike. Surprised never see me on D2R or PD2. Yeah, I played D2R only when it came out for a little bit. But PD2 is something I will try at some point, I think. But I think for PD2, you know, I need to like learn the whole thing. I probably want to set aside at least 100 hours or so for like my first time. And I didn't really have those now that the season launched. But I guess I could also just play it a bit casually and just like learn it a bit. I think dual basic will beat it, especially if the Shadow Clone change. Yeah, like the Alpha Maker stuff is probably like the push build again for rogues. But man, that is not fun to play. I'm actually sad they didn't change anything about Alpha Maker. I feel like they should take a look at Alpha Maker and make it like more responsive and like better flow. Plus % strength. You mean that change? I mean, that does very little. That is barely worth mentioning. Season start Trample Druid. Thanks for the inspiration, Sanitizer. We will see. We don't have to see. If you have like 3000 strength, you previously had a 300% damage buff, now you have a 330% damage buff. On top of the 100 base you have. So it's like a 7% upgrade or so, 7 to 8% depending on the build, I guess. It's not crazy. I just realized, plot twist, for Fields of Crimson. It says no longer only applies to the casting player. But what if it only applies to other players that also have Fields of Crimson equipped? Oof. Nah, I guess realistically this is like a real support angle here. So I'm kind of excited to see how this will go. It's also kind of funny because it has actually this like... It's a bit like an Oculus Ring in D3, right? Like you spawn the thing and then the DPS has to like jump in there, I guess. Or at least have to put the monsters in there. How does it work exactly? Damaging at least one enemy with Rupture creates a blood pool that inflicts poison. Okay, so it's with Rupture. They can do Rupture pretty often actually, right? You have Rupture cooldown. Okay, I think the pools are not very large, but they can kind of like expand them everywhere. It's the Hammer Quake thing again, where other people could blow up your earthquakes and nerf your damage. Is that a thing? Good for bossing and group play. True, you can actually just like kind of use it in the party as well, just like throw this thing in there. I mean, any build that would run a grandfather otherwise, and just do this as well, right? And just you lose a bit of life, and the all starts and stuff, but it's generally a pretty decent item. It's like a mini grandfather, basically. As long as you have the slot to actually get a Rupture on your bar, it's pretty nice. What's my opinion about the delay of the season? Yeah, people expect some announcements at Game Awards. Main start being removed from armies is really sad. It made basically any amulet usable early game. Yeah, it's true. Like main start was just like always nice, right? And it was also easy to get. I'm missing that a little bit too. But okay. Now you have 4 stats on your deck to roll instead of 3, and they're all harder to get. It's gonna be fun. Dude, people are gonna have such funny amulets, man, because of Sanctification. Like, he's gonna, like, fucking sanctify, like, every fucking neck that you get. And people are gonna run around with, like, some shitty neck that has, like, I don't know, 1 passive rolled, but it's, like, the 5th best passive. And then, I don't know, some random strength roll, some random life roll. And then it's, like, sanctified for some giga aspect or something. That's, like, gonna be your neck this season. Gonna be funny. Did it say anything about the expansion? Yeah, stay tuned and wait for Game Awards, I guess. We presume it's going to be released next December after BlizzCon. Nah, no way. I think the expansion is going to be in June. Rob and Rex don't sound that positive due to tower delay. Yeah, it puts a little bit of a stain on this whole season update, but it is what it is. I know I will have plenty of other fun things to do, so... It was 6-7 months between Massive Hated announcement and launch. That is actually not true. The announcement was at BlizzCon in November, and the launch was in October next year. It was 11 months. What a shame, expansion every year. Yeah, they said at some point they're not gonna do like exactly every year, I guess. But it is, like, if it's a June launch, it's 1 year and 8 months. It's still okay. But yeah, announcing the expansion and then releasing it 11 months later is quite long. That is just like a way too early announcement. Like, they didn't even have anything, right? It was like right after the game launched. It was actually season 1, right? I remember. Yeah, it was season 1. That was November in BlizzCon. Bar was gonna suck again this season. No, but he don't have many good builds. Blame Woody for horrendous launch of Spiritborn. I got the playtest and then reported it doesn't damage bugs. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny because back then, like, this was like a super scuffed test where we didn't have the PDR window. First of all, we had to grind everything from level 1, and then also the material drops were bugged. Like, it didn't get jack shit in terms of like iron chunks and like rawhide. Like, all the stuff just did not drop. like you couldn't even imprint your shit sometimes, even at max level. Oh man. Because there was some shitty bug with that stuff for the entire thing. So like the progression was like so fucking slow. Oh boy. There was like playing fucking Ruthless mode in PoE, man. Very like double capped. No, it wasn't double capped. So I had like the entire Vessel of Hated game basically. But yeah, we had this bug and it was so fucking slow to do anything, man. It was crazy. Like, half my items were like literally not imprinted or tempered or something because I just couldn't afford it. Because you got like 5 iron chunks per hour or something on a good day. Oh god, that was funny, man. What I think will be the best this season? Yeah, the best build is Crackling Energy Sork. And the best class is Spiritborn. That has many good builds. But yeah, I guess we'll see when we make the tier list. But yeah, for now, this is kind of what I'm going with. There might be some other stuff that I am not really thinking about right now. You know, we have a lot of builds. You know, we're approaching like 100 build guides or something at this point. So, that's a lot of shit. Is Rogue any good? Yeah, Rogue is gonna be kind of like middle of the pack, and then late game you have like Death Trap, that's gonna be pretty good. I think besides Death Trap, I'm not sure if there's really that much to look forward to. Make it 101 with Conk Stomp. Holy. Okay. Okay, guys, we're gonna do a little bit of Dwarven Realms now. So we have a little hashtag sponsored stream. If you don't know Dwarven Realms, they just launched a season 5. Here's a trailer, I'm gonna show this. A fun little ARPG as well. Very indie studio, they have like a handful of people or something. Very fun game though, I played it a bunch already in like previous launches and stuff. I was gonna just learn here for a minute.
Memory, the Warforge shaped destiny.
They did like a pretty big revamp actually.
Hear the hammer's echo. We go for fate itself. Awakened.
Okay, so that's what I'm gonna play now. It's like a super indie game. It doesn't cost very much on Steam. Let me find the Steam page. I think you have it here actually. Dwarven Realms. So there it is. Very positive reviews, by the way. Yeah, it came out like last year, and they're like in season 5 now. And they have a working leaderboard in that game. It works day 1 of the season. Yeah, $5 by the way. It's on sale right now, so can recommend. If you don't know what to play until next week. More seasons than LE. Oof. I need to download the update. Okay. Yeah, I have like 20 hours in this game, so I have not really blasted a lot, but it's always fun to like jump in for a bit. A fast breakdown of D4 if possible. We have a video up. Actually, is it up already? I'm not 100% sure, but I recorded one earlier. Yeah, it's up, so you can check it out on YouTube. They did over 20 seasons in early access. Yeah, I think they had like a season like every month or something. I think every month they did like maybe they're doing it a little bit less often now. But yeah, they always had to reset like every month or something. So there were a lot of seasons in Dwarven Realms. But they were not like always like super big patches or so. But season 5, this looks like a pretty big patch. I think they've revamped the entire art style a little bit. That looked different. And lots of other stuff. So I guess we'll see. I was gonna jump in and we'll try it. Gonna play it for a bit now. I should probably pin this in. Here we go. Okay, enough of this stuff for now. Close this. Anything else to close here? Okay. Online seasonal. Yes. Every choice is a gamble, every outcome is destiny. Forged Fate, Chaos Week. Oh, is it like a season theme or something? Ah, here, last season winners. Look, they actually have this stuff here in the main menu. It's very cool. Leaderboards. So the way the leaderboards work is they're kind of like separated not by classes, but by weapon. So basically your weapon is your class, kind of, in this game. Yeah, log in, I guess. Let's just go. Ah, yeah, they have the character customization now as well. Beautiful. I'm not going to hardcore now because I don't know what all the things changed. Also, there is like a code. Dwarven Realms. Do you have that? Ah, there it is. Okay, so there is like some secret room in your base, and you can find an NPC with my name, and you can type that code, and you get a pet and stuff. They have like some streamer NPCs there. I did hardcore last time and got this. Yeah, I mean I could do hardcore, but you know I might like, want to continue this a little bit or something. And we'll see. I definitely want to take some time at some point to do like a bit of a longer Dwarven Realms playthrough to actually like see more of the later stages. Okay, so it's like the map, you kind of like go like, you know, here's a path. So I go like from biome to biome and stuff, and then at some point you have like the end game where you kind of like farm everything. Good thing is here you can do a double click and then you just keep attacking automatically. Not sure what I'm gonna go for. Fire Goblet, Totem. Let's take the lightning thing. Okay. So basically the way the build is made is like, number one is your weapon itself that determines your moves. And there's like a bit of like a skill tree for it as well. There's like different choices for the different skills. And then some passives you get as well as you level up the weapon. You also have like a passive tree. It's a bit like a PoE tree light. And then you have the gear, especially those trinkets they're called. So they can add like special like effects. So I think like this Fire Rain, for example, this is actually from like my trinket now, as you see here. Okay, we're trying to connect like the loot a little bit. Otherwise you kind of just mow for everything here. I don't have my skill yet, right? I think I'm gonna get it soon though. Didn't know class does matter a bit. Graphics set them in. Yeah, I'm gonna check the settings actually. I know they changed the art style a little bit. I think they did some art revamp here basically. It definitely looks different. They have like these kind of like stylized graphics now. Okay. Here's the tree. Oh, they made it much larger actually. I remember that way smaller. Oh wait, I think this was already like this last time actually. True. Not bad. Huge tree now. Yeah, this was last season already, I remember. But I didn't play much last season. I played like a few hours or something. I tried the Necromancer there with the minion stuff. Yeah, bosses usually hurt, so I want to try to dodge their stuff. Why do I not have a skill yet? Is that normal? I just have the regular sword here. Ouch. God, he's tanky. We played around 1k hours. Holy shit, thumbs up. Yeah, sure, if you have some tips and stuff, why not? Archery. What should I go for today? I don't think I've actually ever done archery, actually. But fist could also be interesting. I've never tried fist either. Do I actually unequip my weapon for this, or is it like a fist weapon type? Spears. Mauls. Gosh, this is whack shit. I'm not gonna go size because that's what I did last time. So either archery or fists, I think. Let's just try that a little bit. What is this game? This is Dwarven Realms. Let's check the settings real quick. Resolution scale. Epic. Yeah, so that's just what it looks like, I guess. This is like a... It's kind of like a third-person ARPG. Can I enter there? No. Hey, the fort looks actually very different. There's a Christmas tree. Cute. I think these are the NPCs here. Look. Nugian. DM. So if you have that code, you can get the rewards, basically. So I guess you can ask the streamers. Here's Aaron Action RPG. You can see what it is. So it's usually like a pet or a mount. Falsteron, Mr. Llama, Cute Dog. We're all NPCs. Bina. That's themselves. I hope we go top for the flat damage. That is 4 nodes up, then bottom right diagonal for energy region. Yeah, the energy region, I like that a lot as well. I usually get that. Let me see. This one, right? Clarity. And you say flat damage. This. +2, +2. Agility. This is fist stuff. You take both energy region. Ah, this one here. So you mean you go here and then ding, 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 this, right? Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm gonna do the same. Flat damage helps a lot early on. What do you go for here? That's XP bonus. Just gonna take that. Okay, where am I? Oh, look, here's Rax. Look, here's me. So if you enter my code, I just use the command, but here's it again. Then you get, this is Isolde, that's one of our bunnies. And you actually get a second one. Where is it? So this is Mount. And we get also Uther, our second bunny, as a pet. How do I enable them actually? I forgot the keypoints. Mount is F. Must be level 5 plus to mount. Ah, okay, I guess I don't have it yet. Unlucky. Yeah, I'm going for luck as well, usually. I like the shoutouts there on the bottom left. It says, okay, like highest level, also like hardcore. Like, you know what, like when someone dies or something, it's kind of cool. Okay, let's just continue. Is it normal that I don't have a skill yet? You have to wait until like the next one. Where's the? Let me see input again. Charge, dash, normal attack, primary, secondary, auto run, drink potion. Stand straight, skill tree. Yeah, we don't have it yet. Usually people stay in luck until at least level 400 plus. That's a lot of luck. How much does it add? %1 elemental damage bonus for 10 luck. Yeah, that is new actually. I think this didn't use to give damage. Boss damage, attack speed, energy regen. Yeah, it definitely seems very nice. There's a blast. Okay, let's go. Getting all melee weapons to level 100 and all range to 420 gives you a chunk of flat HP. Stats stands for their shares, such as bonus HP and regen. Ah, okay. So you actually just level them all up. Interesting. Is that something that you actually do like from the start, or like you just kind of stick to one weapon until they kind of set up, and then you like giga boost all the others or something? I don't even have a weapon right now. I still have to do the standard sword, so I don't even have a skill yet. Oh, the drops are actually huge. I got some stuff here. Great axe. Cannot switch weapons mid-combat. Okay, so we can't do this now. Unlucky. They at least aim for the flat HP at the start as split between after campaign Rupture or Rupture 75. Okay, what is that 38 and 75 exactly? We have like a combo now, right? It's like 2 times the same. Carnage of Fire. Okay, it's only when you upgrade them later. They can get like extra effects and you can have 3 times the same one, and then there's like bonuses for that basically. And you can roll them as well to have different bonuses. I feel like the boss indicators are harder to see than they used to be. Also I need some damage. I have like still no skill. I thought I remember like having a skill way earlier than this last time, but maybe it's just because I didn't get a weapon until now. It's a very popular critique of the new graphics. I mean, okay, maybe at some point you kind of get used to it, but yeah, like the color scheme is a little bit reduced now, right? Like the red of the effects and the red of my skills and then the red of the indicators, they're all pretty similar. I'm not sure exactly how to describe this graphic style, right? But I think they reduced the possible, the maximum like color settings and stuff, like the different amount of colors or something. And then I don't know what else they did. I mean, it definitely looks decent. It's like the style, it's just the style of the game, and you know, it's not bad. Oh. Ouch. Can I get this guy out of there? Okay. God, this is like the longest fucking boss fight ever. What is going on? Yay. Here we go. Now we get a weapon. So I've never tried fists. I think I might just try it. Or we do archery. Until purple offense is better at 3 different skills. Yeah, I guess because they don't have synergies anyway, right? So might make sense. I'm gonna try fists. Let's see. Fist crit. There's lifesteal, nothing. Okay, let's do the arcane orb then. This thing has 14 damage. This thing is level 2, has actually 16. Good to that. Claymore. The dwarf with a fist weapon is kind of funny actually. Can look gear and offhand. Wait, do we have offhand here? What do you mean? Ah, so I don't like salvage it, that's what I mean. Okay. Isn't that like the time essence conversion thing? Not yet, I guess, right? Okay. Yeah, true. Offense on these. Okay, I forgot. Yeah, I always find it weird that they're called offense. Okay, where's our crafting thing? Disenchant station. Oh, we have stuff equipped, right? So, oops. So I'll get some stuff. And now we can also upgrade something if you want. Archery crit. Do we have any crafting stuff already? No. Again, I'm very surprised I still don't have a skill though. But maybe this is how it is. At least we got a weapon now. Let's see how this feels. Oh, these arcane orbs are kind of nice actually. They're fucking blasting. Plus 10 fist skill. Okay, here we go. Can collect the stones. There's like these like materials you can gather basically as you go. What about a pet? Ah, here you go. Passive skills. So we need 100. So my sword was only at 10 for some reason. Which we just had, right? Why did it only go to 10? Okay, I need 60 more. Yeah, yeah. I thought I remember like getting like my first skill earlier and stuff, but I think they might have changed this a little bit. Okay, here we go. Blinding Rage. Go into a fit of rage, getting 45 attack speed, dealing 10% more damage while losing 25 armor. Oh boy. Okay. What else? Send meditation. We get us at 500 and 2k and 200. Okay, at 200 we get a second skill. Okay, it's gonna be kind of early. Search for inner peace, getting 20 armor, 25 health regen, losing 40% movement, and dealing 50% less damage. Pulse out of energy, dealing damage to surrounding enemies. Interesting. Summon apparitions to fight in a cone. They are what 2 combo points. Focus your might to deliver powerful gyroscopic strike, spinning, hitting all enemies around you. That sounds good. Charge of pure might to send a giant fist forward. Send a ground. Send a shockwave of spikes forward. Okay. So he has health boost. Fist damage. So wait a minute. You say only to 100, right? That's actually very little. So we have 100 and we have the HP boost. So that's it. And then at 420, you say for the range we get something. Okay, it's actually not very much, but there is boss damage here, for example. But so I guess it will take a while to get there, right? Ah, there's a mastery as well. Juggernaut. Okay. Hello.
it?
Yeah, maybe some water. Okay. The others are very long. What are the bonuses on the 420 on the ranged weapons? Okay, I guess I shouldn't like salvage all of the weapons then I get and just like do like one run real quick. Get into 100. 50 base health sounds very useful. I can actually grab an item here real quick. That's a lot of health actually, that's kind of wild. What's this one? Okay. Okay, let's try our ability here on Q. Okay, definitely have a lot more damage than before. That's good. I have no idea what we need exactly, but I guess we just exchange and go. Wait, did we get the materials now or not? At the end there? Or was it just the XP that we got? If you like monopolize chest, nah, that's fine. It's good for me to like learn some of these things. I mean, some I kind of like knew, like, you know, go for the damage in the energy region. I usually do that, but for example, leveling up the extra weapons, I didn't really know that. Can I actually craft a weapon here? No, but that's archery. Okay, I'm gonna try the bow and see. Where's that here? So 420, you say? There's max health at 420, so this is why. Okay, so fists we have 130 now. So I'm probably not gonna do the ranged ones. Swords crit. Okay, here's health. 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 Spear is here, health, okay. And scythes is also here. And mage is here. Okay, but I can do the sword, the axe, the maul. So let's try that. When I get them at least. You know, craft a bit and stuff, but let's do another run. Yeah, cool. I'm gonna get our guy. Oh, we're blasting actually. Snagged it. You got a blast, Spider-Car? Good luck. Speed used to count as range, but now it's also melee. Then I with the 50 HP. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like it should be melee, like 50 life early on, but I guess it is what it is. I guess if you actually play like a season, you know, I don't know, a couple dozen hours or whatever, then you're probably fine anyway. Just like leveling to 420 real quick. Thank you. And this guy has a very nice community guides on pretty much everything you need. I should probably check out some of those. I also noticed I don't have to pay essence for opening these loot caches here. Thanks, Pathwatch. Get it, liked it? Oh man. It's like summoning these vines everywhere. Oh no. Okay. Thank you, dude. I can actually stand in the middle? Maybe I can try stand in the middle actually. Oh god. Great. Nothing will go wrong when I stand here, right? Oh, I completely forgot we actually get full energy as well when I press my potion. I can use that. Oh my god. Can he come out there? Okay. My R ability is actually pumping. So we can choose this or that, and then, okay, the rest we exchange to XP. Okay, that's how it works. Alright. People used to not open single creator in Russia, get an offer guaranteed choice after the boss, which made them way more overlapping stuff and like. Okay, so now you just want to open everything that you can. I think that's fine, yeah. Okay, here we do that. So basically all the materials. And let's see what we can do. Disenchant. Relic. That's armor. Okay, let's do this. Lifesteal, Maul, Endurance. Seems nice. Okay, here, Great Axe, so we can try this one. You say we can lock this? Okay. So let's equip this for the next one, I guess. When it's locked, I cannot accidentally equip it. Okay, still right click. No, okay. So disenchant. Oh. Wait, I didn't equip my dragon. Almost just salvaged him. Oops. This is fine, right? Yeah. Got 2 points. Ding ding. 2 in luck. Okay, here we can craft something. What about the relic? 40 gold, okay. Boss damage, max health. How much is that? 9. That's not bad actually. Fists crit. Since that's our main weapon, let's just do that. Okay, the crafting specs is basically, it's a bit like temper attempts basically. How that works. Oops. No crafting specs on that. Okay. I'm not gonna craft too much now on these like little items here. So let's see what the Axe has to offer here. This cell shade graphics change looks good. Yeah, I like it as well. Seems pretty well done. It does give the game like a little bit of like a higher quality feel. I guess that's probably what they were trying to accomplish. Because, you know, obviously in like a very indie team and stuff, they didn't really have like a very great looking game, but with like a very stylized art like this, you know, it's not so important, right? Are these our green circles here that give us the energy? Yeah. $70 coins. Yeah, it's actually kind of worth it to like collect all the shit now. When we see it, you just go and collect it. So it's kind of nice because it's usually some sort of like just like arena survival, right? You just kind of like, do we just go to 100 or do we do like a second run? Maybe it's gonna go to 100. Now I wonder, can we get the X skill while hitting the boss? It's gonna be a very long boss fight, I guess, with an ability. Create your build. Okay. 60. They added auto crate pickup on pet upgrade later. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't see my pet actually. Where's my pet? Ah, here. There's Ufa. You see him? Oh, bunny. Okay, there we go. So now we got a 50 health. I just get it. Okay, easy. Holy quake. Let's see that. Ah, it's like some cleave. Yeah, I remember that one. That's really nice. I like the axe stuff, actually. Maybe I'm gonna go for the axe instead of a fist weapon. They can blast me with some range ability when I'm not that close. Interesting. Okay, just spam our ability here. Let's go. Fire beam. Let's try that, I guess. $77 gold sounds like very little gold, to be honest. Some reasons, flawless armor, flawless weapon. What is that exactly? Ah, okay, so you get like... Okay, this is how it works. So this is spear. So spear we have to level way higher, right? So let's not do that, I guess. Here's mace. So I guess we can do that now. Right. Max health. Okay. Do they all have like this other like bonuses later here? More damage, more crit, and so on? No, but yeah, boss damage 10%. Boss damage 10%. Okay, so they all have that. So later on you can actually level them all up to this. It's critic and modify weapon skills, more proj and more hits and bigger AoE. Yeah, I know. That's kinda cool too. Ah, Rupture card. So here, basically, every 5 runs, you get like 1 big upgrade. Crit chance and 15 luck, max health. Damage bonus 10%, inventory slots 4. So I intended to take either the crit luck or the max health luck. Or do we reroll? I'm not really sure what all the options, to be honest. 15 luck. Sounds like pretty good, actually. You know what you would take. Yeah, 50 health is pretty good, honestly. I think I'll take that. It's gonna make this a lot more chill. Boss time, I think. What's my crit chance right now, actually? A whole 1%. Yeah, so... Ah, shit. Can I change it? Wait, you can still change it, actually. Do I change my weapon now? Actually, I want to see if my mace level is up while doing the boss fight. Or is it only on kill? It's gonna be a pretty long boss, though. I guess it's only on kill, not on hitting a target. Take 1 hit from the massive red area, it doesn't hit that hard. Just gotta dash back in. Wait, can you dash mid-air while you're flying, or what? I never tried to get hit by this thing. You can dash mid-air. All day. Okay. Not too bad, actually. If you react quickly. Yeah, I'm not sure why sun's up. I wonder if we're gonna get a lot of like skill level now, or like a weapon skill for killing the dragon. Oh, wait, I flew like in a different direction than I thought I would. What the hell, man? I'm getting bounced around here on those tornadoes. Ooh. Do I have to redo the whole boss fight when I die, actually? I'm not sure how that works. I think so, right? You like fail the level basically if you die. Yeah. I see some big weapon. So let's see. We got a whole 0 mace skill. Okay. XP, armor. Okay, we got a sword. Which is pretty good right now. Spear. He has an axe, so I definitely want to keep that as well. Yeah, spear we're not gonna do, I think. Wand, bow, great axe. I've done the axe, right, so that's fine. Ah, here, purple. This summon a dark kraken tentacles again 100% bonus damage. Sponsor kraken seeds near the target. Okay, sounds funny. Eye of the Storm. Ah shit, they're all at the same slot. Spinning Blade. Okay, let's just save that for later. Used to knock much more now. I used to... You just used to deal more damage. Yeah, I guess so. Well, I guess we go next. What is this here? I can upgrade our stuff here, right? Additional 5% experience on the research table. Pork. Oh, you actually get some big upgrade here. Okay. And we got this and 15 damage. Okay, now we can chill. Alright. Game is generally fun. Yeah, I like it. Oh, I almost missed this thing. Oops. It's our fossil. Okay, so much damage suddenly, holy. Game looks a lot different. Yeah, they changed the art style. This is why it looks so different. And I mean, obviously a big update as well with that. But I like it. It looks pretty good. Does this cost something now? We'll just take it. That actually has like only good stats, yeah. Login. Basic attacks are regular 100% value. Oh, I didn't realize that it scales off the spell that procced it. I thought it's just like scales of my base damage basically. Interesting. So if I proc it from an ability, it does more. Almost feels like GR the game. Yeah, kind of. Okay, I was looking. Still at 60. Okay, so walking over the things spawns the tentacles. The tentacles seem pretty useful actually. I was trying to like level my mace now all the way to 100. We're almost there. 80. 90. Okay, here we go. So I guess this is why when you spam your ability, you can actually like giga burst down the bosses. Because all of your other stuff procs off the bigger abilities. And now it's a perma full energy basically. And we blast down the boss. Okay. Lots of spinning blade stuff. Okay. Epic weapon. So epic is better than flawless, I suppose. Okay, this is a scythe. No, you're not gonna do that. But you can... Right, axe we've done. Sword is missing, right? Okay. This is fine. This is fine. So basically sword, and then we can go back to fists, I guess. Okay, anything else we got here along the way? I think the rest we just don't care. So you're gonna go to this, right? Max health bonus, energy regen, health regeneration. So you just like rush all the way down. Okay. They double the Q damage on average, but also have an innate charging system and they deal double on top. Yeah, I know, you can do like this giga burst. Yeah, this makes a lot more sense now, because I realized sometimes I was like bursting down bosses really hard when I press my buttons. And I didn't really understand why exactly, but I guess it makes a lot of sense now. So is there like certain abilities that have like a way better scaling for your offense then, or what? That seems kind of nice. Second trinket. Nice. Before new build tier list soon. Will probably be like a Sunday or something when we publish it. Okay, how far are we? 60. Okay, I'm just gonna get this to 100 as well. I'm just gonna like one run, get it to 100. Although, I mean, we're kind of destroying here, but the boss fight will probably be long if I don't have an ability. So, it's probably better to just like continue. Item level 5. Huge. With 3 energy regen bonus. I think these tentacles do a lot of damage. Okay, here we go. Get some glove. I got a big one. Still HP stats getting meta. I'm not sure how you can scale it, like, you know, in terms of like getting more or like converting it into offense, but I learned that you can like rank up all of your melee weapons to get a lot of HP early on. Which seems pretty useful. Not sure, should we go for all this like resources? Maybe just go XP and that's it. You can get millions of HP. Holy. Okay, so we've done this. Is there any weapon left now? This is done, this is done. Okay, so we got all of the easy ones at least. I mean, you could still consider to like go to 420 on the others, right? Maybe I'll do it. I mean, it seems like we are very strong right now and we're kind of like easily blasting. So maybe I'll just do it. Here I got the scythe here, for example. This looks fun, you never heard of it? Yeah, it's a very indie game. But has been out for like, I don't know, 1.5 years now with like a bunch of early access before. Pretty nice. You can just like log in and start blasting. It also has like some very like comfort features, like you have like auto attack basically right now, like I'm not actually holding down the button. And it just keeps using the skill. You can even do it with your main abilities, so at some point when you have infinite resources, you can actually just let it spam your abilities. Okay, with the scythe I'm getting kind of blasted here. That is a lot of stats. Oh, I have 6% crit chance already. But how much do you actually scale up your character, like when you do like infinite runs? At some point, I guess it goes like very, very small upgrades at some point. Like millions of HP sounds insane. It's only $5. Yeah, they have a sale right now as well. $5 or something, $6. I was looking 80, okay. I need to get my ability here. There we go. Passive summon skeleton squad. Fire field piercing bone spears forwards. Okay. Let's get it. And these are my guys. So here's like Necromancer, basically, with a scythe. Ah, that matter. Did she go invisible? Okay, we're destroying. It's fine. Okay. Offense. Let's just do XP. Yo, 5 years, 4 months, cask. Hello. Just keep blasting, right? How's my inventory looking? Okay. HP, armor. Let's sort it after the next one. We're actually gonna get a big upgrade on this one again after every 5. You get one of the, what is that? Quartz. This game looks a bit like Borderlands now, right? It also has like some art style like this. Get 1 full respec every day. Oh, interesting. We almost got a second skill here. Do we have even more minions? Here we go. Summon a healing apparition. Manifest a maelstrom. Okay. Let's try this. Really doesn't take that long to get the extra health stuff, and it makes it almost more chill. Leading this guy. Wait, there's like skins you can buy. I'm not sure if I actually have some. Yeah, you can actually see it here. So I actually have some stuff here, so... Very nice. Apparently, I'm not sure where they come from. Wait, do I have these? Or are these just like showcase? Maybe they gave me a few, I don't know. I'm a dwarf though. But yeah, you can look very funny here. There's pets, mounts. Yeah. Where's the mount button again? Ah, here. Oh, bunny. Oh, we have 2 bunnies. It's very easy to check and change offense. Yeah, you can, like the thing is I don't know what combo I really want to do and stuff like that with the offense, so I don't know what is good and like what synergizes with the stuff I'm using and so on, so that's kind of the main problem I have right now. But yeah. Oh wait, we have a quartz. Rupture card is actually called. Rupture quartz, okay. Damage bonus, max health, that seems nice. Experience bonus, luck bonus. So this luck bonus, is this actually a multiplier to all of my luck stat? Like I have 100 luck, I get 10% extra. I get 110. But I think I take the left side. The health and damage seems kind of nice. It sent me a quick synergy Google Doc. Okay, so 10% luck bonus seems pretty good. Can I actually change the quartz stuff at all? Or is it like locked in? You said there's a full respec every day. You can also get percent stats on gear. True, actually. I think I'm gonna take the damage and health. I thought it made us like somewhat of a tanky guy, and then we can like yodel a little bit. Can reset everything, okay. But do I have to like run the things again to get my quartz, or can I just like select, I don't know, 10 different options again after respecking, or how's that? Health regeneration plus 10. Wait, for real? 11 per second? Holy. Actually, it does work. You can get a full set of cards becomes red and doubles the value. Oh, I didn't know that actually. A lot of stuff. We definitely have to salvage soon though. We have a lot of stuff here. Oh no. This is the Monka S boss. He knocks you around. Dude, we're actually destroying these bosses though, it's insane. Okay. Yeah, for now it's going really well, so let me just blast, I guess. Be very tanky now because all the extra flat HP, yeah. There's a new NPC. Some more new NPCs, yeah. Boss time? It changed some of the levels, right? Like some of these like starting areas look definitely different. Ah no, that's the big boss, I think. Okay. Yeah, we're actually like super tanky, man. Because you have the life regen now as well. You also have life steal, but I'm not 100% sure how the life steal works. Amount of total health that your character will life steal. Is that actually like instant life steal? There's a tangy boy. We have to collect these things so you did damage or what? I'm not 100% sure how this worked again. It says invulnerable on these guys. The invisible wall between you and the boss, so you cannot drop down there. Yeah, I know. I should probably put some keybinds on my mouse buttons. I wonder if that's possible. Maybe I'll do that. It's kind of tough to like move all the time like this with WSD while also pressing Q and R. Oh, he did. Wait, how did he die? I was focused on the little guys. Oops. Okay then. Oh. Wait a minute. Problem. Oh no. Wait. Wait, do we have to do the boss again now? No, we finished it, right? Wait, where is it? Okay, apparently we finished it. Okay, but we lost a little bit of the loot, I guess. Whatever. Okay. It's fine, I guess. So the difference is, I think there's no crafting specs on the epic items, right? They just come as they are and you can't change them. So I guess it can be better than the flawless items, but here you have like more options to like change them. How's this looking at? We are at 310. Okay, so one more run, we're gonna get to 420, and then we're gonna change out of the scythe. Oh, we can choose. Oh, more luck, I guess. Can I buy this? Metal, flint, and Dwarven stone. I can see that like some of the crafting mods, right? Kind of like the Kraken seed, so let's keep that. Okay, I do have a horn. Sword, this helps. Star blades. Let's try this. We don't have any other fist weapons, right? We still have only the little one fist here. But okay. Also, we had like the bow. Let's save this for later. Any archery stuff? No, this is archery. What is that? Mage stuff? A wand? That's this. And a spear. So if we want to do that. There's also mage stuff. Okay. Shit. Okay. Yeah, the sword button helps a lot actually. Pros are a good source of early game energy regen. Yeah, that's true. Sometimes they roll like, 2, 3 energy regen per second or so. It's kind of crazy. And let me see settings, input. Can I do this? Thumb button. It actually works. I think you want to change the two, actually. Where's you put your R on right click? Ah, true, we can do right click actually. I'm not using right click for anything, you're right. That seems like a good idea. Then we can do this, I guess. Holy loot, man. Okay, how far are we? We are at 400. Okay, so 20 more. Then we're done with the scythe. It's actually not that bad to level them. Seems pretty fast. It's like 3-4 runs basically. You get like 100 per run, roughly. Pretty straightforward. It's a good strat. We have so much defense now, it's crazy. Did they update the graphics? Yeah, they changed the graphic style in this patch. Looks much better, I think. I'm gonna play a new defeat season, yes. But only for like a day, most likely, because I'm gonna be working on like default guides and stuff for Maxwell and so on. Where's the boss? Yeah. Absolutely destroying. Okay. I was pressing wrong buttons now. I was pressing my Q and R again, but that didn't do anything. I guess you can actually now do Q on the potion. I'm gonna do that. And where is it? Drink potion, yeah. Okay. $100 small gems, insane. What did we get? Oh, we didn't get anything here. Wait, it says 20. Wait, it says 100. Plus 0.01. Holy. Probably worth to just like go for the XP instead. It says, are you sure? But we are sure, right? There's nothing left here. Sometimes it asks me and sometimes it doesn't. I'm not sure why. The spirit shade boss just hiding behind walls and standing in AoE. Yeah, some of the early bosses, especially when you don't have abilities and stuff, it takes a little bit. Okay, so let's go archery, I guess. We have no skills now. Majory is a level 5 weapon actually. Let's save this for later. Okay. Level 5 amulet with crafting specs. Maybe we can do something with that. Also gonna do something here. Let's see. We don't have that stuff. We don't have this stuff. Okay, Vian. How do I get this? Okay. Luck, I'll take that. Attack speed, I'll take that. Well, let's do this, I guess. Let's just upgrade this. Upgrade here. Kapow. Alright, we have this thing. Lifesteal chance. Ah, so this is how it works. Crit. This has nothing left. Okay. Let's try the bow. Okay, he's already health and energy regen bonus, and this is percentage based. And then we get this, and we have like basically infinite energy almost. Pretty soon. And I guess after that, where are the fist things? Here, right? And then we can also change what the skills do. Okay. I guess we're gonna like go to the fist stuff then, which I said here actually. And then we can decide, okay, which skill are we actually gonna boost once we have them all unlocked. Also, sometimes we shoot like in the cone here. Kinda nice. This actually feels really nice with archery. Imagine I actually had an ability now. You always gone archery in this game? Yeah, I haven't actually really played archery. I think I tried it like once, but usually I'm always playing like a melee. Last season I played Necromancer with the scythe. It was kind of funny, but I don't think I'll really do it like a full run or something. It's just like doing it a little bit is okay. Definitely has a lot better kind of like visual clarity as well. I don't think I should really use the swirling dragons I have around me, but I think once I go back to melee, it's gonna be kind of nice. But to be fair, it seems very nice to kind of zoom out and just kind of like blast into the pack like this. And then have some more of the ranged trinkets. Seems very comfy. I like spear too. You're gonna try spear after this. I also have to know that one. Okay, gonna scale. Blade can increase a twin spectral blades that orbit outward. Okay, that sounds good. Interesting. Oh, that has some AoE now. Some twin chakram kind of deal. Pretty cool. Yeah, but boss is definitely way slower than what it just did with the scythe stuff. Maybe I should have just gone more in melee. I think these dragons are pretty good. The orbiting dragons. What are they called? Electric Dragon's Trinket. If you just want to like salvage them, is it better to just pick the ones that actually have like high rarity, I guess? Let's see how this will feel actually when you take offense. Okay, only is one thing. They don't do the same elements generally. So you can do like lightning bonuses together or something like that. I get another quartz. Okay, let's go. Essentially, that element is stone which upgrade yours. Ah, okay. So they're color coded basically, right? So it's like lightning, and so on. Okay, so I mean, the Kraken. I don't know what the fuck that is actually. I definitely want to do the electric dragons. They seem nice. And then we can still do, I don't know, some sort of like chain lightning or like this, like there's like some lightning storm thing, I think. They have tags. Ah, yeah, it says lightning. Okay, there we go. Alright. Easy enough, I guess. Good upgrade. Launch enchanted arrows that detonate on impact. Okay. Let's try that. Kaboom. Not sure what actually does more damage here, but sure. I like the chakrams, feels kinda funny. What are these like purple storms here? Do we get the ult charge on kill or on hits? It's ready now, but... That's kitty, much meow. Seems like I hurt my finger somehow. What the fuck? Not sure how. So do we want to go all the same element basically? Or how's that gonna be later? I should probably turn on my XP and then we have a lot of stuff. Got 2 level ups. Boom, boom. Almost. Alright. What about this stuff now? Okay, we can do this. Mortar. Furnace, wood planks. Okay, it's like all the same stuff. Quartz. Okay. Stamina, attack speed, energy. 5 max energy, it's kind of nice too. 10 crit damage bonus, sounds nice. XP bonus and strength bonus. What does stamina do actually? Max health and health regen. Boss damage 10% and 10 flat damage. That seems pretty juicy actually. I think I'll go for that. Damage reduction bonus 1%. Yeah, I'll take this. Yo, Sanitizer, good night, by the way. Alpha, we have to swing to 20. Okay, 2 runs. Luck is so good because it double dips. You mean like more XP and more damage, or like what do you mean with the double dip exactly? I don't understand how the pet converts something. So I guess there's like other pets later or what? Oh, kind of wasted my double damage thing here. Well, the boss damage is pretty good right now, I guess. There's a lot of books. Is this like some sort of timer for the loot that I have to like pick it up before it diminishes or something? When I see like this purple like circle or something? This guy melts even without the double damage, no problem. Chain lightning. That could be fun. Chain lightning. Chain lightning will link additional 3 times. But we don't have the dragons. Okay, but we're gonna save the dragons at least. And then we have the horn, and we have the goblet. Okay, anything here? Stamina, strength, wisdom. Seems nice. Haven't upgraded my gear in a while. Energy regen. I think I'll do it. Electric dragons. For each dragon, all other dragons deal 85% increased damage. That sounds kind of insane, actually. Wait, how's that count? So I guess when I have multiple of those. Dwarven Realms Giga Ghoul-Dog. Yeah, someone linked it earlier. Smells like sense. Okay, I got this now. Huge. Boss time soon. Luck gives elemental damage. Ah, yeah. The pet that says your fire damage also gives lightning. You benefit twice as a lightning damage dealer. Oh, yeah, this is kind of insane, actually. And then we get the next skills. 500, 1300. Okay, it takes a while actually to unlock this stuff. What about this boss thing? Is that 2.4? Definitely takes a little bit to get this stuff unlocked, but yeah, I guess if you blast for like an entire day, you're gonna have all these like passes unlocked, and then you ramp up your main weapon from there, right? Dude, my regen. Insane, actually. Aim for one weapon done a day. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't seem too bad. And I guess it gives you a bit of variety as well every time you play this season, which is kind of cool, actually. I kind of like the idea of that. That you can level them all and you don't just like stick to one like full time, basically. So you get to like play with something else and then you like focus on one and main it, basically, for like late game. I think that's cool. That's all coins. Okay, how far are we? 430. Okay, we got it actually. Let's go. This guy is getting absolutely shredded. Holy. We have a boss coming up, so it's gonna stay on this until we kill the boss. And then we swap. I'm gonna open this Google Sheet here and check this out later. It's gonna be interesting. They haven't played this since October 2024. Since like right after launch, I guess. Yeah, they really improved the graphics. Looks very nice. Okay, Scorpion time. He's gonna kill me in hardcore once. I'll never forgive him. Can we like multi-hit him with the chakrams going out and coming back? I think I moved some of the knockback or something on this guy. Okay, that was fast. What's that? Oh. Did I actually miss something important from not looting the previous boss, like here? The glove? Totem, ground, often arcane, totem, waistband. Ah, wait, this is like one of these? Interesting, but it's like fire now. So let's try this then. Level 7. Full of luck. Okay. There's more stuff. So much stuff. Arcane totem, fiery totem. Totems, totems, totems. Okay. It's fine. And nothing. You found the RF scared login. Yeah, there's like a bunch of stuff where you have like AoE around you. There's like some spinning blades and a bunch of other stuff. 3 level ups. Okay, so I guess now we go towards the fist stuff. But I still have to level with the spear. Any spears? And Magery is also missing. I think I locked one of those earlier. Here's a wand. Spear. So I guess we do that. And salvage. Why am I floating now? Wait, is that part of having the wand? You just float? Oh shit. I want a goblet with lightning, I guess. Lightning plasma. On either side of the caster. I don't really want that. So let's try to find something better. Here's a major thing. I have not found another fist up, and I still have actually level 1 fist here. If I was going full fist, that would be kind of funny. Okay, is there anything else that we want here? Crit. Momentum. What is that? Like this stuff or what? Beast mode. Pretty good actually. But it's a lot of small notes before that. Skill tags on the trinkets. Momentum area, I see. Sky, blade, okay. That's what it means. Because it mentions abilities, and then I was like, okay, these are probably active skills. Funny looking tree so far. Yeah, I have no idea which of the fist skills I actually care about, and we're not even ready to go for it yet. But I guess I can already take this and then repent path, something like up here, for example. And then we can still decide which skill to boost. So let's just do it. Even though these don't really do anything now. Fist crit and fist damage. It kind of sounds like you want to do the damage now. But I guess there's probably more sources of damage than there are of crit. That's crit. Okay. Some mods on purple offense do add attack to some skills. Ah, now we're not floating anymore. I was up floating in. Oh. So one of our skills makes us like dash. Interesting. I don't think I've ever tried Majory, I just realized. Okay, the clouds and the chain lighting are actually doing work here. They do additional effects and make them purple? Yeah, I know. I'm waiting for like a good goblet for lightning, and then I'm gonna try to craft a little bit on the trinkets. Oh. I haven't found a legendary yet. There's also legendary items. I know. This looks better than PoE. Yeah, log in, dude. I'm gonna wait for 100. We are at 90. Okay, perfect. Also, summon spheres that bombard and damage your foes. Oh, this thing actually has 4 skills. Okay. Oh, it's like a multi-attack. He does like 1, 2, 3. It looks so small. These little blobs. Portable disenchant station. Interesting. Well, first of all, we have like a big majory upgrade there. Ah, for now I can always just like move on without going back, huh? Okay. Spark trinket. Spark leads between nearby adversaries. That sounds kinda nice. I'm gonna try it. Ah shit. It's not one of the goblets. That's a lot of luck, okay. So get another quartz here. Change the weapon. Mage crit, mage damage. Yeah, so here major damage plus 25% and here major crit damage plus 5. So you definitely seem to gain a lot more of the regular damage, and this is probably why on the passive tree you actually want to go, for example, the left side here. Can I do like this? Okay. So let's go this side, even though we don't have that much crit yet. Ah, look, now we're floating again. It seems like every time you equip the thing. Yeah, when you equip that one to start floating. Interesting. It's the same as PoE, but for 5 euros and solo game. I wouldn't really call it like PoE, but I mean, it is an ARPG. It does have crafting and like random item affixes and like build making and a passive tree and this kind of stuff. But it's like, you know, this is like not isometric, this is a like kind of third person game instead. So, you know, the gameplay definitely feels a bit different there. Okay, chain lightnings are cool. They clean up very nicely. It's a big mall. Malls and maces. There's like no other reason to like load this up, right? It's only here. That takes a while. So these things, do I also unlock them for all the other weapons, or is this specific to Maul? Divine Protection. This is weapon specific, okay. And the energy region here, for example, is for everything, right? Or are these like choices here? Like, I'm not sure. Playing range is definitely very chill in this game, I gotta say. Because you can like, always collect everything. You can just go around, collect all the loot, collect the circles. I guess ultimately it doesn't matter too much. Because there's only like so many enemies that spawn, right? Like the monsters don't spawn faster because I kill them faster, right? They just spawn at whatever pace they spawn at. So as long as you clean up at the end, you're fine. Six elemental stone. You don't want to see it, when did the gear chat start to slow down, seeing some people hitting almost 500 levels? Yeah, this game, it goes pretty far. I mean, this just started, right? It started like earlier tonight. I don't know how many hours it is now. For like 6-7 hours or something. Maybe more, I don't know. Chain lightning horn. I'll save that. We go back down because I got a quartz. Well, those people have several thousand hours into this. The gaming man. Okay, max energy, XP bonus, health regeneration bonus, and 10 flat damage. That seems kind of nice. There's lightning damage bonus and damage. Maybe I should do that. Because they're going for like full lightning setup. Although I'm not sure if I can do this with my fists, for example. Can I convert this to lightning somehow? Does it do lightning? I guess I can check. Doesn't have any tags or something. So is there a way for me to like convert my basic attacks, for example? Yeah, okay, so maybe it's gonna take this then, lightning damage and flat damage. I'm still looking for a lightning goblet, I just can't seem to get one. I mean, you have this chain lightning goblet here, so the Kraken seed. Now we have like a combo, right? All lightning. And then we can try to get like some bigger combo then. Star blades. Chain lightning. I have the dragons. I definitely want to keep the dragon fang. Not sure if I care about the others though. Creates a powerful wind vortex. Sky hazard. Lifts and suspends enemies. Yeah, I don't know about that, dude. Epic Scythe cache, Epic Sword cache. Avoid a daily quests master. Haha. Some tea earlier that I completely forgot. Oops. Okay, our second skill. Starfall Strike. Let's try that. That seems kind of nice. Looks pretty, actually. Feels a bit like playing Bottom. Priestess of the Moon. Dude, I need like a hotkey where I can turn. Is that a thing? Like in WoW. Yeah, they don't have that. Damn it. Like I need to turn with my keyboard like this so I can just like run a circle. One more map, lol. Yeah, this is definitely a good game for one more map, man. Oh, legendary? Landing a critical strike has a chance to provide a stack of excitement. Providing 3% all elemental damage. At 6 stacks, become the Juggernaut. Gain the size, movement speed, crit chance, and double your crit bonus. What the fuck is going on? 7 crafting specs. Yeah, log in, dude. What's my crit right now? 12. Not terrible, I guess. There's a meta where people scale the weapon skill requires you to remove offense. Oh, is it like some sort of bonus for not having offense equipped or something, or what? What's up with these slugs here? These like loot or something, right? What did I do? Oh yeah, a lot of loot, what the fuck? What? If your attacks hit further than 6 meters, gain extra 50 damage. Holy. 8% chance to spawn energized Hellhound, dealing 90 damage in front of it for 6 seconds. Okay. Okay, 0.2 damage reduction for every 50 of your highest stat. Yeah, this doesn't help me very much right now, I guess. Holy legendaries. Ah, fists. Here we go. Slight upgrade. Level 1, level 7, epic. Yeah, I think this was like some pack of these slugs. I think they're basically like loot goblins kind of deal. But I got like, you know, I found a legendary, but then I also got like 3 more or 4 more just on those slugs. So that was very lucky, I think. I was just looking actually, we are at 300, okay. Hey, the Starfall is actually blasting, man. Kinda insane. Let's go. Elemental fragments, that sounds good actually, and XP. I'm not sure what the elemental stones are for. Is this like for the crafting offense, I guess? So go try that now. Chain lightning, we have 2 of them. So what's that? Level 1 Russia. Completing a Russia will unlock 2. Ah yeah, we can do that. Okay, another reroll. Let's do that. Okay, need more of this stuff. Okay. Upgrades. Upgrades. With each link, chain lightning does additional 40% damage. When it connects, it also strikes the target with a lightning bolt from the sky. That deals the same damage as chain lightning. So this helps on the boss, for example, as well, I guess. Okay, so this. Do we have a horn? There's a chain lightning horn as well. You can go like all in on chain lightning, for example, if you want. So we can we get double? Can we get like the same effect twice? Is that a thing? So we can, for example, get double strike from the sky and 1 for +3. I guess so, right? If we take double the nice skylighting, the second one will miss. Oh. So I guess he's gonna do +3 then. So he just has better clear. Okay, so let's try this. So now we can start skipping. We do get this unlocked if I skip, right? I don't have to do it. So let's go to 23 now. Doesn't really matter to skip right now, I guess, because we have to do the boss at 24. No, chain lightning actually pumping. It's just auto attack right now, and the chain lightning just kills everything. Looks pretty actually with the lightning. Kind of cool effects. Chain lightning can hit multiple times the same target. Oh. Wait, so on the boss it actually just like melts the boss or what? That seems kind of insane then. I thought I'd have to like decide a little bit between like AoE and single target there. Okay, let's do like a chain lightning run then. Let's see how this goes. Do my characters actually go on like a standard or eternal or something like that? Or I'm not sure if I actually keep them after the season. I wonder if, like, you know, next time, even if the season's over, I would just continue like one of my guys. Just to like kind of keep progressing and see more of the game and stuff. Okay, we are at 380. I guess I'm going to do like another run with Majory, it's fine. This was pretty fast and easy. Oh. What does these walls? Oh, this actually hurt a lot. Level up did so much damage. How did it level up in the boss fight? From the random anti-summoned, I guess. That's funny.